Good morning and welcome everybody for another day of NA DPC Division 2 action. I'm Gods and joining me is just Beacott. We've got you back on the panel. You said you were done, but we just keep, roping you back in.
Yeah, I thought I hit my quota. This is now over quota, so everything I say is guesses at this point. There's nothing really in the braid of this moment in time. Just Dota, just Division 2 set Dota.
I feel like guesses when it comes to NA Div 2 is an okay approach to take. You'll
Yeah,
probably
definitely
be more correct than Fear, Alex, and myself with some of these predictions. So you're on the right track there, Beacott.
I'm ready. I'm ready to give you the best NA Division 2 analytical guesses ever.
Well, speaking of going over quota, that's exactly what we're doing here with these games. We've got tiebreakers. We wrapped up the regular season essentially yesterday, but because, with the standings, things weren't really resolved. We're going to have more Dota. So we get, I think this is 4 days in a row of Dota now for NA Div 2. We've had 6 days this week. We're really being spoiled for extra content. We kind of surprised at all about how things shook up when it came to the end of the standings there with the 4-way tie and who was on top and who was on bottom, Beacott?
It was definitely, I think, the first time we've seen a 4-way tie, right? We've seen a lot of 3-way ties, especially in like Europe and China, where like those Division 1s get 4 slots into the major and normally have tiebreakers. But I think the one thing that really stuck out was that Penguin Squad victory over Felt. Like that was the big upset that I think kind of led to this 4-way tiebreaker, and Penguin Squad said we weren't dead yet and we're gonna try again.
Yeah, at least there may have still been some ties, but it wouldn't have been for elimination, because that is what is at stake today. One of these 4 teams is getting knocked out of Division 2 and will have to go through those qualifiers again. So Penguin Squad pulling off the massive upset really shook things up, brought 4 teams into this situation. If you're one of these teams like C-Dub or Get Cut, you're thinking, we're okay. We didn't have the best season. We went 3-4, but suddenly you've got to fight for avoiding getting eliminated. So it's a lot of pressure on today's games.
Yeah, definitely feels rough for some of these teams, especially like we were talking before we started, like the standing counts, and like teams have kind of had stand-ins come in later on in the season, like C-Dub. They went from Aframoosh to Duster, and like they announced that Duster is officially part of the team. So it's like kind of weird to just throw it into this position where, you're officially part of the team. Maybe that decision was made when you were starting the season out thinking, hey, we're definitely staying in Division 2, because all of a sudden you could end today and be out of the division completely.
Yeah. Well, there's your schedule for today. We start things off with Fart Studios versus Penguin Squad. We followed up with C-Dub versus The Cut. Then I believe the 2 losers of the first 2 series will play against each other in the 3rd series, which essentially determines who gets eliminated, and the final 4th series will be the 2 winners to determine who gets 4th place. So essentially it's like this little mini bracket. 4 teams, 2 teams play each other, the 2 winners play off, and then the 2 losers play off, and then we'll be able to rank the teams from, 1st to 4th, and slot them into the final placement. You mentioned the stands. I think that is important because, one of both the first 2 teams we're seeing it, teams have started using stand-ins. We're going to be seeing Farts Studios with Monkeys Forever again, where they've looked a lot better with him. Although this time around, he's standing in for Jenkins, who I believe is busy at the major. And then Penguin Squad, my understanding is they've used up their standing. They've played with the standing 4 times, so they're back to their original roster. They won't have Kid, they won't have 98 Flow, and that's where maybe things for them could be a bit shaky.
Yeah, I think Kid was a really good addition. If not, I'm thinking he might be a permanent addition to this team, but it's similar situation. I was talking about it before we started as well. It was like Irving was stood in for by Yang in the Chinese DPC last year, and then when it came down to tiebreakers, they'd run out of stand-ins, and they were like, oh, well, Irving he has back problems and isn't going to be able to play today. So, it's weird to be like, oh, well, I've been kicked from my team and now I have to help them stay in Division 2. Like, that's kind of like weird feelings all around. Hey, I'll definitely help you guys, team that doesn't want me anymore. Like, it's kind of weird.
And it's tricky with the team because, you want to, if you, let's say you change your, you unofficially change your roster mid-season, you want to, bring those stand-ins in and play with them as much as possible. But then you suddenly in tiebreakers, it's like, oh crap. Yeah. Now what do we do?
I had to take care of it earlier on so this didn't happen. But now they're in tiebreakers.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, we'll take a quick look at our first series and compare these two teams going head-to-head. Fart Studios up against Penguin Squad. The first time these two teams met, I should know this, I believe that was actually one of the Penguin Squad's upsets. I think they took that series 2-1, if I recall correctly. And yeah, that was part of the reason we had these tiebreakers. Penguin Squad beat them, they beat Felt, they beat Eternity. How do you feel like these teams match up when it comes to playstyle and just general hero picks? Is there a lot of overlap? And yeah, how do you think they match up?
It depends which iteration of the roster. That's the thing. Like, I think Fort Studios plays more comfortably when they had Monkeys Forever and Jenkins, but now it's like we're going to see them for the first time with Monkeys Forever and Sonic. And not to say that Sonic was the weakest link, but it did feel like Fart Studios meshed better, even though they got 2-0'd yesterday by Dogchamp, which is like kind of expected because Dogchamp's been just killing everybody. But like they definitely felt like they're playing better, and the like the air in the room isn't the same. Like it feels a lot more laid back to the point where I think they're playing a little bit more fluidly. But now I'm not really sure what to say that we'll see from them. And again, with Penguin Squad, like the whole stand-in situation, I'm a little bit interested to see. Like with Kid, it felt like you had like the secondary carry on your team, someone who was confident enough in the mid lane to really open it up for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I think when we talked to them after one of their earlier series wins, they even said it's like Snow's not really a mid laner. A lot of the team's initial struggles were because they had two carry players essentially. So bringing in Kid and then 98 Flow, essentially they brought in an actual real mid laner, so they didn't have to pick these odd carry mids. You see there, some of these hero picks. Not a single hero overlaps between the two teams and their 5 most picked hero. That is pretty uncommon when it comes to like, there's a pretty established meta at this point on this patch. This patch has been around for a while. People are begging for a new patch, but these teams have a very different approach when it comes to what they're picking.
And I wonder if they're going to focus banning out Monkeys Forever. That seemed to be the switch too, right? Like once he started to stand in for this team, teams were like, all right, well, we're going to ban his heroes specifically and try and make his game a lot harder, because it felt like he was the more like game-defining player on that team for a while. They'll let BSJ or FSJ have whatever he wants. At the end of the day, it feels like it's going to be something that teams have been able to handle for the most part.
Yeah. See there, the odds. It is Fart Studios favored. I think particularly with Monkey. I mean, yesterday they came pretty close to taking a game off Dogchamp. We haven't even touched on Dogchamp when we saw this end. They went 7-0. They went 14 games without a loss. Oof. They absolutely crushed Div 2. Their closest threat to a loss was that game yesterday, though. Fart Studios game 1 were just dominating. They were up like 25 kills to 4 or something with a Monkeys Forever Broodmother, so that's something you kind of have to look out for. You mentioned his hero pool. It's not just the Brood. He plays an amazing Brood, but he has like things like a Brewmaster. He loves these micro heroes. He's a hard hero to play against. So the fact he's standing in again, and yeah, they don't have Jenkins, but Sonic is a 5 player. So it does feel like Monkeys is someone who can really bring a lot of kind of ideas and threats in the draft when it comes to Fart Studios here, Pico.
Right. I'm wondering what we're going to see from Fart Studios. I just don't know how Sonic's going to play. Like that's the thing that's on my mind the most is how hard is Sonic going to play? Is he out of the team, or is he just like wasn't available? Because I know for a lot of these Div 2 teams, like they have other things to do, whether it be school or work or something else. Like I know when stand-ins happen, people immediately assume it's like, oh, he's out of the team, right? Like the only real official announcement for that was C-Dub. It was Afromoosh saying, or C-Dub saying Afromoosh is out, Duster's in. But for everybody else, from what we've heard in some of the interviews too, it's like, oh, well, so-and-so is busy today, or so-and-so's sick and like they can't play and blah, blah, blah. So I'm wondering what we're going to see from Sonic. I think the odds, maybe I would almost shift them, if I had to say, closer to Penguin Squad a little bit. I like what they've been doing, but that also is when they have Kid. So hard to measure out.
Yeah, I'm okay with these odds if it's like, the original roster of Penguin Squad with Rabish, but I'm similar boat as you. It's like, what can we expect out of Sonic? I think at least he's coming in, playing his comfortable role. I think he adds like an interesting dynamic to every team he's on because his hero pool is so unusual. He plays these really weird 5s at times. Like he's a bit of a hero specialist spammer with some of his different picks. Like he spams Magnus 5 in pubs. He plays Coddle 5. But what we did see for the most part with Fart Studios was a bit more standard stuff. So we'll see which look comes out here. We are going to get ourselves into the first draft as we get ourselves ready. It's going to be Penguin Squad playing with the first pick. Fart Studios taking Dire. You've talked to me about some of the Fart Studios players. Who on Penguin Squad do you feel like we need to look out for when it comes to being kind of key for them getting a win today?
I've been liking Crawler and Issei on their supports. Like I think the two of them have played pretty well, especially I would say the 5 Issei. Like he's been fun to watch, and talking to him the other day, he was like super excited that they won, but he's very calm at the same time. Like you could tell there's excitement in the voice, but he's not. He's like, oh, I'm like the third loudest person, but he's also saying that where he's just like, yeah, I'm like the third loudest person. It's whatever, and it's like, oh well, wait, what's the like baseline for loud on this team? I'm like hoping to see him kind of pop off today. He's definitely been my favorite player for Penguin Squad.
Yeah, there he is, and he's a real veteran. I remember, talking with Breaky, we used to cast him like 5 or 6 years ago. There used to be a team Zolotl. They were this fully Mexican team, and they used to pop up every single year in TI qualifiers. They were very consistent, always up there, never quite making it to TI, but they were just a good, solid team, and he was kind of the staple player on that team, although he was, I think, a mid or a carry back then. But great to see him, still competing at that top level and, keeping the Dota dream alive in NA.
Yeah, I always wonder about those shifts, right? Like from core to support, when you've just kind of played so long, or you're, quote, old at like 22 years old or something like that, where you're like, these young kids are coming in, they're playing core, I have to go down to support. What the shift is. I guess technically you're then the veteran, the shot calling, and you're making the calls, at least from what he was saying too. Like he does make a good amount of those calls, so it's interesting when players make that shift from core to support. I just stay in support. I know how bad I am.
Stay in your lane.
Yeah, exactly. I have one lane and one lane only.
Yeah, me, I was like, I'm done playing solo queue ranked Dota. I'll play casually with friends every now and then. But the stress from the way it affected my mood, I was just like, nope, we're done. I'll cast. I'll watch Dota. Do I want to queue for a game or do I want to watch Crit play a game? I'll watch Crit stream instead. That's kind of my mentality these days.
I'll get angry for Crit if his game gets upended by somebody who's like being annoying or smurfing. But in my games, I'm out.
You get to kind of experience a little from the outside, and then you just walk off like, whatever. But if you're the person in that game, you walk away feeling kind of miserable sometimes. But anyways, these players, they don't have to worry about anyone throwing their games. Hopefully their teammates are, on their A game today.
That's why they got rid of Jenkins. So, that's why he's not here today.
Yeah, it wasn't enough just to demote Jenkins from offlane to support. They had to just completely take him out of the picture. Like, come on, man, too many questionable performances. But even without Jenkins, they're still picking the Treant Protector. This was something he played like every game since he's been on 5 almost. Just obviously very standard stuff. Penguin Squad, I think, this just goes back, I think, to the different hero pools because, first pick Tusk. Tusk is a meta hero, but it's not usually like necessarily a first overall pick. At least a lot of the other teams are prioritizing more stuff like Treant, for example.
Yeah, the Tusk is kind of an interesting one to me. I feel like it works in a support role. We saw it for a long time in the mid fashion, but I'm not like the biggest fan of that, the way the matchups have been going recently. I definitely just love it more support, and seeing it up against what feels like two really good meta supports at the moment in Rubik and Treant, I'm already a little bit worried. I just feel like this duo has proven itself to be like one of the strongest duos of supports out there.
I feel like we see this duo especially when teams have second pick. They're like, let's just Treant Rubik, pick double support. These two heroes have everything you need. Team fights, some wave push from Rubik, some pick off from Rubik. You've got BKB Pearson to say, like, these two heroes have like no real holes when it comes to a support duo. So, and when you have second pick, you don't want to like maybe reveal a core, get counter pick. So it's just like Rubik Treant, but like the safest opening duo for second pick teams, it seems.
So what are they going to do here? No Lina, no Nature's Prophet. Those are the two heroes that like one or the other has been making it through, and there's also no Death Prophet. Like that to me is like the 3 meta of the meta, and Bat Rider gets picked. And I know during the major today there was like some offlane Bat Rider picking, but I love this hero mid. I feel like it can do really well, and in the right hands, like get those early boots of travel, make a rotation over to the side lane, use your first lasso out to like open up your carries lane or something like that. I find to be very strong.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams have be even banning Bat first phase because it's a really tough hero to deal with, particularly picked here. They're going to get to ban out, the obvious counters. They ban out Slark. They can ban out some of those bad mid matchups. Like I would expect to see a Queen of Pain banned out. That's the other common ban. And yeah, it puts a bit of pressure on Fart Studios. It gives Penguins something to kind of build their draft around. I think for the most part, yeah, the mid bat has looked the most potent. But there is potential to swap it, put it into an offlane if you feel like something absolutely, maybe demands it. The question is maybe if it is mid lane, how does Snow fare on it? Because Snow, we've talked about, is a bit more of a carry player, as is kind of Rebish. So do they have a mid bat rider player without their mid stand-in players? That could be a bit of a problem for Penguin squad potentially.
Yeah. That being said, though, I'm looking at the Penguin Squad Fart Studios first matchup when they played that BO3 and Penguin Squad 1. Like, they didn't play with any stand-ins that day from what it looks like. Or at least that's what it's saying on Wikipedia. It just that is interesting to me, considering I think the later iteration with Kid on Penguin Squad felt like the strongest. But it is BO1s. Like, that did go to 3 games, so both teams were able to take a game off for each other /series, and I'm a little bit interested to see how this goes for both these teams. I wonder if with Monkeys Forever, this iteration of Fart Studios is just a little bit better than what it was back then.
Yeah, and it's definitely one of the things I think with Fart Studios, like at the start of the season, I feel like we're watching them like with these high expectations and they just weren't quite living up to them. They have been a bit of a roller coaster team. Like some games in series, it feels like they really show up and have great games. Other times, not so much the case. But more recently, yeah, since Monkeys has come on, it feels like, the vibes are good and the players definitely picked up. Like Monkeys has just been super solid. Like he was him and Nushim. I think it's great because him and Nushim like seem like the two most consistent, well-performing players on the team. We saw it yesterday when they played against Dog Champ and almost won. Those two were like both insane scorelines. So we'll see if they can kind of continue that. It does feel like, this is a different Fart Studio since when these two teams first played.
Banning a lot of FSJ heroes right now, and then that frees up Monkeys to have his patented Brewmaster. I'm a little surprised at that because we were saying it before the draft even started. The teams since Monkeys Forever joined in, like the ban focus has been for him.
Yep, I think they felt like they had to just ban out the Batrider counters. What's really interesting to me is they ban out all the carry counters because most teams have been banning Quap. This almost suggests that Batrider may be an offlaner if these are all the heroes they want to ban out. Like if you're planning to send Batrider mid, like you want to maybe ban out a Slark or something, or some of these heroes which are annoying, but you're not laning against those. You want to ban out the heroes that give you a tough time in lane. So I actually think we could be seeing that offlane Batrider. You kind of mentioned that popped out at the major as well, because otherwise, why ban just carries? You'd ban a Quap, you'd ban some of these. I mean, that Quap's the worst matchup. So it does kind of, I think, tip their hand a bit that maybe Batrider's going offlane. And if you're Fart Studios, you're thinking, okay, maybe we don't pick Quap, because if they're not sending Bat mid, we don't necessarily need this Quap.
Yeah, I'm a little worried, though, about Bat in the offlane. Like, though, not my own thoughts, panel thoughts from the major. They were saying that early Bat is good because he's getting those levels pretty quickly, but when he's in the offlane sharing that experience, he doesn't feel a hero. The sticky napalm early is not as good when it's just taking forever to level up, and it would be Bat Tusk, unless they throw Tusk mid. Is that really the strongest lane?
Yeah, I think knowing how Penguin Squad play, they're probably playing Tusk as a support. It kind of feels the Spirit Breaker role. They played a ton of Spirit Breaker. They get a Disruptor for now. So Disruptor Jug. They just want to pick a strong lane. Give this Brewmaster a tough time in lane. Jug, by the way. When's the last time you saw or cast a Juggernaut game? I mean, it's probably... Maybe you did cast one recently, but I feel like I have not seen this hero in a long, long time.
Yeah, it has not been... When you think about carries, it's definitely not been the one that's...
5 seconds remaining.
There's so many options right now that just rank higher than Jug, and it's been a long time since I've seen this hero. Maybe sustainable with early point in the healing ward or something like that.
Yeah, I think having the kill threat here, it's kind of weird because we also don't see much or any Brewmaster until, Monkeys came in and, showed off what this hero can do in the offlane. But in my mind, Jug is being just kind of picked as a strong laner to play into the Brew. You pair it with a good ranged support, and I would give the Disruptor Jug like a 60-40 edge over a Rubik Brewmaster here. But it is going to come down to execution, but it gives Penguin Squad a way to win this safe lane and stop this brew from being an absolute menace in this game.
Team back.
God, I don't know what it is, but every time Monkey's Forever is, you're like looking at this 5 screen, it's like everybody's laughing, and I feel like it's always something that he's saying.
What?
Like he's just making everybody laugh. Legion Commander. That might have been why they laughed. They're like, all right, let's pick Legion Commander, and everybody said, are you sure?
That may be farthest chase hero.
That could be.
They're banning out all the Batrider counters for the safe lane, and he's like, oh, don't worry, I got this. Legion Commander can purge off the napalm with press the attack. Not a terrible idea, by the way. It's just, and I feel like this is the kind of hero that he would, like, his hero pool's just been, like, weird in the safe lane carry. It's like he doesn't play the meta carry so much. One of these heroes is going mid or carry, so and we know Monkeys is playing brew. Let's be real here. So unless Monkeys is going like mid brew or safe lane brew, I think Legion has to be a mid or carry, and my money's on that being farthest stay playing carry Legion.
I feel like that's very Beast Coast of him, old school Beast Coast.
True. Yeah, pick a bunch of melee heroes and fighting carry that just like runs at your opponent.
So many players on Penguin Squad also play in the dark.
Yeah.
I can't do that. Like my eyes just
Really?
start to strain really heavily when I'm out in the dark like that. I have to have like some light on.
Oh, I'm a goblin. I love the dark for gaming.
I can't do it. Not for Dota. I think for other games I can.
True. Yeah, especially if it's like one of those like immersive, like, story-driven games, like just turn off all the lights, make it as dark as possible. I want to like just focus on my screen.
Like Dead Space did that in the dark. I remember doing that when I was way younger. Like even like Elden Ring now was one of those games that I played in the dark. But
It's probably not the best, climatization practice, since you go to any big event, you're not going to be playing in the dark. So
Yeah. Hey, can
You
we turn
wanna-
all the
you wanna
lights in
get-
the arena off, please? This is how I play normally.
yeah. Can we just make this room pitch black? I'm sure they'll blind. We'll turn the screen off too while we're at it. People don't need to see; they'll just hear us typing.
Exactly. Gosh, just make it really nighttime for me.
No.
Banning 2 I Annihilate heroes with the Puck and the Invoker, especially that Invoker. We've seen I Annihilate destroy with that.
So yeah, we're looking at mid laners. With Penguin Squad, who knows? If it's Snow playing mid, it goes back to the start of the season where he was playing like more carry mids. Like he'd play TA, he played Medusa mid. Like it's kind of anyone's guess when it comes to what his hero pool is going to be. And there's a carry mid, but it's at least something a bit more meta. Shadow Fiend coming out.
Whew. So, yeah, mid Shadow Fiend, safe lane, Jug, off lane, Bat. Their catch is like Lasso, Snowball, Glimpse, Kinetic Field.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not like entirely sold on that,
5 seconds remaining.
especially like Brewmaster level 6. If he just Cyclones the Shadow Fiend, takes him out of the fight or something. The Lasso is not going to be great with Press the Attack.
I think their catch is okay, but they definitely fall off. I think the team fight department, like they've got Disruptor
gee.
SF ults, but I Annihilate kind of classic here. He's played this already at least once during the season. I wouldn't necessarily consider this like an SF counter though, but it does give him like another save against like the Lasso and stuff, against Omni Slash. That's a... Whew. But everyone's bringing out all the classes. This first Studios draft is kind of wild when you look at their 3 cores. 3 super non-meta heroes.
Yeah, odd with the OD. I keep getting told this hero's trash tier. That's by people way better at the game than I am, or also my teammates. But also, I'm just a little worried, like about the OD. Everything else seems kind of like sure I can see where it's gonna work here. I still think Fart Studios draft is better. I think they have a lot of counters that are going to work out well. I worry if the SF's ever going to get a Requiem off once everybody kind of hits like that 6 mark. Oh, I charge up Requiem. Okay, Telekinesis. Okay, Cyclone. Okay, Overgrowth comes in, and this is like, how are you ever going to be free in this game until you get BKB? Even then, it's rough.
Yeah. So despite the OD being in the maybe trash hero pool, you're still liking Fart Studios as a whole. It sounds like.
Yeah, I think I'm backing up the gas and putting it on the farts.
We'll see if they've maybe got anything to stop that gas explosion coming out from the Fart Studio side. A lot of pressure on Snow. His Shadow Fiend, I think the fact he got an OD picked into him, it should be an okay matchup, or at least one where he gets farm. We've seen Snow, occasionally pop up from the mid lane. It is, back to the full roster for Penguin Squad. We're going to see if they can take this. It's just one game. It's, the tiebreakers for best of ones. You're not eliminated if you lose this. You've got to lose twice to get eliminated. So we're going to head on over to the casters to see how things unravel between Penguin Squad and Fart Studio. Take it away, Waga and Breaky.
All right. Thank you very much, Gods and B-Cop. Appreciate that. And yeah, as mentioned, this is it. This is a one-game series. You win this. You still play it later on today, but you've already guaranteed that you're not going to be eliminated for going into the next season. You lose this, there's then that chance on the line. So, yeah, very well reiterated there as far as what we got. But Waga, some interesting stuff to talk about with the draft. I mean, we got some cores here on the start of Fart Studios. The Legion Commander hands of BSJ, even that OD final pick. What do you make of all of it?
There's some interesting stuff. I like what God's pointed out there as well, that they have 2 saves against the lasso. That's always a nightmarish situation to be playing Batrider. Also, there's the instant disable from being picked up by Telekinesis of Rubik. So they have good reactions to the Batrider, I feel. Overall, Fart Studios draft is a little bit strange, but this... the carry Legion is not that weird. In this meta, we see a lot of heroes that are not traditionally carries being run as carries to give your team that edge in the early game. What is interesting to me in this game is that Ease is playing Juggernaut. He's not their carry player from before, right? He started out this season playing as their support, and I believe he's the highest ranked player in their team. But he has, shouldered the carry role here. He's like, all right, I'm a carry, you guys. But this is a role swap.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it was Ravish was previously playing that position 1 for them. So now, again, it goes back to East. It obviously has a long history. The panel was talking about that earlier on, in the mid and the core role as well. So not necessarily that surprising in that aspect. But yeah, as far as this goes, a little bit surprising with what they've been running here in Division 2. Now, as we were seeing there, he just simply got caught. That was a good setup by Fart Studios going for the bottom bounty rune. And Juggernaut was not
back
ready.
To support. Your carry days are over. You died once.
Get out of here. No, he's gonna have to. Well, he's gonna walk back to the top lane because we have a bit of a swish up here. So there's a lot of funky stuff happening in this game, Waga. It's gonna be Satoshi on Barrett. Oh no, now he's teleporting bottom. So they were waiting to see the lane matchups, I suppose.
Yeah, I think they expected that Legion would be top, and they were sending the Juggernaut there. They wanted that matchup, but then he sees that Legion's bottom, immediately TP's down there, Battery TP's top, and we're not going to see a lane swap coming out from the side of Fart because they TP'd top with Brewmaster. So Brew having to TP up there, that locks the lanes into this position, and that works out better for Penguin Squad here.
Picking a Brew in the hands of Monkeys, for those that maybe missed previously when he got the chance to play for Fart Squad and a couple of series ago. Again, this guy knows what he's doing on Brewmaster, and it was fun to watch. So for the sake of Fart Studios, expecting and hoping for a great performance once again. But I mean, do you think Brewmaster is setting up to have a good time this game?
I think so, but they have one of the best tools in the entire game against Brew, in my opinion. That's Disruptor, because you can have that Static Storm drop down. It is a reliable silence. Even if he gets something like Aeon Disc, the silence stays on the ground. You cannot just rely on the Aeon Disc to get your ulti out as Brewmaster if we go to that stage. However, there's also a chance that he just does what he did last game, which is just Aura build, not the Aeon Disc build. Probably going to get that Aghanims and play around Auras heavily.
Yeah, certainly expect that Aghanims at the very least. Again, that was really the big part of the build, at least for me, that stood out. That the microwing of that minion of his, specifically the Spirit One, throwing them up in the air for such a long duration, taking them out of the fight. And yeah, B-Cup was talking about how Shadow Fiend, it's going to be difficult for this hero to get off these big Requiems this game, it feels like.
Probably. It looks fairly difficult, and even if he does get it off, there's the chance that Rubik steals it. Top, we have a lot of brawling here, chasing down the Brewmaster. They're running pretty low, but a lot of sticky napalm stacks.
Yeah, I think that should be enough. Satoshi going to Suicide for this. He pretty much knew it at that point, but he did get the kill first, so you can certainly say worth it. He's going to get that regen, and we'll teleport back to the lane. But yeah, very committed dive there.
Yeah, and that's a lot of creeps that are dying without any of the core heroes there. So Newsham takes over dominance here of the lane for a little bit and stops the Tusks from getting any CS while the cores are away. Speaking a little bit about mid lane as well, we currently have 13 and 6 on the Shadow Fiend, so 6 denies against the 12 and 1 now of OD. So doing a good job here in the start is the SF. I would say this is a pretty SF favored matchup though.
Keeping to Shadow Fiend as bottom lane, we do have some action, but nope, the glimpse back and you'll be fine. We normally lately have been seeing that right click build, you know, the you get the talents that support that right click auto attack damage. But I mean, this game he's playing mid, he has a Juggernaut carry to work with. Does he go more of the spell damage?
I think you still go right click. You might rely on your spells a little bit in the early game, of course, to dominate the lane and to have generally a good start. But I very much prefer the right click SF over spellcaster. I think it's more reliable. I think it's better in this game as well. I've seen so many Arcane Blink attempters just fall flat entirely.
It's so fun though.
Whereas just Dragonlance into like Silver Edge BKB is always gonna have good impact unless you're massively misplaying.
That's fair. And yeah, here we are sitting about talking like Requiem's going to be already very difficult to get off. So yeah, it feels like it's still leaning towards that physical damage build, but we'll see what he decides to go for. Obviously, Disruptor going down at the bottom lane while we're discussing that. Just simply too much damage happening, and Treant, as usual, providing plenty of harassment. And again, in the hands of Sonic this time. Sonic, of course, their original member at the beginning of the season. Then Monkeys had stepped in, and Jenkins was playing support, but now Jenkins at the mage. So swapping all over the place. But Satoshi top lane, he's being swapped back in the tower.
Too far out there, close to the tower, without any backup from its Tusk as well. Gets tipped by the Team Fart Studios there for that death. And Treant almost going down to a Juggernaut, but he's going to make it out just fine. He has that Windlace and the boots, and Juggernaut doesn't have face boots yet, so not quite capable of catching this tree, as he has that 12% movement speed bonus too in the tree line.
Yeah, it'll be good for now, kicking in that regen, and Fart SJ kind of bodying him, the others away from him. While we're talking about Fart SJ here on the Legion Commander, as we have 5 minutes, by the way, so rotations. In fact, let's look at this, what's going on. Tusk rotating mid with the smoke currently. Shadow Fiend going to be put under.
Oh,
Tusk waiting for the timing.
Could be a good time to go here if Tusk gets close enough.
Oh, and of course, bottom lane, that's where the kill happens. I want to go towards the middle, but back to the mid lane. Is this happening now? Yeah, now he's going. There's another Astral coming out, Ravish. He's got the shards. Now, will the follow-up be enough from Shadow Fiend? There's one raise. Gonna get the second one off. Tag team as well. There's a second one. Needs to get closer for the third one. Auto attacks flying in. Ravish trying to keep it slowed enough, but it's not gonna be enough. Annihilate just simply walking away in the end, and now they're going for the turn kill on a Tusk. Rotation from Treant. Out goes the Nature's Grasp. Ravish. He's
trying to give it to OD,
him a
but
little
gonna
bit,
have to take it on the tree. And meanwhile, top lane also quite the dive here. Going to be a kill onto the Batrider again, and Rubik does go down in the end, so Batrider at least getting a consolation prize, but having a pretty rough start here, to say the least. 3 deaths to his name, only 14 CS, the lowest out of all the cores. Satoshi not really enjoying life here on his Batrider.
Yeah, and obviously we see that you mentioned the death on Rubik, but assisting in that kill first, and Nusham playing the Rubik, you know, good to see that for the sake of Fart Studios. But this opening too, that really stood out to me for Fart Studios, even more than against other teams. It's obviously they're very meta heroes with the Treant and the Rubik, but it's also 2 heroes that are really good as this. I'm watching this Treant, by the way. He's almost soloing the Disruptor.
And he's tanky enough. He can just get one more punch here. Actually, not even going to be needed as the nuke comes in from the Legion. Who gets level 6 and has the duel available now.
He wants this kill. He wants revenge. Oh, there's the duel going off, and now Sonic assisting for the victory. No, not going to be the victory, but they will get the kill.
He had to duel there just to save the Treant, so it was a good use of the duel, even though it was early to get the damage. Well played by Fart SJ there. Nice rotation over, and bottom lane very dominant here for Fart Studios, and then top lane also looking great. The only lane that really went the way of Penguin's God to begin with was the Shadow Fiend mid lane there. But even the counter rotation from Treant kind of stopped that as well.
Yeah, stop their kill chance onto OD. But yeah, back to that previous point again, just to finish it, those 2 heroes are fantastic against Spearbreaker. Spearbreaker, the #1 picked up hero for Penguin Squad in this tournament. So yeah, I saw that with the opening. I was like, oh yeah, they know what they're doing with this draft. But yeah, 2 strong heroes to go with and make some plays early on as you'd expect. Annihilate. He's in trouble though. This time I don't think he's getting out. Treant is somewhat there, but with both Tusk and Disruptor, there's no getting away.
That's the danger of just using your ability top. Meanwhile, dive onto Monkeys Forever, who's so close to level 6 but doesn't have it. Not going to be able to fade or split, but he does get to under tower. Fade bolt along with the tower hit, and he stays alive, gets an urn charge for himself. And he is going with having trouble seeing straight. All chat.
I'm surprised the tips didn't follow up that one as well. Because, yeah, that's seemed like a moment for that. But no, that was Satoshi a little too confident right there, and obviously good support. Once again, coming up from Nushan. Brewmaster also now level 6, as you're getting at right there, too. So Primal Split online and ready to be used, and certainly could come into play soon now.
Yeah, I like that choice to go for an Urn of Shadows as well on him. That's just such an aggressive option here for the Brewmaster, and works really well with his Cinder Brew. You can trigger it with Urn, similar to Invoker with Cold Snap and Urn combo.
Rubik checking this out. He's going to run into Disruptor. He actually steals the strike there. That Thunder Strike kinetic field put down by Crawler. Crawler's like, wait a second, that's my ability. You're going to kill me with it. Oh, no.
And meanwhile, Ravish getting caught out as well. He's got Snowball to the Ancients, but still dead, I think.
Well, Shard's helping him out, but with Rubik running in, we're trying to let OD even get the last hit, and I Annihilate will do exactly that. So, yeah, both supports going down on the side of Penguin Squad. The movement's really commenced here for Fart Studios.
Yeah, and all you need to make sure that your team stays in DPC Div 2 here is to win one series. Then you're guaranteed that you're not dropping out at least. So this first game here is very important as it can guarantee you that safety. Of course, even if you lose, you still have a second chance to stay in. That's the way the four-way tie is going to work out.
Yeah, so far Studios feeling pretty good right now, certainly. You're in this best set of one, but Monkeys was searching. Monkeys saw the stack of Ancients there, but not going to do much about it right now. He's going to be glimpsed back, but it's just inconvenience.
Going on to a Legion, trying to get him. Oh, the shards block out his own teammate.
Uh-oh, Ravish. He could now be in trouble for this. A duel? Oh, I thought he's going for it for a second, trying to run in, but...
Actually, the Legion getting living armor from Treant there makes it impossible for him to die almost. The OD now coming in with the ulti as well. That's going to be a duel.
And that's a kill, right? Oh, the spin might make it difficult, so no victory, and he is still going to die by Fart SJ. And it's a lot of return damage. Snow showing up as well, and they end up taking him out. Satoshi going down at the top lane meanwhile, though, while that's happening. So still pretty good for Fart Studios, considering.
Yeah, it looks like it might be a dual kill, but he didn't get the Presti attack, and he also didn't get to nuke before dueling, as the Juggernaut was spinning immediately out of OD's imprisonment. So, needed to be very lucky with his retaliation procs, but not gonna happen there.
TP's happening to the top lane, Monkeys. He does not have Primal Split currently, so needing to fall back for now, and he's going to respect the response so far as Juggernaut shows up. Yeah, it's been I was about to say it's been a fairly difficult game for ESO Juggernaut, but honestly, his net worth isn't that bad. He's actually 4th overall, 4,200 net worth. Doing all right at stat bottom. You got Nusham getting really low there, but
he's doing okay. But he's Juggernaut in a game against stuff like Duel and like the Legion Commander Duel is a very, very good tool to shut down Juggernaut, especially once the Blade Mail comes up. Rubik now getting caught by a Disruptor. That glimpse showing why Disruptor is having such good success here, and even with Tusk, so close connecting there, almost cut out 3.
Yeah, how about Sonic just counter-warning in the meantime. Bit of confidence right there, but right to be so, as he is able to do so successfully. He's level 6 on that Treant, but also helping to provide some pressure to allow for this bottom tower push to happen from I Annihilate, who's down here, who almost has that 4-staff, by the way, and it is going to be the straight-up Hurricane Pike.
Yeah,
for the first
I like this build against the Tusk and the Disruptor. It's a way to just keep yourself safe against these positioning tools. Sometimes we see Meteor Hammer start, sometimes we see Witchblade, but honestly, just a good old 4-staff on OD feels amazing. It's a really nice item to have. It's similar to playing Silencer Core. If you don't have a 4-staff, you're kind of just free food, but once you have 4-staff, it changes the game entirely for you.
Yeah. In fact, he's 1-1-3, pretty good as well considering. Legion Commander working on that Blade Mail first. So I was gonna say with LC, technically playing more of the position 1 in the hands of BSJ. What can we see on him with the build? But well, top lane, Good time to think about that more, because Snowball going to be used by Ravish as he's trying to escape the Walrus Punch, but just delaying the inevitable. Feels like Clips back as a duel comes out. He is going to finally get a victory, though, on BSJ. Meanwhile, the back line, Sonic is in. Regrowth was popped, and they take out Disruptor as well. East continues to run. He has Omni Slash. The nuke's coming out from Rubik with that stolen Shadow Rays. And they are absolutely hunting. Going to force out an Omni Slash defensively right here. But as soon as he comes back down, I'm sure he's, well, maybe not dead. The spin as well. He is fine. Oh. No way. Oh, just misses. He's still going. He wants to kill the Primal.
Monkeys wants this kill so badly.
He really wants this kill. Meanwhile, Snow in the back line's getting 2 kills. Finally, Juggernaut. Yes, Juggernaut is going to go down with the commitment of Monkeys, but here comes Shadowfiend now.
Now he's in a pretty bad spot on the Brewmaster here. Monkeys, what have you done?
Not worth. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Not worth at all. Satoshi is getting low too, but no, Monkeys will fall first. And yes, no, absolutely bonkers there with all that fighting.
Monkeys will be the first to justify this time, saying completely worth. 4 people rotated just to kill him after he kills the carry. You know, 5 people attention. Completely worth ulti. If he wasn't the #1 most farmed player on the field, I would, you know, probably agree with him as well. But he did die as, you know, top farmer here on the Brewmaster. And a lot of bounty runes going the way of Snow here.
Yeah, and after all those kills too, how about Shadowfiend's farm? And there's a Requiem. He's able to cast it from a distance. Gonna fear back and do some damage to the LC, who's trying to survive this whole time. Static Storm down, and nope, the Rays will finish the job. So LC going down, but Odie is like, all right, I'm gonna take you out with the Sandy Days Eclipse. That was just a Tusk though, and that's a really long cooldown to do so. Sonic, double kill for Snow coming out. This Shadowfiend is just really popping off now.
Yeah, Snow is having a fantastic game. He is going to have to run here to get out, and Rubik is in pursuit.
Annihilate takes out E, so Snow, he knows he's a valuable target, and he is in trouble. They're absolutely going to dive him now. He says, I got to fight this. Turns around with the Raise spam, but OD going to look the other way as he puts him under for the kill. 6 kill streak stopper. Look at that gold going the way of Annihilate.
Cool guys don't look at explosions right there. Imprison him and just walk away. Yeah, you're done. Meanwhile, bottom, a little bit of an attempt here by BSJ to catch this Batrider who's working on his BKB first item, no travels. This is a pretty sad build to have to go for. I understand it against both Treant and OD. I mean, playing against OD, you pretty much always need BKB, that's just how it goes. But not getting travels first feels so bad. Being slow on Batrider is the worst feeling in the world.
I mean, this goes back to the draft though, right, of our studios. So much of it was to really counter this Batrider in many facets. Like, this hero does feel so bad, frankly, considering the heroes he's up against, and he's kind of just having to make do with what he's got. So yeah, going to BKB, but even that isn't necessarily going to be the ultimate answer to that point. So
no,
it's a
I mean, they
struggle.
can still save. They still press the attack to cancel lasso. They can still imprison the guy who is getting lassoed, which doesn't stop them from being pulled across the astral dimension, but it does save them a little bit.
Well, Disruptor thought about maybe using a glimpse right there, but thinking otherwise, turns around and runs away. BSJ does have that Blade Mill, another 1,500 gold saved up, so he's working towards the Blink, but not online yet. Pressure mid tower, though.
Yeah, this mid tower pressure probably not going to be responded to in any way. They're looking for top, but Monkey already has his Aghanim, so he can just start lifting people, and this is so annoying to play against.
Yeah, it's... Again, we saw it the other day, and I feel like we used that word multiple times. Annoying.
Yeah,
yes, you just feel for them.
It's almost extra value in this game because you can dispel stuff like Thunderstrike and the Sticky Napalm are 2 effects that you can dispel. So having that Storm Panda all the time is very useful this game for not just aggressive annoyance with the Cyclone, but also for saving people or yourself.
Absolutely. And right here is using the Storm to, well, he was wind walking forward, but he's figuring out where to go with the team as drawing a line down the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's a 3-player smoke coming out for Penguin squad as BKB has been finished on Batrider. So trying to time this out and get a big jump. You got a Blink on Tusk, Shadowfiend running in with a Yasha and a Dragonlance. Might catch one another over here.
Rabish was scouted here, standing under a ward. They're sending in the Storm Panda, trying to get a lift on him. Monkeys going head first into a lot of people here. Has to be careful.
Gonna be lifted up, those Batrider, and now Batrider's in trouble.
Yeah,
look at this.
Duel.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't get
No! Couldn't get it off in time, being pushed around. He's lassoed up on top of the cliff, though. Very awkward for Fartis J. How do you get out of this one? Snowball going to be used it as well. Ravish going to Oni, puts him under, though. Save his teammate. Now there's a duel. He just gave him a dual target. That's all he did right there on the Tusk. However, they will
Lasso
kill Tree it.
coming in.
Shadow Beam. Yeah, throw it up, and Rubik's like, Lasso's mine. Will help secure the kill in Snow. Yeah, Lasso's way better for the Dire team.
Yeah, it works out really nicely there. He is going to trade it away as far as Jay gets off the high ground here. A little force that from his Rubik.
Top tower
Can
has
blink
fallen.
away and keep farming. But yeah, fantastic fight for Fort Studios. They're just a lot stronger in these engagements. It's very unclear to me how you're supposed to win the engagements on Penguin Squad unless your Juggernaut gets like a clean pick-off with his ulti. That's pretty much it. You get a great Omni Slash and get a quick kill on, I don't know, Treant or Rubik, then maybe you can fight from there.
He has a Maelstrom, phase boot, so again, Ace is doing what he can to pick up some decent farm. He's got the Shard queued up as the next item. No, he is actually going to commit to something else instead.
Oh boy, Crawler. Gonna go down. That's another duel win here. 66 duel damage at 18 minutes in, 19 minutes in now. This Legion Commander is growing very rapidly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, he absolutely is.
And we see that Earth
blink
Panda. Look at the damage.
on the tower. Yeah. Again, we saw it the other day. They had an alacrity, but they haven't pressed the attack this time. So
Oh, you can't press the attack it actually.
you can't. Okay.
Yeah,
Never
magic
mind.
immune things cannot be press the attacked. So alacrity can be used, but since it's immune to spells, that actually works in its disadvantage in that situation.
Interesting. Well, either way, it still does plenty of damage to this
Oh, yeah.
tower, and it's like, what do you do if you're Bat Rider? You kind of just have to let it happen. They're gonna pop fortification, but not much else.
It's so low commitment. How is it a 20-second cooldown spell? He just keeps spawning more and more pandas.
Radiant
Don't you just love it when a player plays an out of meta hero like this, and you kind of see things like you're like, what the hell? This is OP. Like, oh, Ace gets
Juggernauts
killed, by the way.
tried to get out, but the overgrowth kept him in place, and then another dual kill as well. This deep vision providing a nice catch for Fart SJ, catching Crawler again. He's just back-to-back dying to duels here on his Disruptor, having an awful game.
Yeah, eyes a little attention on that. Monkeys Forever Brewmaster, but meanwhile, 2 kills happening for Far Studios elsewhere, and Brew's back to the bottom lane. So obviously Roshan's up. I gotta think Far Studios may be pondering that idea at least. Maybe not the greatest Roshan killing team, so
You know what?
not necessarily.
Fart can kill Roche super fast because they just finished Moonshard on their OD. Look at him right now. He does some insane damage, and he can actually kill Roche in just a matter of seconds here with the help of someone to tank it. Yeah, this OD will easily take down Roche for you.
So is this pretty typical, the follow-up to the Hurricane Pike?
No, it's not super common that you go for a straight Moonshard. This is definitely them feeling confident in the game as well. It's not a bad build, but it's not, it's not a build you would go for if you felt threatened at all. And that just speaks to the level of, confidence that they have in this matchup here.
Best of 1, but again, we've already stressed what's on the line. A win here guarantees that you're staying alive here in Season 2, or going into Season 2 for Division 2, but yeah, I mean, they have every reason to be confident. They got a very comfortable lead, and it's looking good for them across the board. Sonic, though, might be in trouble. Yeah, a little overstepping there.
I mean, he's a plant. I understand wanting to be in the river, get some nourishment here from the water, but he definitely was too deep out of position there on a little support bottom. We're gonna see Brewmaster use ulti to get out of the glimpse. Static Storm was used though, so trading ulti cooldowns at the end of the day.
Yeah, but it's also 4 heroes coming down here, getting distracted by the Brewmaster.
And now that Roche begins, and look at the damage. The Roche is actually gonna fall to the press the attacked OD in just seconds.
are scanning.
That's the ridiculous thing about that hero too, is that how free he could just do what he did with that distraction, as he puts the 2 Brewlings in the base and the other one's just farming way far away. But yeah, Roshan absolutely quick, as you were talking about, and they get the Aegis for that OD, and they are immediately smoked up looking for
Yeah, they want a duel. They want more, and they see someone, Juggernauts.
There you go. Is it a kill? Is it a victory? Support? No, it's not, because Snowball is there. spin from Rubik this whole time, by the way. They kill LC in response as the Omni Slash does the work, but OD lays down the hammer and finally makes a kill happen. Batrider locking down OD. The OD's age is going to be burned. He's on the uphill. He's got a Force Staff, though, although it's on cooldown. So
Nice
Requiem
fear.
used as he comes back up. Yeah, and they just have to fight this. He's going to take out Batrider, and then he puts himself under. So he gets a triple kill throughout all this. Now it's
Oh,
Shadowfiend's turn. Can Shadowfiend win this duel? No, he cannot. Or yes, he can. Actually, doesn't pose, but he gets super low in the process.
Yeah, that
Holy
was a
shnikes.
buyback used by BSJ coming in here as well, looking for a duel or a kill again. Doesn't have duel quite ready and not going to find the disruptor. So buyback used, you got the OD. Good fight overall for Penguins. And there was a moment where OD could just have imprisoned his Legion commander to save him when the Tusk was making the counterplay there. But I think he just forgot a little bit about using Imprison as he wanted to right click so badly. And BSJ ended up just getting killed there.
Oh, still big picture. Far Studios in a pretty decent spot, but gotta respect the Shadow Fiend and what he's been able to do. Again, the Manta, the Chrysalis. He's going to be working on his own BKB next, and certainly damage threat. To clarify, he of course is going the right click build, but really this Juggernaut continues to kind of be a focus in terms of needing more farm out of him to feel truly effective.
Yeah, East is having a horrible game still. I mean, a lot of it goes back to the laning stage that didn't really work out well for them at all. And also, he's been shut down pretty effectively by Sonic on his tree, catching him and using that overgrowth to stop his Blade Fury TP outs. So he's just having a rough game right now. He is, being carried a lot right now by the Shadow Fiend being 8-2-2. Snow is having a fantastic game, but not quite as strong as the OD, who's even ahead of him.
Oh, and they're pinging out bottom lane East. He's going to finish this creep wave, but he's starting to run now, but it might be too late. So
Gonna go
I
for
thought
the Blade
Sonic was
Fury
going to
TP,
go right
but
there.
gonna get cancelled again probably.
Yep.
The moment he drops here, he's gonna try to go for it.
Yep, there you go, and
Even just duel.
there you go. It's like you could just read what was happening. There's a script right there. Knew it the whole
He
time.
doesn't have another play. Like, he tries, but if he tried to TP earlier there, you could say they stayed too long. But Treant kept a close eye on him. Sonic was
Yeah.
never gonna let him leave there, especially having a Blink Dagger on his tree as well. He had a good ward down planted behind. So just well played by Fart Studios here, punishing Penguin Squad as they try to get out on the map.
So it really continues to be on the shoulders of this Snow playing the Shadow Fiend and what he's able to do. As he is a little bit closer to that BKB, as mentioned earlier, has that blink now, so fair amount of mobility to work with. Looking at Brewmaster is going to pipe next, though, so that'll be a nice mitigation in these fights.
Yeah, already having so much magic resistance as well. But top lane, we see an attempt to kill the Treant Protector, ulti used.
Yeah, and this I mean, it might get the kill. He's going to overgrowth, though. Sonic does end up falling, but obviously it's going to come at a cost, maybe? The TP from Satoshi. It is going to be successful. Wow. That was at the very last second. That BKB keeping him alive.
Scary when you're
Not for
almost dying to an OD right-clicking you without Arcane Orb, right? It's through BKB,
Yeah.
just trying to bring you down. Almost got him.
BKB, speaking of that, just delivered to Legion Commander now, so Fart SJ looking to make use of that. Guess who they're going for? Bottom lane. It's East once again.
Yeah, they see him trying to get on the map. They have the lift to set up for the duel.
Oh, no.
There it is.
All right, there it is. LC's waiting, goes in a little early. Doesn't really matter. Duel comes out. Might not be a
They won't get a
victory.
duel win now.
Omni Slash? Is he going to Omni out of this? Yeah, might as well. It's just... That's... Oh, God. Yeah, I just feel for him, man. That's unfortunate.
What can you do? What can you do? He spins one last time before going down. Nice attempt to stay alive. There was a little bit of miscommunication or perhaps cooldown on Dispel Magic, but it's only 8-second cooldown, so it should have been ready to drop down the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
But ultimately, they get the kill. No duel victory, but another takedown on this poor Jug who has now died 9 times in 27 minutes.
I mean, I will say this: he's actually higher net worth than I would have expected, considering how much he's died this game. So there's that, but it's still not good.
Yeah, but the net worth he has accumulated is by rushing out and playing hyper risky and then getting punished every single time. Every third minute, this carry is dying. You know, like that's way too often. You cannot afford to lose him that frequently.
Right. Trying to bring a little positivity here,
it's negative time.
Shut it right down. No, it's a very valid point, though. Yeah. Monkeys using that Earth Panda to just tank the front lines as you would expect, doing plenty of damage.
The armor on OD. Oh my god, he's actually sitting at 44 armor with the living armor.
Again, it's that very awkward spot of like you know you need to defend this, but how the hell do you defend this if you're Penguin Squad?
Well, press the attack and BKB? I don't know.
Tusk, he goes in and then he's just gonna die. that's not what you want.
No high ground misses, of course. Unlucky for Rubbish. All the attacks actually connected there, I think. Every single one.
That's right, yeah. Well, they kill the ranged Rax. The melee Rax, it's going to take a little bit longer, but a very slow, methodical push here by Far Studios, but they're in no rush.
Yeah.
I don't need to finish this game anytime soon.
We see that low commitment push again by Monkeys Forever that we saw in the previous series when he got to play as Brewmaster. Just sitting back, letting the Earth Panda do the heavy lifting. OD also feeling confident enough to go up here. He has Far SJ protecting him with the Presti attack. And this push can just rinse and repeat. They're going to do the same thing mid, and you have to find a way to initiate.
Well, I also like what Far Studios, just so like as a heads up, they actually scanned behind them right there, just in case a flank of some sorts was being set up. But that's not the case as we see, but obviously they don't know that. Okay, well, there you go. Press the attack immediately comes out as the lasso hits. There's the BKB. There is no Ags on Disruptor. And buyback's going to be used by the Tusk. He's already using the Omni Slash trying to kill that Treant, but Treant's going to get out. And East does fall. I annihilate on that killing spree.
Yeah, they tried to quickly get the lasso and then maybe pull back, but to do that, you really need like a Force Staff as well on Batrider or something, so you lasso and immediately Force Staff away, so Legion can't really save as easily. But yeah, they're just desperate. They have no way to really solve this puzzle. This is like the impossible quest for them to find a way to initiate into this.
Well, I know it's a one-game series and everything else on the line. I mean, the good news is for Penguin Squad, they will have one more chance to not be eliminated, but
means you're the best of one to be eliminated from DPC Div 2, though.
Yep,
that is not a fun spot to be in.
But reality is near, and we go back to this. All of us did predict Penguin Squad to be that team, but like I said, and I truly mean that, they seem like a team with potential. And frankly, yes, even a team that does get eliminated today, they still will have a chance. They'll just need to go through the qualifiers, right? So it'll be a longer journey.
Yeah,
to get
at least they won't have a safe spot. But here they go on the OD, trying to burst him.
Oh, well, that's going to work. Okay, the damage is there, and, well, maybe I was wrong to suggest this game is looking like it's over, because OD's dead for 80 seconds.
Yeah, very good catch, and now they're trying to make something more happen. They see the tree, but didn't have Glimpse quite ready yet. All of our studios are retreating now. Brewmaster, though, a little bit caught out.
Yeah, he doesn't have his split yet. He has 12 more seconds on it. He's got a pipe. He's got Guardian Greaves, though. He is so tanky. Great overgrowth from Sonic. The Requiem from Nusham going off, doing so much damage on the Shadow Fiend and everyone else. The fear effect as well is huge. And here's the Primal Split for Brewmaster. So even without the OD, they still have plenty of resources to fight. And Tusk is also going to die to the dual victory of BSJ. And now East has his chance to TP out with a spin, which will actually be successful this time, but obviously a one fight for Far Studios.
Yeah, it was a good burst initially there where they used the Requiem and also went in with everyone to follow up and bring down the OD. They feared away the Legion Commander. It was a nice initiation to the fight, but as the fight continued, of course, Nusham with that stolen Requiem and with the tankiness of this Brewmaster and everyone else sitting on the high ground, it was difficult to get more.
Well, speaking of high ground, Fart Studios going right back to it. Octo Ring Core, by the way, purchased by Rubik. Jeez, that's a fun item to see on him.
Yeah, they also went Solar Crest on Legion Commander to buff up even more, and that can be used on the Earth Panda. So they're using that to buff up the Earth Panda attack speed a little bit here, making it push even faster.
5 hits from the Earth Panda. That Rax is just dead. So there's the Mega Creeps.
Odie is
The
just
last
in.
stand. Yeah, let's just go. Oh, that's again. Far Studios doesn't want to throw this necessarily. As I say that, they are going to go in. Annihilate, jumping in. Lotus Orb going to be applied. He's spinning up. Gets assistance from Rabish, who is going to get a nice snowball off actually. But that press the attack, and that attack speed is absurd of OD. The root. The hit East, but
Lotus
he
Orb,
Omni
anime
Slash,
battle.
but the Lotus Reflect. That's always awkward. Requiem going to be activated, however, Shadow Fiend thrown up right after is going to manage to blink out. Satoshi running in with the BKB, so with no press the attack, it's going to be a good lasso. However, the damage wasn't really there initially, at least. Annihilate putting himself under as he kills Bat Rider. Snow popping his own BKB, but with no Requiem, he kind of just stands there waiting for OD.
Oh, maybe.
Blink away, get out. The Lotus applied. He's still alive some way, somehow. He's still alive. Turns around with the hammer. And that should do it. GG, well played. It's official. Fart Studios is going to be in Season 2 of Division 2.
Yeah, they stay safe with this guaranteed, so they will move on to playing the winners here out of the next series to decide who's going to get that top placement out of them and, of course, secure a little bit extra money. So probably feeling good here. The boys in Fart Studios making sure that they're not going to drop down.
You see some relief, certainly, and the panel wasn't even mentioning. I mean, especially with monkeys being there, it just feels like always laughing. Some joke is always being cracked. Here.
It's not even
Positive
jokes.
is
I've played a lot with this man. It's not jokes. He's just laughing. He's just always happy. He has the most contagious laughter, and if you play with him, that's just what happens. Everyone just laughs all the time. It's a great time, honestly.
It's fun to see. So yeah, again, who knows what that future holds with the roster itself. Obviously, that'll be interesting to see going into Season 2 of Division 2. But again, Far Studio staying alive. Penguin Squad, they're going to have one more shot, but on the verge. Best of one. We'll see what happens. Let's hand it back to the panel, though, to analyze that game.
Thank you, Breaky. Thank you, Waga. We're here to wrap up our opening game. B-Cup, they've done it. Fart Studios will be staying in Division 2 NA. They don't have to go through those qualifiers, and this game felt pretty convincing right from the get-go.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see the 5 position playing carry. I don't know what when that switch was like thought about or talked about. But again, we talked about how the roster had been changing and they were out of stand-in, so they maybe wanted to try something a little bit different and break something that maybe to them wasn't exactly working. But Fort Studios kind of took advantage of that, and the lane shuffles that came early on, like the lanes went really well. There was really never anything that I saw that Fort Studios really let the side of Penguin Squad get away with.
Yeah. They were really good at, it felt like, pushing their advantage, like playing on the enemy side of the map. OD just got massive. Like, that was the one hero I had, like, you know, maybe some slight doubts about, like, how it was going to fit in. Like, it was good to have that extra layer of kind of save, but it wasn't really about the save. This OD was just carrying the hell out of this game. Like, I annihilate top net worth, having an amazing performance. So was Monkeys on the Brew. I love seeing him diving the tier 3 top, solo killing the enemy jug. And he's like, oh, you know, I'm dead now, but I got the carry. You know, space created. It was a treat to watch some of these individual performances as well as the team one.
Yeah, and it felt like Sonic was kind of playing out of control too, right? Like, he got this train and all of a sudden, like, the confidence was certainly there. And I think that maybe, again, stems from the attitude coming with Monkeys Forever. I don't know if you're not just Fort Studios, but every team around the world. Take notice what Monkeys Forever makes everybody a little bit more relaxed. That is definitely the vibe that you want coming into some of these games and making it easier to play with. And you could see 7-2 and 18 for him. FSJ had a little bit of a slower start, I will say, with the duels, but he had like 10 dual damage for a little while. And then all of a sudden, it was just like, all right, off to the races. I've got Annihilate doing really well. He's helping me with this damage. Monkeys Forever comes in, and it's just boom, 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 boom. All of a sudden, I have a ridiculous amount of dual damage going on.
Yeah, no, it really started to scale up there in the late game. There never really felt like there was much hope for any kind of a comeback with Issa's Jug. You know, he's not the carry player typically. He has played some carry in the past, just, 2-11. Tough game for him. Snow looked all right on the SF, 8-4-4. He had his moments. But Satoshi's Batrider also got completely shut down. Had a really bad laning stage where he was, like, by far the least farm core. I don't know how you feel. I'm curious, like when it comes to Penguin Squad, they're not eliminated yet, but they're going to be going into that loser matchup where they have to win to stay. They've been in that situation before against Felt. They're going to be in it once more. How do you feel about their chances up against one of C-Dub or the Cut?
I'm not too high on it. The way Rabish played, the way Issei played, it just feels like it feels lacking. There's a lot to be desired there. They didn't look comfortable, especially Rabish on this Tusk. Like, he was just jumping in, going for plays that just weren't exactly available to him, and dying right after. Like that play over bottom, he jumps in, throws a snowball, walrus punch, I'm dead. Cool, awesome. 5 shots from the OD is enough.
Yeah. Well, Penguin Squad, they may have survived the firing squad, but they find their head in the guillotine still, and it is going to be Fart Studios taking the opening game out tiebreakers. Monkeys Forever is your MVP. Fantastic performance. What is there much more to say from him? What do teams need to be banning his brew? How good and impactful was he in this game, Beacon?
I think he had a big impact. Like 18 assists, he's always there. It always seems like his lane's going pretty well too. We talked about it during even the draft. It was a little bit more surprising that they were drafting or banning out FSJ's heroes, where I thought your biggest worry is, first of all, giving this man brew. Stop doing that. That might be a need to be a respect ban first phase. I don't even care, because this is insane what he's able to accomplish with this hero. So you need to ban it out. You need to start focusing, maybe getting rid of his heroes, especially I think teams have found ways to handle FSJ in the past too. So focus more on Monkeys and his bans.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Penguin Squad, it's not a BO3. They don't get a chance to make those draft adjustments, at least not against Fart Studio. They can maybe, revisit what they want to do for their drafts when it comes to their next opponent, we don't know quite yet. But at least it's some info for, C-Dub or the Cut. Okay, watch out for Monkeys Brewmaster, although by the time Fart Studios play again, they're going to be playing to see who gets 4th or 5th place. So a kind of lower stakes matchup. There is still a lot of prize money up for grabs in that match. We take a look at our schedule here. That's kind of what we have in store for the rest of the day and how these tiebreakers will work. So Fart, guaranteed to stay in Div 2. Penguin Squad, they're going to be facing elimination once again. But before we get to that matchup, it's C-Dub versus the Cut. Similar story to this opening match, where the winner stays in Div 2, the loser potentially gets eliminated, will be going up against Penguin Squad. So that third match of the day is the one to look for. That's like the big match, that Penguin Squad versus TBD. Whoever loses that will not stay in Div 2. The winner stays alive, and then we'll round out the day with that winner versus winner matchup, competing for, bit of prize money to see who gets bragging rights of being, 4th place, which is, for Div 2 teams, the prize money can be quite significant.
Yeah, I think it can be. If I had to give Penguin Squad their best chance, I think it's going to be up against C-Dub with their new change into Duster. I think that happened so recently that it might throw things a little bit off for them as well. And we could see two teams kind of struggling to figure out what their rosters want to do. And maybe some goofy, wild Dota coming our way from that third matchup.
Yeah, it was almost, to me, I was surprised, because I thought Afromush was looking great on the team. I'm not sure, if he left the team or, got kicked, whatever it may be. But yeah, Duster's a great player. He's got a lot of experience, but they've got to adjust very quickly to him being on the team if they want to stay alive.
Definitely.
Well, that match is going to be coming up next. It is the Cut versus C-Dub. Yes. We're going to see if they can find that dub, or if Cut are going to slice them down and, knock them into that elimination match against Penguin Squad. There's a lot on the line today. It's tiebreakers. There's nowhere else you want to be. There's no better Dota to be watching than NA Div 2. So stick around. More Dota 2 coming your way after a quick break.
Welcome back, everybody. We are into our second game of these four-way best-of-one tiebreakers. If you are just tuning in, we had Penguin Squad up against Fart Studios earlier. Fart Studios took the win. It does mean they are guaranteed to be staying in Division 1. But right now, we turn our eyes towards C-Dub and the Cut because one of these two teams is potentially going to be relegated. But one of them gets to keep their spot in Division 2 right now off the back of this game. So let's have a chat about them. Gods, B-Cop, thank you guys so much for joining me here on the panel.
We showed up now, don't we? Woo.
Oh, thank goodness I had the best panel in the world is all I'm saying right now. But C-Dub,
I'm glad you're here to cover for my poor hosting job. So.
no way.
I think it was 10 out of 10.
I was, listening in. I was like, shush, God, man, okay, all right, put me out of the job, why don't you? It was a great listen in there. I enjoyed hearing what you guys had to say about the other two teams, but for now, let's have a chat about C-Dub and the Cut. Let's have a comparison against the two, because, gods, how do you compare these two? Obviously, we've seen them play before, but, now later on in this tour, how would you actually rate them up now that they've, in other words, come into their full form?
Yeah, I think C-Dub's one of these teams that came in very strong because they'd gone through the qualifiers. It just felt like they were more day one ready. Like they already had a clear identity with how they want to play, what heroes they're good on, what strats work for them, particularly around like Isla and the Zoo heroes. Him and Aframoosh were crushing their lane. Worth noting, Aframoosh no longer the team. And I feel like we were super hyped on them start of the season, and then that hype kind of tapered off a bit. We saw some like kind of sketchy performances from Mark where he's very hit or miss. So I think C-Dub's a team that has kind of plateaued a bit, or maybe even seen a slight dip. But I think it's less they've dipped and more the other teams have gotten better, because naturally, the more teams play, the more they get used to like C-Dub's playstyle. Everybody, had data to look off. These other teams like, the Cut and, Ant and Felt and stuff just got better throughout the tour. And as a result, they kind of overtook C-Dub. So I kind of see the Cut as favorites coming in. I think that experience combined with the fact like they've just kind of steadily been getting like some solid ground beneath their feet. It just feels like they're in a better spot coming into this tiebreaker situation.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. I think it is just a case of a lot of other teams getting better throughout this division as the time went on, because when I look at their track record, they did take the wins against teams that they should have for CW. They got like the Eternity win, an Ant win, a Penguin Squad win, but they did end up losing to the Cut 2-0 back at the start of week 2. So again, another reason why people would probably favor the Cut, but the Cut have been falling off a little bit, B-Cup. We saw there in their most picked heroes, I have to say it, the bristleback. Like, it's this trap it feels like kind of constantly falling back into.
Yeah, and we'll see him do it again. I almost guarantee it. I'm a big fan of teams being super stubborn. When it doesn't work, just keep picking it until it does work, and then just pick it again, and it doesn't work again. So like, let's see it get picked up for the Cut. And they've done some okay things. Like both these teams, I think, have, like you said, been super hit or miss. And C-Dub, we were talking about it when we went live earlier. It was just like, oh, well, now they've got Duster instead of Aframoosh. Is that really working out for them? Can Cut take advantage of that? Like switch up to Duster now and Beastmaster? That's not Bristleback. This is a lot.
I think they've learned they can't just first phase Bristle. The time it worked really well, I think last time they played against Ant, they won a game because they gave away Beastmaster and then picked Bristle as a counter. But you can't just first phase Bristle unless it's like, it's going to be good, like against some kind of Zoo, for example. I think their opener with Tree and Beastmaster is just a lot more solid and well-rounded. Gives them something to play around. They can still fit the Bristle in if it doesn't get banned. And if not, I think, what we saw against Fart Studios, part of the reason we have these tiebreakers is, the Cut lost to Fart Studios, and it's because Fart Studios baited them into picking Bristleback in like the worst Bristle game ever.
Yeah, that's a very good point. They the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, and that felt like week number 3 for the Cut. So I do look towards them not doing that one again. I agree with you. The Beast Tree opening's great. I do have questions about this C-Dub opening, right? There is that potential for a Coddle flex between mid and position 5, but the normal aspect of a mid cuddle is this gotcha overall last pick really adds a lot of value into the lineup. And when you pick it early on, Gods, does it still really have that flexibility? Like, how is cuddle just as a support if that is where he ends up being relegated to?
Part of me thinks it's just probably going to be a mid cuddle. It's not going to be that gotcha pick, but what it does bring is like this momentum stopper. Like, okay, you want to kind of play around Beastmaster's timings with Helm, with like a fast-paced carry. We've seen the cut hit these like strong mid-game timings, and I think Coddle as a core is a good hero. You just defend your towers. You pop an Illuminate. Beastmaster doesn't easily get on top of Coddle. You need like another core to do that, and that's what they kind of get to now ban to protect the Coddle. Like Quap, Ember, these mobile heroes, they do ban the Bristle, but there's a small bit of flex there, but I think Rubik Coddle support duo sounds kind of weak. So in my mind, this is just a mid Coddle, at least for now.
Was it also what you would sort of favorite B-Cop is to see it mid compared to that support duo, like God's pointed out?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather Rubik be in a 4 position than a 5 position. I don't want to move him down like in farm priority either, because if Coddle's going to support, that means he's taking a lot of the farm out of the hands of the Rubik. I just don't feel like Coddle needs to be picked this early, right? Like,
yeah,
I don't see it as a hero that's getting banned unless it's
true.
Constantly getting picked up by them, which I don't really think is the case anyway. It just I feel like there's so many more options to just put in that situation, but maybe they don't want to tell too much about their draft. I guess it seems odd to just pick this up at this moment in the draft first phase.
It's just weird because it's their only closing phase pick that they get, right? So you could have afforded to pick up something there for yourself on C-Dub and ban to protect it, because now the cut are going to get closing phase pick here in the second part of the draft, and then they're going to get overall last pick as well. So it just, I don't know if C-Dub have really put themselves in the best position, but I'm always willing to be proven wrong, always.
Yeah, and it's particularly, it's like you're picking your mid not knowing. I mean, a lot of teams I think pick their mid in the 8 pick, but it's not like it's not like a Bat Rider or something, which I think we'd feel a lot better about. Just because Bat Rider feels like a hero that can do more to take over a game and have a high impact. But there must be something seed up from scrims or whatever where they feel Coddle works really well, and I think there's a good chance they looked at the way the cut play Dota, and I do think Coddle matches up well against the cut's play style. As this, they don't pick a lot of like jump heroes. They will now, they kind of have to now because of the Coddle, so they pick Tiny. But it's just really good at kind of stopping their momentum.
What I do love from C-Dub, though, is that final ban of theirs. That bristleback B-Cup, it's out of here. They're really pushing the cut into some, uncomfortable heroes.
I almost hate it because we were talking about how we want the cut to pick it because they keep getting, we can make this work. Well, C-Dub, try and force them to make it work. Let them pick it. You've seen teams beat it. Why not?
It's true. You have a lot of examples on how to beat the bristleback. But C-Dub, they have their identity how they want to play, and it is going to be with a Mars and Undying picked up there, which does very much give light to Coddle being a mid laner, Gods.
Yeah, big team fight. They're looking for really strong lanes here as well. Like Undying, they're just that's a lane winning hero generally speaking. Mars Rubik, solid lane. They don't know their carry matchup yet, but lot of big team fight. Like they're gonna once Mars, I imagine, goes for like a fast blink, they're gonna be ready to just fight constantly with Coddle, Boots of Travel, Spirit Vessel kind of build. Like it just feels like they're gonna be ready to team fight when the cut's ready to push. And usually in that scenario, the team that has like the team fight lineup has an advantage because they're like, oh yeah, please come push out tower as 5 because we're going to use all our big AoE team fight spells and you're going to die. So, Beastmaster is not this hero that gets that, fast greaves or pipes or sometimes builds them at all because you need the helm. And this may force the cut to kind of play at a slower tempo because C-Dub have this. So if I'm the cut and I see like Coddle, Mars, Undying, Rubik, I'm thinking, okay, we need to maybe get a bit more late game and scaling because we can't rely on taking all these early towers and objectives.
There's Bat Rider to close it out. B-Cup.
I like the Bat Rider. Hopefully it's mid. It should be what? 4 Tiny, 5 Treant, mid Bat Rider. I like it more mid. We were talking about how it doesn't in the last game too. Like it doesn't exactly feel like it thrives in the off lane too much. We even saw it get bodied in the off lane or in the side lane pretty heavily. So don't want to repeat that. I'm waiting for somebody to be a tombstone killer because they don't exactly have heroes that destroy that tombstone too quickly at the moment.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, right now it's like you've got Beastmaster Aura, but none of these like Tiny's the Tiny support. That sounds like a terrible tomb hitter. Treant. I mean, the slowest attacking heroes in the game, basically with Tiny and Treant Protector.
Doesn't feel great.
No, anytime like a fight, like kind of location is set down, like an arena with a tombstone, it's just like the fight's over. I feel like so. Even I feel like even with a tombstone hitter, like you kill the tomb, I still do not like their odds in a team fight. So
Yeah.
not sure what the approach is going to be.
I was thinking a sniper, but Cedar banned it out. Like, the only other thing that's ranged and hits hard, maybe a Drew, but I don't even know how that really fits into your lineup for the cut.
Dro's okay. Like some of these range carries though, like against the Mars passive can feel a little annoying, but I kind of like Dro. There's Medusa as well if you want to go like more late game oriented. I think the most meta of the carries left might be something like a Terrorblade. Scourge McDuck has played that before, and you pair that with a Beastmaster, it gives you late game, but also we've seen these TBs get involved early, like you rotate, just with your Metamorphosis, take some early towers, come to some early fights if needed. It doesn't feel great. There's so much magic damage though, like Coddle Rubik, like it's just hard to pick here because you want something that stays away from these heroes, but yeah, illusion carries do not feel good here.
I actually don't mind the Medusa just because looking at the way the Cuts lineup is, I think they could prolong the game long enough. Like, you have a tree, you have a beast that should be able to take most of the map up, you have a bat and a Tiny that can run around together. Like, Medusa isn't the worst, but in saying that, she's just not that great this patch, so...
Speaking of not great, we got a Wraith King.
Wraith King.
Oh my god, that's
Let's do it.
pretty exciting.
It's tiebreakers, you gotta add some style, you gotta add some flair. I love it, let's go see Dub.
Give me
Double King
Anti-Mage.
smiling. we talked to Double King, and he's like, I wish I could play Wraith. Like, he loves this hero from the interview.
He does. He's like, please buff him. I need more Wraith King. And he's just going to run it anyway. I love that. I love it so much.
I really want to see Anti-Mage as this last pick. Give me something different.
If they pick it, I'm predicting seed up here, let me tell you that. But, I guess AM versus Wraith King, but... All right, they go stick with Comfort. They played the Spectre twice before. Yeah. This gives them, some... It's kind of a bit like the TB, but you're less, an illusion carry, and I think illusion carries look really bad against this C-dub lineup with all their magic damage. Spectre, Blade Mail has a lot of value here against a lot of these magic nukes, and it's a hero that can come to some of these early fights, can also scale into the late game. Definitely they needed to kind of hedge their bets since I don't see them, winning this game early. Like, I don't see them able to really snowball this game.
Yeah. Sanctified is going to be on the Rubik for C-Dub. Does that sort of alter who you favor B-Cop, knowing now the lanes and the farm priority between the supports?
Yeah, because Duster's their 4, right? Or at least he's...
I think Duster's their 5 now, is my understanding.
Okay, is it?
But
Okay.
at least in the past, he was kind of more a 5 player.
Of Afromush. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm a little... Because it says 4 on Wikipedia, but in this...
That's true. With stand-ins, you never actually know.
They just do whatever they want. They come into the team, and they act like they own the place, and they fill in positions. It's ridiculous. But I don't know. I'm favoring the cut just by a little bit. I gotta cheer on my boy Mark, though. Woo! Love Mark.
All right, 1 foot in each team. It feels that B Cup, but that's okay. Either way, whoever does lose will have a second chance to stay in Division 1. But I'm excited to see who will be securing their spot here. Div 2 NA, it is the cut versus C-Dub with Waga and Breaky.
Thank you very much. That's right. We got game 1 of what's a 1-game series once again. You lose here, there's still one more chance. You win here, you're moving on, as we've stressed over and over. So, but Waga, how about this? We go into these. I mean, there's always a chance that maybe a hero's going to come up that we hadn't seen yet. Is somebody going to do it in this one game series? Well, Wraith King is that hero.
Well, his name is Double King. Makes sense they
True.
would pick some royalty here going into this. I like it. He's got the swagged out the red Wraith King as well. I can see the cosmetics already as we're about to get into the game. But exciting draft, I would say. Definitely doing some different stuff here. C-Dub, we've often praised them for their drafts looking very safe, very well-rounded. And, everyone on the panel has usually been very happy with the way it's been. But that's also been on the back of Aframoosh and the way that he has been drafting. He has been the one sort of tailoring and masterminding those drafts. Now, this is certainly different what's going on. This definitely looks more like a YOLO type draft, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, I will say we're going to pause here. That's why we're not going to the game just yet. A quick restart, it looks like. But I did notice in the draft to that point, Aframoosh and here, Duster as the stand. Duster was actually the lead role during the draft. So he was the one doing the picks for the team, which, kind of it is an interesting thing to think about. Now, of course, Duster has plenty of experience himself, and I'm sure as a team, they're ultimately all given input too. But yeah, you do got to wonder how much of that perhaps influenced the idea of going the Wraith King here. But I will say this about the drafts overall. I mean, B-Cop kind of touched on it, and I still feel like it is a little bit concerning for the cut. I know it's just a support hero and Undying, but they didn't really get a great answer to these tombstones. And we've seen what these tombstones can do.
They don't have fantastic stuff against it, but they do have the Beastmaster aura, which is actually not to be underrated against the Tombstone. Giving that 40 attack speed aura makes it so that everyone can contribute a little bit better to bringing down the Tombstone. But they do run the issue of having 4 melee heroes and a Batrider who is obviously super short range as well. So when the Tombstone drops, most likely they have to reposition the fight. And we've seen teams struggle. We've seen some real Left 4 Dead situations, haven't we, Breaky? On
the zombie
the Div 2
apocalypse was upon us. Yeah, it's not a hero you necessarily expect. Some really big moments in team fights, but that was one of those with that tombstone lasting forever. So yeah, we'll see how the cut is able to deal with it. As you point out, simply adjusting the fight to be elsewhere is certainly a viable strategy. But again, the Wraith King versus Spectre matchup is our position 1 carries going at it. Do you lean one way or the other?
I would say I probably prefer the Spectre situation there. Even though Wraith King is a pretty natural Silver Edge buyer, I think Spectre is a little bit more comfortable to go into that situation. Also, you're playing Spectre against like Caudal, Rubik, Undying. I see 3 heroes that you can jump on and feel pretty damn happy about jumping with Aghanims on Spectre. As we see, both teams now are saying go when ready, so I believe that we're soon going to start up. The game is finally going to be on our way here between the Cut and C-Dub. Of course, winner of this advances, goes into the winner's match against Fart Studios, and loser of this has an elimination game between them and Penguin Squad coming up.
Yeah, don't know their opponents. They get that advantage, I guess, going into this one. But either way, playing to win certainly, and we'll see what happens. Again, certainly some funky stuff happening, some fun stuff to talk about, and all eyes on the Wraith King. Or at least I would think most eyes certainly on this Wraith King and how he's going to perform here in this one and only game. For me, Wraith King kind of stands out as a hero too, where when he is picked, I always look at the other team and their team fight big cooldown abilities to use to get kills. In this case, you have like a Prime Aurora, that lasso, even the overgrowth you could suggest where, you use these abilities to get a kill on a hero. But Wraith King, that's where he's good against that idea, that concept, because obviously he comes back up. So you don't want to overcommit initially. So that's where he can be decent in a matchup like this.
Yeah, Wraith King is better and better. The more big commitment spells the opponent has, he's like ideal against Void and Chronosphere, stuff like that. But that's where I think Spectre is pretty happy in the matchup. She doesn't have this one big ulti like Omnislash or whatever where, oh, I used it and now I didn't kill him. No, she's pretty good at just standing her ground. Of course, she uses her Haunt to get in there, but usually Spectre does pretty well. If she gets the Manta style and just stands some fights against the Wraith King, she can dish out pretty good damage. So we'll see how it works out. Of course, he is a little bit protected against these beasts and lassos from Sadman.
As far as the laning phase is coming out, to clarify as well, I know there's a little bit of a curiosity, we'll say, in terms of Sanctified and Duster and who's going to be where. It is the Rubik playing the position 4 at the top lane, and Duster on that Undying, paired up with the Wraith King at the bottom.
A lot of this is also just about lane matchup. Like, you're against the double Melee lane bottom, it's the Dream lane for Undying, 2 strength heroes. You want that matchup. You don't want to be top against the Spectre, because spamming Decay on Spectre doesn't really achieve much. And Undying against Treant, I guess he kind of wins, but not by a huge margin. So you'd rather just be down here where you're going to be the dominant force. He's the strongest on that lane.
And of course, your favorite lane to talk about, that mid lane matchup, Caudle versus Batrider. Not one we were really seeing too much, but Mark on his Keeper of the Light, a hero that you at least expect to get pretty good flash farm.
Yeah, he should be farming a lot. He should be laning pretty well against the Batrider as well. A lot of heroes struggle with a sticky napalm, but and we have a new lane generated. If you look in the jungle here, we have parked the creeps for this. This is where the lane is going to be now. This is the most random location.
Yeah, it's like the neutral's just chilling there like, well, what's going on, guys? Like, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be here.
Yeah, these neutrals can't even care about the creeps, even if you attempt. They'll just like hit them a little bit, but creeps will get ignored. 3 denies there coming out from save, though. Having that tree grab gets a nice little win on the CSing here.
Yeah, fun stuff happening there. In the meantime, Wraith King and Beastmaster just in their own lane and going at it when it comes to their CS, and very slight advantage for Double King, but of course we'll keep an eye on that and how he progresses. Speaking of Double King on the Wraith King, one thing we hadn't really talked about yet, item progression. What's the build? He's going to go armlet, so giving that away. But
yeah, I like the Wraith band that he started with here as well. It's, you know, a lot of strength heroes benefit really well from that extra armor. But armlet seems very logical here. The only downside is using armlet when you're under Firefly of Batrider can be very tricky, so those armlet toggles might be difficult. Wraith King, though, not the worst hero if you fail the armlet toggle. You mainly just go for it because it's a fantastic increase in DPS.
Again, Duster laying down that decay. Currently 20 stacks he has himself, so he is not afraid to run up at them and trade some auto attack blows. And Beastmaster and Tiny trying to figure out how best to deal with that. But as you mentioned, Duster is setting up to have a really good time as a support role over there.
Yeah, he's the dominant force. They have to keep avoiding him and try to pull the creeps and be doing shenanigans on that lane. And overall, that should lead to Double King having a nice laning stage. Meanwhile, though, looking at top, this Spectre with living armor coming out from Treant, not skilling up the Nature's Grasp, just immediately going for a defensive build to help his Spectre stay alive. Should be farming pretty well. SMD, he likes his Spectre as well. He's played this many times before here.
So look at the Radiant jungle, by the way. You know, we talk about Keeper of the Light, and that, you know, one of the reasons why he's able to flash farm so well is he goes over there, gets some stacks, and like farms with Illuminate. But look at what they've done for the Dire. They've blocked multiple camps, and that's forcing him to pick up his own sentries and try to, you know, unblock those. But that certainly has hurt. He kind of realized that as he went to start stacking initially, and seeing that they weren't spawned. So definitely delaying that Caudle farm. Well played by the cut there.
Yeah, Empyrean and Duster both getting in there. That's very useful. Sorry, Empyrean going in there. Duster dewarded before, but it's a nice thing just blocking specifically those 2 camps, because as Caudle, you want to rely on the big camp and the medium camp and farm those simultaneously. Now he has to kind of settle for just farming 1 big camp, and it doesn't feel as nice at all, because the value of Caudle is that you farm multiple camps at once.
Mm-hmm. So again, good heads up from the cut against the Caudle mid. Really trying to keep his farm at bay. Top lane Spectre is just comfortably farming, really at his tower, and you mentioned that it just goes back to he's having a really good CS. He's got that tree and protecting him as well.
There's so much HP regen. Like, Spectre under tower without Tango active is sitting at 12.7 HP regen with the help of that living armor. So just the Mango build is very popular on Spectre. I've tried this build myself a few games as well. It's absolutely fantastic. Spectre is the happiest hero out of all carries when it comes to buying these Mangos.
What's your take on the Blade Mail first for Spectre? Looks like that's where he's going.
It's also supernatural, or supernatural? Very, very natural build. I guess supernatural would be a bit extreme, but no, it's a good farming item. For a lot of heroes, Blade Mail is a bit awkward to go for, but since you farm with the Dispersion, pairing that up with the Blade Mail puts you at a pretty decent farm rate just by getting hit by creeps. And also it's super good if you get ganked, then you can protect yourself with that.
Mid lane save rotating over. We're at 5.5 minutes, so that's 6-minute rune coming in. See this often. Save now may run into Duster, who's going to spot him, and the gank attempt. I don't know if he actually saw him, so Tiny might still be somewhat elusive right here. As Coddle's in the jungle doing that farm currently, so
Yeah, but-
we know the brawling's coming.
Yeah, but this Caudle is falling behind a lot to the Batrider already. Toss towards the bat, maybe? Maybe?
Wants to. Gotta keep him at bay where he is, and here come the sticky napalms, but with Rubik showing up, Arcane Rune's gonna spawn, and save does get taken out, by the way. The Arcane Rune eventually gets destroyed by Sanctified. Batrider using his lasso, trying to kill Sanctified in the process. Mark doing what he can. Doesn't have cooldowns currently. That living armor keeping him alive. Sadman making it out for now.
He has Raindrop, he should be fine. And
Yeah.
doesn't even get hit, actually. Manages to run away there. So, in the end, sort of a support trade, but you committed more heroes on the side of C-Dub for that, so you really wanted to get that Batrider, but he's gonna stay alive.
Yeah, and you were mentioning Batrider certainly winning that mid matchup so far. It's gaps closed slightly here by the Coddle, but still a lead for the Batrider for the time being. Sanctified and Empyrean kind of going at it, but nothing much else gonna happen. I gotta say, for all these Division 2 matches, especially here in NA, this is probably one of the lower kill games we've had. It's so 1-1 as we're about to hit 7 minutes. What's going on?
Yeah, this is feeling kind of slow. NA has usually been very high tempo overall, but this a lot comes back to the lanes just not really being kill potential lanes. Like top, you have that Spectre Treant lane. It's just about defense, right? And you don't have the best kill potential ever with a Rubik and Mars as well. So it's mostly just harass trading. Bottom lane wasn't even really a 2v2 lane. It was mostly just Undying chasing the Tiny, who was creating new creep waves. And even mid, they kind of didn't play against each other because Caudle was running jungle. So it's going to be low kill for now, but I have no doubt that we're going to see action ensue. Look at that juicy Ancient stack, though. Oh boy.
We'll eventually get there, but yeah, oh my god. Entire side chives using those level 3 wild axes. That is a lot of freaking creeps. I mean, Duster's gonna spot this though. That's I don't know if he actually saw the creeps, but he sees Beastmaster in the area.
Oh, it's so impactful that he's here though. Just, even if he might go down to the Batrider who turns around for the rune. Okay, Tiny is there.
Yeah, Tiny cutting him off, gonna heal himself with that soul rip, but just gonna delay what certainly was the inevitable. So they do kill it dying, but to your point, I mean, he does delay this ancient stack from actually being done currently.
Yeah, it's pretty massive just disrupting it, because Beastmaster already had 4 stacks on Wild Axes applied to the creeps, and the way he kills these creeps is by applying a lot of Wild Axes, so having to start over from the beginning lowers a lot of the DPS, and, takes a little bit longer. He's going to have to work a bit here. Ultimately, he will farm these, though. He is going to do it.
I'm waiting for that network. I mean, he's at 2,200 right now. I'm waiting for it to really spike up as soon as he cleans up those Ancients there, so... keep an eye on that. But Wraith King, he's finding himself having a great time. I mean, really no surprise, especially as you were mentioning. It kind of was a 1 versus 1 lane anyways. He's
It's
over 4,000 net
yeah.
worth.
Undying just took care of that lane top, though. We see the creep tossing down SMD to the low ground, but that helps him actually get closer to the Rubik.
Tombstone, it's flat on the high ground though, so we'll see what kind of impact that does have. The arena coming out, and Batrider's gonna end up falling. Scourge McDuck, he was also too committed, and Trian says, I gotta get out of here. He TPs away, and very successful fight for C-Dub.
Yeah, a little bit betrayed perhaps, that creep. In the end of the day, with C-Dub rotating more heroes, the Wild Ring Ripper might have been the unsung hero in that team fight. And the Tombstone did a lot of work there as well. This early on in the game, very hard for him to bring down the Tombstone. As the Beastmaster finished farming the Ancients and the big camp, he got 1,000 gold from that in total. So almost increased his net worth by about 50% there, and heads back to the lane. Now gonna have the help of Dominator coming out for him.
That's never a good sign though in the case of the cut right now, where the top 3 net worth in the game all belong on the other side, and that's what we have here. Wraith King leading the way, Mars following, and even Coddles was just behind. It's kind of funny that Coddles actually last of those 3, but point is, it's a 2,000 overall net worth for C-Dub right now, so all 3 cores are farming very well.
Yeah, it's a good start. The lanes are working out nicely for him. 3,000 gold ahead here at 10 minutes, and they feel confident farming. I think Big timing is going to be Ela when he gets his Blink Dagger. Then they can maybe start making more moves together, pair him up with a Caudle, the Arena jump in, and Caudle blasting in afterwards. Should be a pretty potent threat towards the cut. The cut, though, they feel like they're a little bit more safe and wanting to play this game slowly. They could look for action around the Bat's Boots of Travel coming in soon. In 50 gold, he will have it.
Yeah, I mean, you have that. You have a Beastmaster that's got Primal Roar, although not the mana for it currently. But point is, they certainly have abilities to use to make some kills happen earlier on in this game. And it does feel like that the cut may need to start making a bit of that space. Because, yes, and Spectre, he is just going to sit back and farm. Granted, he can also assist with that Haunt, obviously, if a fight does engage. So, but for the time being, still being fairly passive. However, Blink was just purchased by Tiny. And as I say this, Arena goes up at the top lane. The Tombstone put down. He did dodge the Spear. As mentioned, Illuminate goes through it. Scourge McDuck takes a chunk of damage from that. That Tombstone, it is staying alive. This is what we talked about. They don't have ways to kill it effectively. And down goes Scourge. Savage is sitting there this whole time. He finally kills it. But now he's in trouble himself. Overgrowth going to be activated. That was stolen by Rubik. That was his Overgrowth that he took from the Trin. He takes out Batrider, and Trin will fall as well. Double kill for Mark, and now it's tower time.
Yeah, that was such a fantastic fight for them. They can also heal up here on the back of the Caudle's heal, so giving some HP back on the Mars. This should be possibly a tower even going down, maybe, if they can keep the Catapult alive. SMD wants to protect his tower, though. He's back.
Yeah, is he going to really chase this? Probably not, yeah. There.
He's not too worried now that the cooldowns are expended. And behind, actually, Tiny going into everyone?
Tiny, that was one of those tunnel vision syndrome. He's like, I got this kill, I swear. I got to blink. No, nobody, you don't. The dagger's even going to connect, but Ela will survive. And yeah, making use of that blink unfortunately results in his death and not a kill with it. It's just getting worse for the cut.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the damage to combo burst. He has Avalanche level 3 and Toss level 2, but that early point in tree grab means he doesn't have full max out on the nuke yet. And perhaps he expected Spectre to click her ulti, join in there and do some damage, but didn't really feel like jumping in. SMD just prioritizing farming up and playing a bit safer. Ultimately, though, they hold the tower and they do fend off the aggression here of C-Dub, but C-Dub, they enjoy a nice little lead here. Now they're going to smoke towards bottom, make another play around this arena.
Well, I was going to say the scariest thing about all of that, honestly, for the cut, I think, is that Wraith King wasn't even there the whole time. He's just been farming this bottom lane, and he might get involved in a fight soon because, to your point, there's the arena bottom lane, the spear connects, and Wraith King is running over. Probably not even needed at this point, but he's going to come in and help secure a last hit on that Beastmaster. 450 plus crit. They take out the Tiny as well. And that smoke rotation was just right on cue.
Yeah, this is a pretty horrible start here for the cut overall. And losing now, 2 heroes down on bottom lane. Wraith King getting to join and participate in some fight without really leaving his lane even. He didn't miss a beat in farming, and now he can go to the tower, has those skeletons as well. I think if Skeleton has this strong of a start, then he will get to the point of Silver Edge, and then Spectre won't be that happy in this game as well.
You see right now the Armlet finish. He's looking to finish the Deso, then a Blink, then a BKB. So yeah, he wants definitely a bit more build up, but I mean, there's no need to heavily prioritize a Silver Edge, right? You got a Spectre on the other side that's struggling.
It's something you go for eventually. It's going to happen this game, like pretty much guaranteed. Down the road, he's going to have one. But yeah, Armlet into Deso, it's going to be fantastic for bursting heroes and speed up his farm, enable Roshan. It's just perfect build, really. This is what every Wraith King typically goes for.
How about Caudle, by the way? Really haven't talked about his item progression much, but he's got Boots of Travel, a Forest Staff, and Urn. Looking to go the full Spirit Vessel, then an Axe, of course, coming after that. He's farming up some Ancients right now to help him get there. So,
no respect, just walking in here. He's like, "Are you guys here? You want to defend?"
Well, Mars finds him. He kind of Duster forces them out, and Mars is like, "Gotcha." Save. He's dead. Blinded Light pushback on Empyrean. No chance for him to get out either, and you can tell C-Dub is feeling it as they should be. They're moving anywhere on the map they want, it seems like, and they're just setting up kills left and right.
Yeah, this is pretty much what I expected from like yesterday when I was thinking about the different teams and how it should look going into it. I felt like C-Dub, they have a little bit more team play, and the Cuts, while they have really individually talented players, I think a lot of their success here in Div 2 has been early on, perhaps of their bristleback that people weren't adapted to and adjusted to at first. But now it feels more as the season has progressed, they are a little bit figured out, and teams aren't as taken by surprise by their style.
Yeah, certainly fair to make that point, but I mean, it's still a game. We'll say that. It's obviously just a very difficult game right now in terms of comeback for the Cut. We haven't seen Beastmaster use a Prime Aurora yet. I mean, it's things like that where it's just, I mean, he's level 11 at this time, and they only have 3 kills in 16 minutes, especially here in Division 2. It just feels really off.
Yeah, they haven't found a way to enable him yet, and, not just having a tough laning stage for himself, but not finding a place to TP in and join another lane. And at the same time, he spent all this time on bottom lane, but the Wraith King is just free farming. He's up at 9k gold now, the full Deso is coming in, and now he's attempting to leave the lane. I think Double King recognizes, I am the strongest player on the entire field, I want to go and make something happen. Joins a smoke with Duster here, rotation coming in mid.
No blink on Wraith King, but he's got teammates to help catch. He runs on. He got stunned initially, though. The arena comes out. Sandman's just dead. He was running that whole time, and he still can't get away, more so flying away. I mean, the tombstone probably unnecessary there, but I mean, you can just tell the chaos that's there with the arena going down, the tombstone in the middle of it, and with a lack of kill for the tombstone. It's just, if that combo's used, they're getting kills on whoever's in there.
Yeah, it's chaos for the Cut, but that was so organized and so orchestrated by C-Dub. That looked perfect. They rotated from top lane and from bottom lane towards mid lane, congregated on that tier 1 tower, took down the tower. You're playing against the Treant, so you gotta make these big moves to take down tier 1 towers. You can't just slowly chip at them, then living armor will just save them. But that was a swift execution right there, and they really find each other on the map in a great way right now. The Cut need to find a way out of this rhythm. They need to start making moves with the lasso, get something out of your Beastmaster ulti. Like, these abilities have to go on cooldown.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at earlier. And speaking of that, they're going to try it. But again, this is Wraith King. So even if they kill him, he's going to come right back up.
Though. They didn't use
and
any.
Now they have Duster. Yeah, you're right. They did not. Oh, Falling God, there is the roar, the last of the fall. They want the kill. The rip comes out to heal him up. Wraith King, auto attack. You heal up some more. The Illuminate comes through. They do kill the Wraith King. So, mission successful for the Cut. They're going to lose time in the process. Fade Bolt being used. Duster somehow still alive as well. Gets the forced half away. The tombstone's down, and Scourge realizing that's not a tombstone he's going to be able to kill. He needs to get the hell on out of there. With Treant dead though too, Spear connects on Spectre, and he might be in trouble, although Dispersion helping to get a turn kill. This Duster falls, but the arena's back up. Eli
Ultra kill. Yeah, he was having the dream fight right there. A lot of that comes back to the fact that the initiation was all in on the Wraith King. They used so much to bring him down. They did kill him, and they used their abilities nicely to do so, but they revealed all their cards. They're like playing poker, but with their cards on the table at this point. And then Caudle just sat back. He's like, okay, nobody's going on me. I will just dish out as much damage as a mid Caudle can. And when you have an Urn and your Illuminate, you can really just throw out so many sources of damage. And now upgrading himself, getting a nice reward, getting the vessel.
Yeah, I also got the damage done breakdown after that fight, and he and Mars actually did equal damage and more than double damage to anyone else in that fight. So it really was Mars and the Caudle together. That synergy is obviously there, and as far as the damage that was coming out from them. So.
Eli's having a great time too. He's got that BKB now on his Mars, so can confidently go in with the Blink and the BKB combination. A lot of pressure right now on SMD's shoulders. This Spectre has to show up big time, but he's only halfway towards the Aghanims. And even when he has Aghanims, like when your opponents are this farmed, it's not that easy to get those initial kills.
We've seen some comebacks here in Division 2, and this certainly isn't even as big of a gap that we've seen in terms of a comeback happening. So try to keep the positivity going as much as we can for the Cut. And so there you go. But yeah, right now this is C-Dub with a hefty lead, and it's going to get bigger because they're going to do Roshan in the process. And well, who do they give the Aegis to? Is it going to be Mars, maybe? Or Wraith King?
I think I would give it to. I would give it to Mars. I don't really like the Wraith King Aegis that much. I'm a big opponent to Wraith King Aegis takes. Even giving it to Caudle would have been nice, but he wasn't there right now. But this does give Wraith King even more immunity to the pickoff that we saw, where they just use a lot of stuff to kill him once and then hold 2 ultis to kill him right after. But I already think if they manage to do that, then your team can punish. It's more important that Caudle doesn't die or that, Mars doesn't get bursted, I suppose.
So the Aegis does get burned first, right?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it is the ultimate.
It doesn't work. Yeah, you get the reincarnation. It's just the fact that you already have sort of an Aegis on this hero. So having a second one, you're just going to ignore Wraith King even more, which you already kind of do because he has reincarnation. You don't typically want to focus him. So the Aegis is just I don't know, it's an insurance policy, and I guess it's nice to have, but I think you can often get more value on a hero like Caudle, who is the primary target for the cut here.
Well, we're seeing a lot of objective trading, and the bottom tier 2 taken out by the cut. That's a pretty big tower for them, especially considering the circumstances. So, but they lose the top tier 2, and the middle tier 2 is almost dead as the living armor and fortifications applied. Now you look at in the flank, they are smoked up on the side of the cut and looking for that angle. Everything is ready to go. Definitely a fight is possible.
Yeah, Wraith King though just gonna chop down this tower. Maybe the backdoor protection just sets in.
No.
Doesn't have more creeps.
Yeah, and that with the living armor, they can't kill this.
With just 120 HP, the tower is too mighty for this Wraith King right now, and their creep wave is being cut by the Helm of the Overlord. So mid tower is gonna stand for now. Treant is hard at work to repair it. And now I think they're just gonna say, okay, if we're not allowed to take a tower, we're just gonna smoke at you and try and catch you. This was spotted though by a Hawk.
Now you look at them scattering on the minimap on the side of C-Dub, although save blinks in and he exposes Duster, at least he's gonna expose the rest, so they might catch save. How much will they commit to this as Avalanche comes out? And save is fine for now. They're trying to figure out a better target. Sandman just kind of charges in. Okay, the cut wants to fight this. There we go. Ultimate coming out for Spectre as well. Sanctify getting very low. He will end up dying to us, but now the arena's in, and it is safe. No, Save's not even caught. He's able to escape out. As Spectre, though, is still back here, but now Spectre's he too committed. Wraith King going down. Primal Roar going to be used on Ela, but Double King back up, of course. Remember, he still has an Aegis as well. Trying to get the beat down with the living armor, saving Scourge, and they kill Ela. And now Double King somewhat isolated. Mark trying to finish off. Will do the job on a Spectre right there. Double King low, but not low enough. He heals up. Is he finally dead? Armlet toggle? No. He's going to stay alive for now, some way, somehow. Duster, he heals up with a Soul Rip. Those army of Beastmaster, though, is enough damage to take him out. Now Double King, Aegis will finally be burned.
Yeah, save goes down to Mark, meanwhile, who's going to come over and join. So with Caudle coming into the fight as well, they do the right thing here on the side of the cut and back out. Fantastic fight by the cut, though. That was a buyback on the Undying, and overall just a really nice execution team fight by the cut, who were very far behind as the fight started. But you could also see sort of the issue that I meant there, that the Aegis on Wraith King, sure, he did stay alive extra long by it, but you would probably have rather had it on Mars there, and you might not lose any of your core heroes, because ultimately Wraith King was just greatly ignored in this fight.
Yeah, no, and to that point even further, as you're stressing on there, it's like, yeah, if Mars actually resurrects with the Aegis there, then they could have potentially even done more, it feels like, on Seed side, and Wraith King wouldn't have died that even second time. So, yeah, that is interesting, though, but either way, Aegis is burnt, and it was a successful fight for the cut. The gold exchange in their favor, too. You see the replay here, and, the fight took forever. It's like a minute-plus fight, but in the end, the cut satisfied at least with it. I will say, technically, the Wraith King and the Kato both did stay alive when it was all said and done, and they are able to keep their net worth going strong, though.
Yeah, they did. They did stay alive, but I think that was pretty much the best you could ask for the cut, and it did close in that gap a little bit in net worth that was getting pretty big. Now still 7,000 gold behind. They have a lot of work ahead of them here on the cut to get back into this game, but that was a start of something. And C-Dub, they have to respect the lineup here. The chaos that comes in when Spectre hits that ulti, has the Aghanims as well. And Batrider, I liked his targeting, just going for the supports, realizing that, okay, if I remove the Rubik, then the fight should be easier to play out.
And it was. I mean, yeah, getting Rubik killed off the bat prevented Sanctified from obviously doing what a Rubik can certainly do, especially with stealing abilities.
Killed off the bat. I like it.
Yeah, there you go. Blink just picked up by Wraith King, by the way, so he's got even stronger initiation now. At least he purchased it. It's not on him yet. It's flying out. Trying to find the opposition. Got close to it right there, but unable to do so. Ooh, they know Batrider's bottom, though.
Scanning.
Yeah. A lot of C-Dub players in this rotation, but that opens up space top, and Chive's gonna go for that tier 1 tower push, and they get out of bottom safely as well, TPing towards mid. Sadman not gonna get caught by this rotation. Overall, nicely played by the cut getting out of this situation. C-Dub though, they want to make the most out of this, so they're gonna go for that tier 1 tower, having the Death Soul, BKB, and Blink on the Wraith King as well. He's super confident to go up here and just smash this tower, but they lost top meanwhile.
Yeah, and Beastmaster has that army still going. The Ancient Granite Golem in there, pushing alongside and gonna force some kind of reaction to figure out a C-Dub. I mean, they get the tier 1 bottom, but certainly they have to
Radiant's top
respect
Look at
this
that
tier 2
damage.
push.
Tier 2 is just falling right now. The aura, he's sitting close enough on Beastmaster to give the aura, and yeah, the tower's just dead. That's a tier 2 tower that I did not expect Chive, or the cut, and Chives, of course, to be able to snag like that.
They really have been working away at the net worth, haven't they? It's down to 5,000 now. It was upwards of 10K, so they pretty much cut it in half. Has the cut, and
the
I
grab
gotta say,
too, on mark.
they do get the catch. Yet now this orb here of Coddle may keep him alive, but the Will-O-Wisp not long enough. He does fall. He has buyback. They are going to get the turn kill on a Tree Protector. Arena comes out as well. Chives going for the TP in front of them. No, the Primal Roar that was stolen by Sanctify to use to stop him in place and make sure to secure that kill on a Beastmaster. So it was a great start for the cut, but ultimately C-Dub was there.
Yeah, I would almost have liked to see SMD just pop his ulti there when they were killing the Coddle to make sure that there are no blinks coming in. A big value of Spectre in this game is that he can stop those blink daggers from Mars and from the Wraith King, so that they don't get caught out on the way out. So at the end of the day, they lose 2 heroes. They did get the Coddle, but I guess they can sort of count themselves happy with getting the tier 2 tower as well. But nice punishment there by C-Dub. Their movement was quick to get that kill.
B-Love, this is, he doesn't have Arena though, but a Spear Initiation, Lotus Orb coming out a little too late, unfortunately, for the Batrider, and gets picked off. And now Tiny, he could be in trouble too, blinking 5 seconds for the Mars. It is going to be quicker than the Tiny, and Tiny does not have backup coming.
Avalanche,
Spear,
maybe?
nice toss! Avalanche not used, he doesn't have mana for it. But he's going to live, it's just too deep.
Double King doesn't want to dive it. He knows the Avalanche could come out as well, and Tiny, of course, has a lot of armor sitting under a tower with a Lotus Orb. The Tiny actually has 30 armor and a lot of HP, so even though you have Death Soul, you don't kill him that quickly. So a little bit of respect there coming out. Mid, though, the tier 2 tower not going to get any form of respect. Getting clapped down by Wraith King. This time they get it.
middle tower.
Yeah, Living Armor coming out just a little too late to really do much there. And it is a successful tier 2 tower kill. So there is still the bottom tier 2, but Wraith King wants more. He wants a Satyr. It's not going to kill it, but doing some good damage. Illuminate just out of range as well. But clearly C-Dub position. However, position too aggressive. Coddle's in trouble. He's dead. Yeah, they saw Coddle getting extra greedy right there, throwing out an Illuminate further from his teammates, and Batrider capitalizes.
He has to be careful about that position. Now, this could be a dangerous fight.
Oh no. Oh, Mars gets caught first. Gonna get the arena off. Overgrowth gonna be popped as well. Ela finally will BKB though and gets the arena off. Chives, already using his Primal Roar, is gonna be picked. Double King running around that Will-O-Wisp, but everyone's running away
lift.
from him. Tiny is gonna be killed off as a lift sets up that one, and Double King back to healing on up right here.
Yeah, I mean, they win that fight, but they did use Coddle buyback for it. They got the Tiny and they got the Beastmaster. Question is that enough? Oh, maybe they get the Batrider, but he has that BKB as well. Should be completely safe here to just oh, the Roar!
Stops him. Yeah, this Roar has been so valuable. That's the second time we've seen it used to stop a TP.
Yeah, he still had it. He didn't have to use it in the previous fight. I thought they used it there, but I realized they just had it as the TP comes out, and Batrider was not prepared for that Roar to pierce the BKB.
The instant as well. Makes it obviously even that much more powerful on Rubik, and no chance to get out there.
It's an insane spell to have. The increased cast range and the instant cast with Rubik is terrifying. That ability in particular is a really, really powerful one. Especially when it's level 3, it's going to be 45-second cooldown, so if he steals that again later on, that is massive. I think Beastmaster has to really think about having one of his summons ready for after he casts Roar in the team fights.
Yeah, considering it's happened twice now. And again, still has it for a little bit longer. Can get one more use out of it as long as it happens pretty quickly here.
Yeah,
Tiny.
Or the boar, kill it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's about to wear off. It's like, might as well, right? So use it on something. Farm with it, go.
Preserve the mana, just try harding here. But yeah, of course, would love to see him get a last Roar out. The game, though, is gonna keep going here, and something to mention is if the game keeps crawling later and later here, I am a little bit favoring the side of the cut, not just because of Spectre and obviously her being a very good hard carry late game, but because of something that is underappreciated, I would say. Batrider late game is just absurd. It's absolutely insane. Like, it's completely cracked. This hero scales like a madman. When he gets Flamebreak charges and Flamebreak applies Sticky Napalm, along with a Witchblade in the late game, Refresher Orb, he can kill anything. Like a 5,000 HP hero dies to just Batrider bursting.
With the Octarine core as well, which he's going for next. Yeah, no, with the, we've seen it before, and yeah, so specifically, if this does go another, 15 minutes or so, then absolutely, the cut is a very realistic possibility of having a good chance in this game. So it is going to be a second Roshan kill, though, a free one that goes the way of C-Dub. And interesting what they do this time. They give the Aegis to Coddle, and the shard was picked up by Mars, and he uses it right there.
Yeah, they swap around here. I like this because Mark has needed it. We've seen him get picked off by Batrider or get picked off in general when he's been out of position a little bit, and he needs this to stay safe. Mars going into Tiny. Gonna blink away.
I like that. Using the Lotus Orb and run uphill. It's a pretty good combo. It's gonna scare them off.
Wraith King gonna find this split pushing dragon. Not really a big deal to a king. He just kills it in 4 hits.
Jeez. Yeah, definitely respect his damage, but hey, let's be, obviously the tool set's a little bit different, but similar to Bristleback in that he does rely on teammates also to help him kind of keep those targets nearby to do the damage that we know he can do, right? So they certainly have that follow-up and the ability to lock people down, but we've seen a couple times where, he's finding himself running after somebody, he can't do the damage as a result.
Yeah, can happen. Interesting to me is that Wraith King has decided to go for this build that is completely skipping the Silver Edge when playing into a Spectre. I mean, you're really farmed on Wraith King. He is super strong. He's the most farmed hero on the map, but he is omitting going for any way to counter the Spectre specifically here.
I don't
Granted, though, Spectre really only has 3 items at this stage, so maybe he feels he doesn't need it.
But the win condition for the cut is Spectre getting farmed late game. So that to me still feels a little odd, but either way, yeah, he's going to get big, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's going to go for the overwhelming blink, and then looks like he wants to go back for an Abyssal Blade as well. So we're going to see a pick off here. Empyrean was trying to go and get a D-ward, but the Observer and Sentry combo catches him. Mark is hunting.
That Will-O-Wisp, it catches Scourge. Blinding Light pushback, Scourge. He is tanky, as we know, but okay, he's going to be able to Shadow Step away, and he's still dead. He tried his best, but no way he's going to get away from Ela at that point, and they successfully take out the Spectre. But look at the top lane. Look at what Chives has been doing again.
Yeah, the living armor, though, gonna do some repairing here for the tier 3 tower, so Rubik getting some value out of the spell that he has found. Also a nice thing to have for the high ground push. Can just put that on the Wraith King, send him up the high ground, and watch him take down the buildings.
Oh yeah, you saw right there, Wraith King helping and gets teleported back in, so gonna be good to push this mid lane. Yeah, speaking of that living armor from Treant, it's obviously making this extra difficult. I love the tombstone, though. I just said it right next to it. It's like, yeah, if you want to engage, you're going to have to deal with that, too. Yeah, it's going to have a pause coming out. But Chives is still at the top lane. He's not interested in defending right now.
No, he's doing what he can, just split pushing. They can't defend without Spectre, and Spectre has no desire to buy back. Nice to see that S&D is getting some value at least. He's swapped out the Titan's liver while he's dead and swapped in the Philosopher's Stone. So even while dead, trying to get the most that he can here, get some farm. But this is looking good for C-Dub right now. Importantly, next creep wave was cut though by Sadman on his Batrider, so he is trying to stop them from going high ground here. The backdoor protection will kick in soon, and then I think their high ground might be completely saved just by this move. The living armor should be enough paired up with the backdoor protection once it kicks in to stop even the Assault Gear at Deso from doing any damage.
Yeah, and they're just gonna fall back and having to address this this Beastmaster as well, as it's exactly what Mars will do, trying to kill the Granite Golem. Not as easy to kill. Chive stuck around though, and they're picking it out. Batrider's coming in. They got Promaroar as well, Spectre too, and that is a dead Mars. Promaroar probably not needed, but
maybe
still.
Over the top, yeah, maybe. But you know what? A kill is a kill is a kill. That's what we say in the business, and they got that kill. Good value. The travels from Batrider was a little surprise there for Mars. There's a gem on the ground. They didn't realize that Mars had gem. I think they completely missed that.
Oh,
Get the gem, boys.
Just chilling. They're going back.
Surely they see it now. Yeah, they're right on top of it.
Surely
They've seen this gem. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Finally.
Batrider even had a spot. It's just like, come on, just click it.
That's a really nice thing to get, though. I mean, that can help them clear up. If Batrider goes back now and they start clearing out their own jungle, there are 2 observers that were freshly placed here by Duster. So he could go and secure their farming space as well. And that's what he's going to do. He's joining his team. Gives a gem over to the Treant Protector.
We're going to Duster. He's making his way back. Was alone currently, as the ward you mentioned. So we'll see if they are able to get this one as well. They get the one, though, and already making good use of that gem to double king. How about that? A double damage rune spawning right next to him, and he'll gladly pick that. He blinked up. He is feeling extra confident, of course. However, he is going to get responded to, and thus any chance of the kill stopped.
Oh, the lift coming out from Sanctified, but not going to have any way to follow up here as he only has the living armor. Doesn't have that primal roar anymore. But nice move by the cut overall. They're just dodging right now. Bob and weave is what they need to do. And meanwhile, they put that pressure back on top tower. They're now pushing with the Ancient Granite Golem. And even with the drums as well on Beastmaster. Just Dragon is doing better damage.
I mean, this is his home. Beastmaster's found his home at the top lane, and he's not moving. He's not leaving this.
Bat is here to push or punish anyone who wants to de-push this. Now, if one single hero is going to look to push it out, like Mark might do, then perhaps they can get a kill. C-Dub, though, are going for a big smoke. They are tired of this Beastmaster. They're looking for something.
I will say that if it wasn't for that living armor that was stolen by Rubik, though, a while back, this tower already would have been dead by now, easily. So, but yeah, how about this? Sadman? He's going to get caught. BKBs just before, though, and oh my god, that hit. Took a chunk of life, but he's going to get out. Meanwhile, they find Chives. However, Scourge McDuck also fine and takes on Coddle. Ela waiting for more reinforcements. Duster comes in, puts the tombstone down. Now Chives battling what he can. Spectre, he's out of there. So it's up to Beastmaster to survive on his own, and that's not going to happen. So they got the Coddle kill, but the response is there from C-Dub to take out Beastmaster finally.
Yeah, C-Dub, they managed to hold, but that was overall less resources committed by the cut during that fight. They didn't use their Tiny at all. They didn't use their Treant at all. They were doing other stuff on the opposite side of the map. They were split pushing and stabilizing the lanes. Meanwhile, you lost your mid laner for an off laner. So it was a bad trade on top of the fact that you used, more heroes to achieve it. So right now, the cut, they are outplaying C-Dub pretty heavily here. And if the game continues, they're going to get to that point of level 25 Batrider, which is a huge power spike. By the way, he just picked up on Lincoln, so has a little bit of safety now from the Rubik insta-lift.
And he just got ninja gear, and I feel like that's a pretty solid item for him to have.
Oh yeah, that's among the best that you can get for tier 4, for sure.
Yeah.
Probably the best item that you can get.
So tier 4 items, of course, starting to drop now. It's something that both teams certainly need to keep in mind. Undying's going to be jumped off the bat. He does have Tombstone, but he can't cast it. Currently, he's just going to be bursted down. He does have buyback, as does the Coddle. Refresher on Ela. Going to use it. Undying does buy back. Locked in on Tiny. Tiny goes down. Spectre, much more difficult target, of course. Double kill for Double King.
The Cut need to run. This fight is so dangerous. Wraith King is just absolutely monstrous, and he one-shot the Treant Protector,
Wasn't a
by the way, when he
one-shot.
jumped in.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't even realize Treant died, and that's how fast it happened. I was looking
He
at my tiny.
disappeared. Yeah, he straight up just disappeared when he went in there. Died in a single stun, and he immediately buyback. Of course, they used buyback on the Undying as well. Both teams trying to stay on the map because Roche could start spawning any moment now in 10 seconds time. It is the fastest possible spawn. So you don't want to just stay dead and not be fighting for map control.
And Double King will take over the shrine, so get more control on the map as they also scan the top, and not gonna hit it, I don't think, unless Chives runs into it right now. Oh, a little lucky there on Chives' part, because if he runs a little bit more to the left, he gets hit, and then they're hunting, but he's hidden for now.
Yeah, good moves by Sadman as well, just trying to split push, making them chase after him, using this travels plus ninja gear to most of its efficiency here. And 2 more levels. I know I keep coming back to it, but Batrider has such a big power spike there. Wraith King, though, gonna jump him.
Not gonna kill him. Yeah,
Yeah.
gets the protection needed.
Once he gets Abyssal Blade, he can jump this Wraith King, or jump the Batrider, but right now he's struggling to catch him. And Chives is toying with death on the top part of the map right now. He's so close to them.
Yeah. He's avoiding that. I mean, they know he's still up here, but they just can't find him. He's doing such a good job of being elusive and wasting so much time on the side of the cut, or more so C-Dub side, as the cut does take over the bottom observatory as well, and they're going to make some presence down here. So the cut needs to figure out how they want to approach this. They have Beastmaster being annoying top lane. They have the other side of the team pushing bottom.
Yeah, C-Dub have to figure out. Yeah, I like that the Cut are, aptly named the Cut, as they are creep cutting every single lane, everywhere, all the time this game. But there is a creep wave, and there are siege creeps on top. So I think C-Dub, they want to break high ground with this wave. They're not going to back down.
Flicker just picked up by Mars as well. Another decent item to have there. But anyways, here's that bottom push.
Early
Fortification
Tombstone drop
used
as well.
Oh yeah, Tombstone going down top lane, so they're pushing the tier 3 up there, and that will be a successful tower kill. So bottom push is stalled out, the cut responding to what the C-Dub is doing. But C-Dub will now retreat themselves as they realize the reinforcements are there and go for other objectives. Try to get a Roshan kill, I'm sure, but he still has another 40 seconds. It's a fairly long Roshan respawn.
C-Dub are sticking by. They want to control the area. They know that the Cut want to go back into their own jungle. So holding the high grounds here, playing on high grounds, is a smart move. And the smoke out is coming for the Cut. They are drawing on the map. I think they're very aware of where C-Dub are hanging out right now.
Yeah, Batman is level 24 as well. He is the highest level in the game, so that 25 is just about here.
DD rune gets snagged away. No DD on Wraith King this time. That's a good deny on the rune.
They saw it disappear, so they know something's up, but can they catch save? Save's on the high ground. I think you saw them. He's jetting on out of there, so.
Very tense game, this one, but
Yeah.
it does keep going a little bit longer here. Nice catch mid, but he has that BKB.
And the Lotus Orb applied, so not much Wraith King can do there. It kind of goes back to, yeah, they can certainly kite him.
I think they might get him
on
here. Oh, yeah, the spear is in time. Gonna get caught out and gonna get sold by his teammates. There's nobody who wants to take an honest fight against the C-Dub on the side of the Cut. They keep split pushing and trying to get a favorable engagement, because in a fair, straight ahead 5v5 team fight, C-Dub are stronger. They're way stronger right now. And they get a catch, meanwhile, on Treant as well. Sanctified on his Rubik, making it happen.
And Treant's out for 75 seconds. That's pretty significant. No buyback top lane. Duster keeping Batrider occupied. Now Batrider realizing he's got to run. Not going to be able to make the kill happen. And, I mean, he is fast, so he's going to survive, but close call there.
Certainly out of there, and they're gonna get Roche now over on the side of C-Dub. That was a nice kill attempt by Batrider, but there's Greaves on the Undying, so he dispelled a lot of sticky napalm. That's why he lived. Otherwise, he would have gone down to the Batrider there. But yeah, this is gonna be Roche, Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard coming in as well. Refresher Shard is huge here for either Wraith King or the Mars. Honestly, Mars already has Refresher, so maybe you just give it to Wraith King.
looks like they are going to, yeah. So Ela will pick up the cheese. Is Mars, or not Mars, but Wraith King level 25? Yeah, no, he's gonna. So him and Bat Rider are gonna be hitting the 25 first, and keep an eye on that. Of course, what talents they get.
Yeah.
But it's coming.
Yeah, the level 25 talent on Batrider is huge, but he does not have a Witchblade yet, so he's gonna miss that damage. As Rax now being cracked by Double King. This top Rax falls really fast. That's one lane down, and you don't have a tier 2 tower. You gotta mount the defense here.
Yeah, and there's that Tombstone protection. Again, saying if you want to jump us, you're gonna have to deal with it. Lift into the Spear Arena combo. Save is dead.
He has no buyback.
No buyback himself. Scourge McDuck. Blade Mill. Jumping in. Does have Haunt still. That was a Shadow Step. Lotus Orb applied to Double King, though, reflecting any chance of initiation on him. Of course, has his ultimate as well, Reincarnation. Living Armor, keeping the tower alive. Bat Rider. Catches Undying, not a prime target necessarily. In fact, he's level 20, so he has a death tombstone, by the way. Anyways, Arena comes out again from Ela, and that's going to create the chaos. Bat Rider's head, he buys back immediately. Scourge McDuck, that BKB is going to be wearing off. He wants to kill Industry, he's not going to get it though. And now the lockdown on the Spectre. The Will-O-Wisp is out as well. Double King with the beatdown. And Spectre will die. He has buyback, but his towers are falling.
Yeah, Batrider going in again, getting the Aegis at least, but now putting himself in danger. Has the Beak be ready?
No.
Gonna run away.
Yeah, that would be a dieback for him, so managing to stay alive by forcing a BKB out. Of course, Spectre did buy back, and Duster eventually is killed. There's that Tombstone coming out.
He leaves,
So again,
yeah, leaves the extra Tombstone though. They have 2 Tombstones. I think they can keep pushing here. Even though Undying is dead, he's still there in spirit and bones, I guess, through these Tombstones.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like when they went to lasso hit, it's like, why go Undying? I mean, he's already done his job. That seems a little
Yeah,
odd.
he was not the target. For sure not the target. Nice lift here by Rubik though, catching the Batrider.
No BKB on Bat Rider. He's dead. That's a dieback. Oh, the Will-O-Wisp. Yeah, the Blinding Light pushback gets the kill. And that could be the beginning of the end for the cut. They're trying to do a last stand of sorts here. Scourge McDuck in once again. Lotus Orb applied, helping him out. Double King turns around though, and letting his damage rain. 1,000+ crits coming down. Beastmaster buys back immediately, but now saves in trouble as he gets jumped by the Wraith King.
He has
However,
Arena
chives.
soon. 3 seconds.
He does. Arena's going to be coming out, and he has a BKB as well. Using that Bulwark, God's Rebuke helps secure the kill there on Empyrean. And I mean, this fight's been lasting forever, but you kind of take a look from further above, and it seems like C-Dub is just about to do it. The Arena finally used. Pretty deep one there from Ela.
BKB by Spectre, stays alive.
Look at Wraith King, though. He's beating up Beastmaster, and Beastmaster's staying dead for nearly 2 minutes as well. Buybacks from Undying, and the Mars coming back in, and well, Trent, he's not going to be able to defend by himself.
GG gets called on that. Secures C-Dub here as the winners of the first series, that they're gonna advance into the winners versus winners between them and Fart Studios. Meanwhile, the cut, they just didn't really look like they had enough coordination here against C-Dub when it came to the team fights. Great split pushing, but the team fights were really, really rough. The initiation there, grabbing the Undying with Lasso felt really off. It just looked like they couldn't really win the big team fights, and C-Dub, after a long, hard-fought game, they managed to get this game done.
Yeah, I'll say that definitely props to the cut for making that one a lot more interesting than what it seemed like it could have been as far as just the lead that C-Dub had early on. It seemed like could have been one that they could have ran away with, but they certainly put up a great fight. Chive did a fantastic job of constantly split pushing. Sadman almost got to that level on the Bat Rider that you were stressing throughout the whole game that you had to respect and could certainly start taking over, but just a little too short in terms of coming up there. And C-Dub does finish the job. Again, they got to be feeling good, as you saw there on screen as well. So Duster doing a good job of standing in on that Undying too, and they'll have the matchup against Far Studios. The cut, though, they're going to be playing against Penguin Squad, and that'll be the fun one to watch because, again, the loser, they're out of Division 2, at least early on going into Season 2. So anyways, we're going to give it back to the panel. We'll let them break that one down.
Thank you so much, Waga and Breaky. But yeah, this game between C-Dub and the Cut, it was pretty full on. There was a lot of action, something I don't think anyone would have expected if you tuned out at, let's say, the 13, 15-minute mark. You would have been like, hold on, what's going on here? But gods, in this whole grand scheme, it was very impressive to see just how dominant C-Dub were in that laning to early part of this game.
Yeah, it really looked like they could just run away with this game with how good their start was. They definitely drafted for it, like you're picking heroes like Undying to completely secure your lane. We don't see much Wraith King, but Wraith King's a very strong laner, and Beastmaster is just not a hero that I think particularly pressures Wraith King in lane. So really good laning setup and draft. I think the Coddle just as a pick against Beastmaster, even though you don't lane against Beastmaster, worked really nicely and gave them a ton of early damage to play around. So yeah, C-Dub played the early game amazingly well.
And there is much to be said, though, about the fact that the Cut were able to take certain fights. There was, I think, around the 22, 24-minute mark, there was a massive fight where it felt like the Cut were going to be able to turn it around. It gave a glimmer of hope, B-Cup.
It looked like there were points where the Cut were kind of getting it done. The fights were lasting a little bit longer than we were expecting. But as time went on, the items came out. Like, I don't know. I just, my boy Mark doing his thing, throwing down the Ags, the Will-O-Wisp with the Illuminates, the Binding was like, oh, they're going to last long. All right. Eat like 12 Illuminates, enjoy that, have some fun. I'm going to ruin this for you.
Yeah, I thought the Coddle mid would have struggled a little bit more just because how early it was picked up in that draft. I thought maybe the Cut would have been able to work around that, had a bit of a solution, but the Batrider just wasn't it, gods.
Yeah, the Batrider gave them, especially when they're going late, I thought it was going to be a great pick. It looked like the Cut were dragging this game. Like, it goes 47 minutes. If you told me that in advance, I'd be like, yeah, the Cut surely are winning this one. But it was just a bit too much of an uphill battle. I think they kind of got in this spot where they just had to split push, which Batrider is okay for doing, but it didn't really feel like there was like a late game timing where Sadman was going to look super comfortable. You see there the stats 8, 7, and 4. Like, it's not the highest impact out of your mid laner as far as what you're hoping to get. And then, yeah, on the other side, you've Coddle, who didn't really feel countered or shut down at all by a Batrider pick. Mark was just everywhere, was rarely getting jumped in these fights. Made one or two small mistakes where he got picked off. There was one in like the top lane, for example. But outside of that, like, Coddle just felt completely uncountered, despite the fact there's a Spectre, Batrider, Beastmaster, Hulk gives vision. Like, there were so many things that are meant to help address the Coddle, but none of them seem to work.
I mean, look, C-Dub, fantastic. Looking at this scoreboard, you already pointed out some of the KDAs of these players. It is so satisfying, by the way, to see literally all 3 cores of C-Dub have the exact same kills. I don't know why, but my eyes are just so pleased by what I'm watching there. However, neither of those 3 were the ones that got MVP. It does go to Sanctified on the Rubik B-Cup. He's going to be our MVP for this game. Woo! He's the one that secures C-Dub are going to stay in Division 2.
Yeah, he did a really good job. I think Duster combined to be great. At some point, Duster kind of did his job to try and drop down a tombstone and have 2 tombstones there. Worked out really well, but the remaining things happened, and you could see 31 assists, just involved in literally everything.
Yeah, literally everything. There's not too much more to say on C-Dub here. Like, you've got to be feeling great. Now you don't have that pressure that you might be relegated. We should talk about the fact, though, that the Cut, they are going to be facing Penguin Squad next, but Penguin Squad have had this one game sort of break. The Cut have to run straight into it now. It is literally going to be the 2 losers, so the loser from the Penguin Squad series and then the loser here from the C-Dub Cut series are going to be facing off. So, gods, if you're the Cut, like, how do you quickly bounce back from this? There isn't much time to be able to change a lot, but you're coming up against a completely different opponent.
Yeah, and based on what we saw now from the Cut, I think this could be a pretty even matchup. But as far as preparation goes, you just gotta, reset and say, okay, on to the next game. Let's focus on what Penguin Squad like to do, how we want to draft and play against them, because I think the draft is super important. It's become one of the Cut's biggest weaknesses, specifically Scourge McDuck, his hero pool. It's hard to draft around him when he's got just Bristleback, and his other heroes he's played, like Spectre's like kind of forced here. Like, I don't know. I think his hero pool is becoming a bigger and bigger problem. He's kind of similar to BSJ in that he's kind of playing some of these outdated hero picks from previous patches that in the right game can be amazing as like maybe a surprise pick, but everybody knows what those heroes are. And his hero pool is like smaller than Fartis J, so it just feels like they need to find a way to give SMD a better game.
Yeah, and look, I'll let you guys, I'm going to give you a question. I'm going to ask you guys to try and think about what heroes could Scrooge McDuck potentially play that still fit that Bristle style, where it's still tanky, it can be active, across the map in the earlier part. And while you're thinking about it, I'm going to do our sponsor shout out, esportsbet.io. They are the sponsor for NA DPC here, and they are running a chance to get $100 US $100 risk-free bet. It's $100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet. It's your chance to guarantee a win with no risk involved, so you can join esportsbet.io now and start placing some bets on your NADPC teams. And if you want to know more information, you can join the Discord. A link will be down below in the PGL Twitch channel panel. So now, Beakup, do you have an answer for me? What could Scrooge McDuck play that isn't Bristle but is similar?
I was gonna still say Bristleback. I don't know. Maybe I'm just gonna say something stupid. Sven.
Okay. All right. And what's your hope, gods?
I'm gonna go with Chaos Knight.
Okay. All right. We'll see. I'm gonna take the information. I'm gonna think about it. But for now, we're gonna jump to a break. When we come back, it will be Penguin Squad up against the Cut. Loser will be relegated out of Division 1, Division 2. We are back with the most important game here. And joining me on the panel is Gods and Breaky. Breaky, how did you enjoy casting those first few games?
It was fun. It was tense. You could tell. Obviously, these teams understand what they're playing for. To stay alive here to go into Division 2 next season, a guarantee. And we definitely felt that, especially that last game. C-Dub victorious, but the cut making it close at least.
Yeah, that's right. If you guys are tuning in, we had Fart Studios take the first game, then we had C-Dub take the second, which means here in our third game of these best of one tiebreakers, we have Penguin Squad up against the Cut. One of these teams will be relegated. This game is the decider. Whoever loses between these two teams will have to go through open qualifiers all over again to come back in Division 2 next to us. So it's a position you don't want to be in, something you don't want to come up against. And Gods, is there a team that you favor a little bit more based on what we've seen today, and also with the information that the Cut are actually going to have a stand-in now? Shaggy is not going to be playing, or Sadman, however you want to know him by, he's not going to be playing, and there is going to be a stand-in for him.
I don't know who's favorite anymore. These teams are both in disarray. Like, one team you have, Penguin Squad. They started kind of weak, and then they got better when they were playing with stand-ins, when they had Kid, 98 Flow. They brought in a mid laner, and they look good. They can't use stand-ins anymore. So they're 5-position players playing carry. Like, what the hell's going on there? And then the other team, the Cut, I thought they were stable. Turns out their mid player, I don't know whether he just dipped or there's some inner turmoil, or if he actually has something going on that he can't play, but when you're in the final, this is their final game of the entire DPC, and suddenly your mid player's like not playing.
Peace.
What the hell's going on? This is just anyone's game. I have no idea who's favorite anymore.
Yeah, I feel like whoever does end up staying probably will have quite a big change for Div 2 next to it. But for now, you got to focus on the hand you were dealt, what is happening right now. And game draft is on our screens. Penguin Squad getting their hands on the Rubik Mars, while the Cut themselves pick up the tree. Leshrac, Breaky.
Yeah, obviously a bit of a different opener there. Not the Treant, more so the Leshrac, of course. And but again, it goes back to, is this because whoever their new mid player is he more of a comfortable Leshrac player? That is a possibility, I suppose. Maybe consider. I'm not going to say, it's not like a mid hero you're picking up and not expecting to get countered, because that can certainly happen. So they do have some bans to follow up now. But very interesting with the Leshrac. I really don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, so the new mid laner is a guy called Red 2, also known as Nico. He played on 5-rat 4-staff for a couple of years. He's kind of an experienced mid. Leshrac is one of his most played heroes. It's in his top 4 or 5. He's a pretty classic mid player. Pengo, Ember, Void Spirit, Leshrac, Storm Spirit, Puck, Invoker. Those are his most played heroes. So he's been around a while. He's actually, $100,000 career earnings, which is more than most Div 2 players. So he is a bit of a veteran. So it feels like they wanted to just bring someone in who, is experienced. Even though he's never made on the big stage in NA, he's someone they feel like they can just slot in and kind of rely on. I think most importantly has a bigger hero pool. Like Shaggy, one of the limitations we've heard other teams talk about is people kind of know what heroes he likes to play, and you can kind of draft around that.
Yeah, and you pick up Lesh, who is definitely one of the more powerful sort of OP mid laners running through. You get the Bloodstone on him. Man goes from literally 2 health back to 100%. So I'm excited to see just how much this Lesh can potentially 1v9 the game. I like the pickup being closing out the phase. We always talk about how you want to have that slight gotcha pick, and I think this is very much it. I don't think if you're Penguin Squad, you could have ever predicted that that's, one, how they were going to close out the phase, but two, that they were even going to pick up at all based on past drafts and past games from the Cut. So now bans are going to be Dro, Shadowfiend, Sniper. The Cut don't want to come up against anything too ranged, whilst Penguin Squad taking up some of those Zoo offlaners, the Nature's Prophet, the Beast, and one more ban left for themselves, Breaky.
Yeah, fit the Zoo theme, something like a Lycan here. Certainly wouldn't be surprised to see if they just want to really continue that road. I mean, again, they already know, or can be pretty confident that it will be a Leshrac mid, going to God's point as well, the player, Red 2, which I'm sure they are aware of who he is as well, what he likes to play. So, yeah, confident in that. So instead, banning more so focusing on that offlane role certainly could make sense. But they're going to go with the Slark instead with the with the final one after the couple of seasons. So yeah, Lycan, Visage are still two of that come to mind that could be picked up by the cut if they want to stick to those the zoo-like strategy. But Mars on the side of Penguin Squad, of course, you'd figure is going to be their offlaner.
Yep. Unless you want to go back to week 1 where they were actually doing carry Mars, but
True.
I think they've stopped doing that.
Yeah, I think so too.
They were definitely this weird team that, like, week 1, they actually did okay in their first couple games where they had, like, 2 offlaners and then had Snow playing mid carries, mid SF, mid sniper, mid Medusa. Like, it was surprisingly effective until other teams saw it working and they're like, okay, we'll just counter this. But I think Penguin Squad definitely want to give Snow, like, the win condition. They tried to do that last game. Like, his SF performance was fine. East looked uncomfortable in the carry, as you'd expect from a support. The game, you can't really blame the game on him. But there's definitely something, some internal issues with Penguin Squad when they're swapping roles like that. They don't believe in Rabish playing, carry. The fact they want to put their captain 5 on it suggests there's some issues going on internally. But, the same thing's happening with the Cup when they're swapping out their mid laners. So I think if you're Penguin Squad, you're just trying to figure out a way to craft a draft where you can play around Snow specifically. Whether he doesn't have to necessarily play mid, he could play mid or carry. But if you can find a way to get those mid carries to work, it'd be great. The issue is a lot of them now have been banned with SF and Sniper banned out. TA is the other one that kind of stands out. We saw him do really well in that hero, but that's not the best hero to play into Leshrac. So I think the hero pool of mid carries is kind of limited right now.
Tiny coming up. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm a simple man when it comes to analyzing, especially these best of 1 drafts. Even more, what I mean by that is that there's the Visage, especially with those first 3 picks of Penguin Squad. I'll say this: numbers easy to look at. Rubik, we've talked about, is the most picked hero, 37% win percentage though. Snapfire is a fairly decently picked hero. Been 12 times, has only won once of those 12 times. Mars only has a 37% win percentage. You get what I'm going with this. They're picking up heroes that don't necessarily have the most success. Obviously, there's a deeper story to that, I understand. But again, in these best of 1s, this is on the line. I feel like that's something you have to at least respect a little bit.
The other great thing with best of 1s is teams are willing to get scrappy when it comes to a draft, right? Like, people don't mind if you cheese. Like, you got to do what you got to do to stay in Division 2. So I'm all for just pulling out all the stops, just making sure that you guys are getting on something that works well. It's easy to execute. It's simple, but it's also comfortable. I don't know if there's anything in that back pocket for Penguin Squad, but that's, I think, why I like the cut, what they do. We talked about what other offlaners were still available in the pool. Visage being one of them. It gets picked up. You have this Lash. Like, there's just a lot that I enjoy coming out from the cut. I just hope that they're able to execute it, gods.
Yeah, and the Visage with Lesh is kind of nice because I feel like the heroes Visage is worse against, like these illusion heroes, like Nagas and TBs are great against Visage, but those heroes are bad against Leshrac. So I feel like Lesh and Visage kind of cover each other's weaknesses, and these 2 heroes together are really nice. Visage is naturally an aura builder, can get the Greaves, the Pipe, all those stuff from the offlane, and those are items Leshrac loves to have to make him even tankier. Like, when you have a Lesh mid, you just want to turn him into this powerful, unkillable killing machine, which is what Triot does, which is what Visage does, and it does then push Penguin Squad onto a Monkey King pick, which isn't really looking like an amazing pick here. Like, you think Monkey King, what games it's good, it's always against these lanes where, okay, you're against a melee offlaner who is going to get destroyed in lane. Clicking into a Visage isn't, really the strongest of lanes.
We did see them pick it up in that series against Felt, and it did well. I'm just worried that the supporting lineup for Monkey King this time around, Breaky, doesn't allow him to, be able to play the same way it was played in that series and in that game.
It just doesn't feel like the right core. I mean, it kind of goes back to, yes, again, 66% win percentage, but it's only been seen 3 times. But even further to that, as Kaz is pointing out there, in the Visage matchup, not necessarily the greatest there. He's going up against a Train, he's going up against a Leshrac, who's not going to mind his Wukong's command, and he's going to be doing a lot of return damage to him. So the Monkey King just feels a little out of place as well. And I mean, Penguin Squad draft, again, just heroes on paper, there's certainly synergy there, and it makes sense in some aspects, but I continue to favor the Cuts draft and where they're going right now.
Yeah. I'm on the same page, but I feel like I have an okay read on what Penguin Squad's doing. I don't hate it. It's just, it's weaker than what the Cut's doing because the Cut has pretty meta picks. They really want to force this idea of having, Snow playing a mid carry. I think for them, probably Monkey King safe lane is just this fast-paced carry that can come online and create space. I doubt we're going to see any kind of Battle Fury build. It's probably just going to be like Echo Saber, BKB, fight.
I see.
They have crazy big team fight. The issue is, what is that mid hero? Like, how do you win this draft with your mid pick? The TA I mentioned now getting banned. Like, it's not even a great TA game, but they ban it nonetheless because you look at Penguin Squad draft and you're like, yeah, they need something to just solo carry this game, like a mid Medusa, a mid Arc Warden. Like, this is like a kind of tricky spot to be in, but it is where Penguin Squad have had their most success. I think they can't go away from it, even though it's very predictable. I love the Cuts draft. I think they've got everything they need to beat it, but for Penguin Squad BO1, they're trying to play their style.
Dire team pick.
All right, so bans now in the last phase. A TA, a Quap, Bristle, and Troll taken out. So we're going to see what the Cut are going to end to back up on. Again, this is Scourge McDuck. We don't know what he's really going to pull out and how comfortable he's going to feel on it, gods.
Remaining.
Yeah, and that's been a big problem. Like, as much as like I'm not loving like Penguin Squad's draft and think they've drafted themselves a bit into a corner, they've at least stuck to what works for them. And then the Cut, Scourge McDuck, he's often picking his hero late in these drafts. He's not looked that great outside of his Bristleback games. He's looked fine on Nature's Prophet and Lena. He's going to play Bloodseeker. I believe he played this once before in a loss.
Times, yeah.
It's a decent pick. I think it's just something they don't want to, they don't want to put him on like their win condition because he just hasn't really stepped up. I think they want to turn this into more of like a team-oriented draft where you have a carry that comes and fights early, joins the Visage, the Leshrac, and if anything, they're looking at Lesh more as the hero that gives them that win condition and carries the game.
I have definitely lost full faith in Bloodseeker being a win condition. Maybe not like in every game, but definitely in NA Div 2. It just, I don't have too much hope for it. But I like what you said about the change in win condition shifting to more like a Lesh. And then, Penguins are good. Here we go. It's the Morphling as last pick. We'll see who does pick up what though, Breaky.
Yeah, it's going to be East, aka Ifrit. He's their carry player, as we come to find out from support on the Monkey King. It will be a mid Morphling. Okay, certainly scalability is there on the side of Penguin Squad, but it is a bit of a different theme than what we've been seeing from them overall, and frankly, a lot of their success and their wins, where it was just a lot of fast pace, behind that Spirit Breaker strategy, they'll run at you. Run and gun strategy. So I don't know if they necessarily, like everyone else, minus the Morphling earlier on, can certainly assist with that, but I don't know at the same time. It just doesn't feel like it's enough. And Bloodseeker, yes, haven't been sold on, but it does feel, I actually like it this game for the Cut. It does kind of bring that lineup together in that you have that Leshrac you can rely on to be a core for you as well. And Visage certainly brings plenty of carry potential himself and scalability. So I actually like the Cut's draft quite a bit.
Okay. Guys, I have to ask, old habits die hard. Is Snow playing a carry from the mid laner gonna be the death of Penguin Squad, closing out how we saw them start out?
I'm glad they go back to it for one last game. They're
One
literally
last
their
ride.
draft approach. Yeah, their draft approach is usually like, ask Snow, what do you think you can 1v9 this game on? And he's just like, give me that Morphling. I want to believe, but I'm doubtful. But maybe if the Cut don't shut him down, they have a chance.
Yeah. Doubtful, but again, always ready to be proven wrong. Either way, it is going to be a massive game. It's going to be intense between these two teams. With Penguin Squad, we have the Cut. Whoever loses will be relegated out of Division 2, and to cast it, it is Wagger and B-Cop.
Thank you very much. Coming into this one game. It always feels like I'm ready to say BO3 series, but that's just not the case anymore. It's all just BO1s, and we'll see who ends up winning. I'm always rooting for the waddle that is Penguin Squad, but I like the Cuts draft a lot, and I've just been kind of worrying about Penguin Squad and throwing Issei into the one position just kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, they made changes very late into everything here, but I mean, so did the Cut. As we see a little bit of engagement here, gonna catch out the Rubik, first blood attempt, gonna go successful here. The Cut, bring him down. The thing is, though, the Cut are also making a change here. Having Red 2 come in and play, he does get that first blood, so gonna be a little bit happy, though.
Yeah, we've talked about stand-ins and stand-in situations throughout like the whole season of the division, and we were talking about Kid the other day who was playing for Penguin Squad, where it feels like the best stand-in positions are like the 5 and the 2, and the 2 kind of you get left to do your own thing. So I can kind of see like Red 2 feeling confident playing this little Shrek over mid, and I wouldn't be too surprised if he kind of pops off in this one.
Yeah, he's playing on a comfort hero. He's an experienced player as well, like the panel mentioned, so shouldn't have too much of an issue here. And yeah, mid lane, you don't need to rely on teamwork that much. You're just kind of doing your 1v1 thing, and as long as you know how to communicate and exit that laning phase and start having impact on the other lanes later on, it doesn't matter too much if you have scrimmed a lot with that team specifically. But having that great start with the first blood, he already has bottle complete before the lanes begin here. So that's definitely going to help him out a lot.
Yeah, controlling the runes is going to be a big thing. And morphling over mid, I always, the example I think of with morph mid is IG when they had Fly and Emo. And Emo would play the morphling when they weren't confident on Fly playing in the safe lane. I'm wondering, because we don't see morphling that much anymore, especially over mid. What do you think about this hero kind of just coming into this matchup?
I think this is actually a really good morphling game, looking at it. When I saw the last pick morphling come out, I look and read, what heroes you're playing against, how the bursts are, how good is this lineup at killing morphling. And sure, they have some stuff later on, like Blink Tiny and to follow up stun by Leshrac and Silence from Bloodright and so on. But overall, a lot of their initiations are kind of slow. And Morph should be able to stay alive against a lot of this continuous damage. The thing that I'm more worried about is this Monkey King. I'm with Gods in this one. Monkey King, usually you want to have a fantastic lane for him, some melee matchup where he can absolutely dominate, but against this Visage, could be a good lane for the cut here if they don't misplay it.
Yeah, and we saw Issei kind of struggle with the Jug in the safe lane from the first game that they played today, so it does worry me a little bit about how he's going to feel comfortable in this lane. Obviously, it's one game. It's not like the end-all, be-all of what we should see from him, because he's already 6-4. Like, this is already feeling much better.
It's starting out great. Yeah, the CSing so far is on point. Having a fantastic start here, getting to farm pretty far back as well. Not too far out and exposed. Top lane, we see a bit of trade between Rubik and the Treant, but ultimately not really a lane where one team has a big advantage, mostly just a farm lane.
I don't really think they could. It's hard to get kills on this Treant. Like, Telekinesis Spear obviously is the combo, but even then he's still pretty tanky early on, and if you're doing that, that means you're standing still for a Bloodright, which could put you into a bit of a problematic position.
It's just a lot of HP to go through. Rabish might be in trouble here. He actually brings the Bloodseeker closer to himself, so feeling confident that he can't get run down. And he's gonna stay just fine.
Not enough speed just yet.
Yeah, once the boots come in, the lane swaps a little bit. It becomes harder for Radiant.
Especially if they're able to land these Bloodrights pretty consecutively, right? Like, you keep these heroes low, where Bloodseeker's kind of having an easier time moving around and weaving his way
Rabish
through
is
the
in
lane.
trouble. The Frost Creep is on him.
He might just be dead.
Yeah.
The grass keeps him from going up onto the high ground, and then he has to go back towards that direction, avoids the Bloodright, but Leech Seed slowing him down, and eventually Scourge McDuck gets the kill on a Rabish.
Man, that Ghost attacking him just 3 times, it was enough to slow him down and make sure that he gets caught out by the Bloodseeker. And that is a nice little kill for Bloodseeker to start the lane as well. So SMD having a good start into this game.
Structures are fortified.
Always good to get a decent chunk early, especially you do see mid and safe lane going well for the cut. Off lane, not as much, but you could start to see Visage developing and catching up to this Monkey King that was pretty far ahead. It was like 6-2 or 6-1 at one point, and now Visage kind of Chives is more comfortable in the lane with levels.
He's getting closer, but still, this is a lot of denies coming out, and against the Visage, that's what you want to have happen, because Visage relies on level 6 more than probably any other offlane hero. He just has to get that level 6 so he gets the birds out and can start being more useful. Until then, he is pretty weak. They haven't been able to do too much damage with the Soul Assumption as well bottom. So, yeah, Monkeys is kind of dominating this lane.
I'm just taking a lot of time from Penguin Squad. Even though the creeps are coming their way, it's allowing Scourge McDuck to bring the creeps over here and try and get the creep equilibrium at some point, not let them pull it where they're feeling comfortable.
Yeah. Meanwhile, CS comparison for the mid lane, 18-3 versus 16-5. So both players staying pretty close to each other here. Nobody getting the edge over each other. It's very hard to find an opening as Leshrac to punish the Morphling, really. It would come down to a pretty big misplay at that point. So mainly just a farm lane. We'll see who can transition out and do the most with the farm that they're getting here.
It feels like Leshrac should be able to help push and make something happen, especially when the 6 is hit for Visage, right? Like, these towers aren't going to be safe when that happens.
Oh, toss in bottom, but I don't think they have the damage to kill for full HP like this.
Yeah, Crawler, Cookie, short. That puts him in a bit of a deep situation, but nothing to really stop him anymore. And a Boundless Strike coming through on it, 2 heroes. That's really just harassment back and forth.
Yeah. Meanwhile, top lane a bit of trades as well, but yeah, bottom staying completely fine. Nice use of the Jingu as well. This is such a, or the Mischief as well. Such a nice lane to Mischief for Monkey King against Soul Assumption, against tiny tree grab throw at you. Pretty slow nukes that you have a lot of time to prepare and get that Mischief dodge against.
Yeah, I did it with the tree toss just a moment ago, so he's showing it off a little bit. Snow
Yeah, if you do it on one single Soul Assumption, that's huge impact.
It's a lot of damage that it's not going through, right? Like, that's kind of what you rely on to get these nukes out. Get anything in this lane. Nature's Grass, stun lands, but the shift is on for Snow, who I was going to say is on this Morphling, and they were talking about how he's not exactly comfortable mid, but he picks like this carry mid playing hero.
Oh, the DD Rubik is winning the trade pretty hard here against the tree and gonna pull him back as well with a Fade Bolt. Raindrop is
he's
saving
got him. Yeah, one more right click and should just get a free kill. But if this turns into Red 2 getting a kill, I'm not entirely sure that trade's great because this is now a solo kill for the Leshrac.
It's okay still because it gives you the time for Snow to be able to farm a creep wave without the pressure of Lesh being there bullying him. Meanwhile, those save coming in. Chain
and the
stun.
stunt toss, they got him. Wasn't able to shift this time.
Yeah, that was very nice by Save. Right position there, getting the initiation with the Avalanche, and no time for Morphling to get his Morph going.
Middle tower is under
Refill that
attack.
bottle for Red 2 as M did die to that Rubik earlier. So that helps him out in the lane even more, especially while Snow's not there to really decline any of the farm from this Leshrac at all.
Yeah, and Lesh being able to get himself some kills like that, and now maybe he'll start thinking about clearing out some jungle or perhaps even make a rotation.
Bottom lane, they've got the Scatterblast Avalanche on a 2, toss up into the air. It's on a Crawler, but Soul Assumption, not enough damage. Does put him low, but the aggression was on for a second onto the Visage while he was left alone with Save out of the lane when he was through towards mid. So Chive's getting closer to that 6.
Yeah, getting close, but once he has it, everything shifts on bottom lane. Still has the entire level 6 to farm though, and the Snapfire staying close to Monkey, making sure to babysit him.
Ravish and Snow combining together. Scourge McDuck, he's had a free time up in the top lane. He's already level 6. You can see he's even keeping up with the Leshrac in terms of net worth, and compared to that Monkey King, who's felt like he's had a good lane, like there's still a good chunk of gold going in his direction. Cookie, Boundless Strike, and Chives on the run, throws a Soul Assumption out into Crawler, but still dealing with a very minuscule amount of health at the moment.
Yeah, really low top as well. Empyrean getting pretty close here. The Rupture goes in on Mars.
Yeah, they want to get this kill into Satoshi. He's going to try and TP away. Telekinesis throws him down to the Bloodseeker. That's the counter to Rupture. Just TP out, especially when they have no more lockdown.
Yeah, mid tower now as well with this regen on Lesh. He could potentially take out the tower here. He's gonna play for the Edict probably. Actually, he goes and steals some jungle farm instead with a regen rune. Gonna get himself a little bit more farm, but mid tier 1 tower definitely in danger of this Edict push that Lesh can start doing.
Primal Spring down, Avalanche saving Chives for the moment. And now throwing out another Soul Assumption on a Crawler, but Chives, he is just playing with fire with how low health he is.
I mean, he has to stay close and try and get this experience, but every single time they just go on and look at this suicidal.
The Cookie.
Yeah. The
Have
aggression.
anybody to follow up the Avalanche? Not really. Nobody's TPing in. I thought maybe if like Leshrac was here or something like that, they get a kill on an E-save if he's not too careful, but he's actually over mid getting a tier 1 tower and a kill on a Ravish. Looks for the stun on a Snow. Doesn't land it. Now running away from this Morphling. Waveform forward and will get the kill on a Red 2.
Okay, that is a pretty huge kill, though. Morph managing to get this killing spree is gonna speed up his game a little bit, and he needed that. Who has to be careful for the nuke coming in there as he morphed down. Empyrean tried for the Nature's Grasp kill, but not gonna be able to get him. Top Arena.
Duck, Arena, Spear, landing. They should have a cookie, just waiting on the timing to get the full stun duration out. Boundless Strike. Surge McDuck throws a Rupture and starts to run. He's got the living armor. He's gonna survive all that.
Actually, if he tossed onto the Bloodseeker there with the Rupture from save, I think that they might have been able to kill the Mars as well. He tossed him to keep him in place. Beautiful save by, well, Save coming in on his Tiny there. Living up to his name.
They found Emp for a second, but won't get a kill. And if you live up to your namesake and your name is Save, it must feel really good.
That's why he's a support player, you know? With a name like that, you can't be a core. You're disqualified.
No. Then what are you doing? You're saving the game, maybe, but...
Yeah. No, core players need an edgy name and an anime profile picture. That's a requirement.
That's why I'm not a core. I have just a drink as my picture. Or a drink logo.
Yeah, and we see this top tower being pushed a little bit. Meanwhile, bottom tower as well being pushed very quickly here. The Lesh and Visage together.
This opens up so much of the map. They already took the mid-tier one. Like, bottom's gone. This is going to feel really bad for Penguin Squad.
Yeah, the farming grounds will be pretty small for the side of this Morphling soon and the Monkey King. Monkey has to really get active non-stop and just play a fighting game if they want Morph to have any form of space to farm.
He's going into the Echo Saber, right? Like, so it's not that build we've seen in the past with Monkey King where it's Battle Fury Ags or anything like that.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, it's the Echo Saber and looking to fight.
Penguin Squad do play this carry mid style, so you can't go Battle Fury because you're essentially running double carry. So your main carry has to be going for very sacrificial, like early game aggression style. So Echo Saber plays perfectly into that idea, but we also have seen some issues with mid carry in this current patch. It just is not really favored, and we can already see it. The momentum of this Lesh starting to take over the map, starting to get more tower pressure, and now it feels like any moment now he will want to make a move towards top. And if all those tier 1 towers get taken out, then the map starts getting very difficult to play.
Yeah, so he was pushing mid for a second. It's a 3k net worth lead, and you can see that the Dodo Plus has well, the favoring in favor of the cut. So it's no surprise at the moment with the way it's going. Going back to your point about how like mid carries haven't exactly been working out, well, a lot of the mids that did carry went to safe lane to carry themselves, and Emp, he's gonna get run down under the tier 1 tower by the 1 and 2 of Penguin Squad. Like we saw Lina go to safe lane, a couple heroes similar to that. Ooh, kill on a red 2. Over mid with the Arena and 3 heroes here mid, and that's the second time red 2's kind of felt comfortable across the river and died for it.
Yeah, it's a really nice catch. Then, meanwhile, top, they're using the Morphling and Monkey to take a tower as well. So, honestly, a lot of things going Penguin Squad's way right now. And this was probably important for them. Activating 2 cores to take this tier 1 tower, make sure that it doesn't just stay alive, which we can see every now and then. Against Treant Protectors, sometimes the tier 1 towers, they just don't fall. And then teams get really stunted. They don't develop the way that you want, but now they have that little bit of space top. It secures you pretty much these 2 extra creep camps in the jungle, making sure that it's safe for you to farm here.
Again, red 2 now going across the river.
Got Bloodstone already, 13 minutes.
Has a regen rune too in his bottle, so let's see if he can just stay safe for the moment. You'd assume the push is going to be on soon, especially when Save gets that Blink Dagger. I would say the aggression will come from them too.
Yeah, for now it is the cut. They're trying to make a move towards bottom, going behind here.
Oh boy, Avalanche comes through. That should line up the stun from the Leshrac. An easy kill there on a Satoshi. And that means pressure onto the tier 2 bottom, which might force Penguin Squad to kind of either
honestly, it might just fall. They don't have Glyph,
yeah.
And I don't think you TP into this after losing Mars. So yeah, I think this tower is just going to go down, and that is a big blow. Losing it this early, you're going to lose your outpost, and of course you can't take the enemy outpost because you haven't taken a tier 2 tower yourself. So 14 minutes is very early to lose that bit of income, right? The experience income.
Yeah, losing that outpost so early, especially now, even the bottom side of the map just won't feel safe for you too. So like, it's not even just the outpost income; it's the income of being able to freely go into that part of the jungle and feel confident, right?
Yeah, for sure. This is a big blow. It's specifically a big blow towards the supports as well, who rely even more so on the experience that you get from the outpost. Even though it's a very minimal part, it does. Everything adds up. Dota is a game of very, very many small factors adding up and stacking up as much advantage as you can with that.
Or even just throwing a support in that bottom lane to farm. Like, sometimes you have that tier 2 tower and you could send a support to get like a level or something, or the ending parts of a forward staff. You don't really have that option. Like, you just can't put anybody down there without the thought of, hey, they're going to die really quickly, especially with Visage camping himself down in the bottom lane and the outpost now being in the hands of the Dire.
Pressure's on P-Squad, so they're going to make a move with it. They don't have Blink on Mars. He's running in for the arena. Pepe hop away.
So close, but so far. And Iseng just going in. What? Balance Strike, Wukongs. Is this going to work out for them? The Kiss is followed up. Amp on the run, but they've got the mech. They'll survive, and nobody's going to die here from the cut. Now, they're looking to go back up out of the high ground. Avalanche, Blood Right, silence onto this Morphling, and now the right click's coming from Scourge McDuck. They get the kill on a Ravage, so look over at Issei. That's a second one gone. Snow TP's out, and a good turnaround there from the cut.
That was everything on the back of the Tumbler's toy for Leshrac there. If it wasn't for that, that fight would be completely different. They could have bursted Lesh immediately from the start of that fight, but good reactions by Red 2, just skirts out, and it was funny because he really jumped over the wall as it was rising up from Mars. So very nice reflexes there.
Something Mars players all thinking the wall should be instant.
Yeah, surely they do. As if we haven't seen enough buffs to this wall by now.
Yeah, this hero literally hasn't left the meta since it's been introduced.
Pretty much, yeah. Now that you mention it, Mars has pretty much been up there. He was mid for a long time, and then a lot of laning stage nerfs led to him being an off-laner instead, but the pairing with him and Snapfire, I mean, we see it in this game, and we've seen it probably several thousand times before in the last year. It's been, it was the top combo for DPC in the previous seasons. I do think that the combo is kind of aged poorly now, though. Bottom lane, nice stun here.
As the Primal Spring's coming down.
That
they
was
got the
good.
Avalanche and they have the stun. They're going to get a kill on Issei. Like, I don't know where he can really go. Tries to turn into a tree, but yeah. Pulse Nova.
Save at the right place. Right place at the right time there with that Avalanche. You can hear the sound of the Primal Spring coming in, and of course it's on top of the creep wave, so just throws down the Avalanche like, yeah, you're gonna land into this. So you could see the disaster before it happened. You can't really stop as Monkey King, so just landed into that, and easy kill for the Tiny and Lesh combo.
Mars looking to make a move over here, and Rabish is coming up too, but he's under a ward, and so is the Snapfire now. Sentry won't catch that ob, so now you know a couple of heroes are here, and here's the boots travel in from the Leshrac. They're gonna go and search, but Mars is the better target. He's up top and kind of unaware of this rotation coming in from the side of the cut.
Yeah, they're gonna TP out now, trying to get away, almost committing the overgrowth there. Treant realizes it's a little bit too slow. Blink from Tiny though, chasing deeper. They actually missed Rabish.
And don't get him,
They
yeah.
thought he ran into a tree line, but yeah, he just barely got out of vision and ran away.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So this is a tier 1 dead, if not more. See how much they're willing to push. They're already up 8,000 net worth. Like, this is kind of getting out of hand. There's the blink. When you're showing yourself like that, that's a bit of an issue. They go to the telekinesis. They throw him back. Nature's Grass is down. Over to the sides, though, is Snow. They'll turn into the Tiny. Avalanche toss him, and then they've got an arena on the tier 1 tower. But Satoshi, that's not where you want to be with these heroes right on you. Boundless Strike, the tier 1 tower. It's going to fall the blood right down. Issei's going to get out of the circle. Looks for the Wukongs. Now the Rupture on him. Good damage from Snow with the Avalanche as well. Waveform forward. Red 2 falls. Stun lands on 2. But they've got the Spear to push back Amp. Scourge trying to do all he can with the Adaptive Strike coming out from the Morphling. Kisses onto Chives. Chives over to the side. They've got the blood right down once again as Satoshi, well, it's not going to work with that as the Rebuke doesn't land with the BKB being popped and a waveform forward. Another cookie to get the kill on a Chives. They'll take on the Visage. So overall getting a couple of kills and bursting into the net worth a little bit, but it still feels like it's just not enough.
That was a great fight for them, though, on the side of Penguin Squad. Having that DD rune on Morphling really helped. I really loved the double avalanche coming out as Morphling and Rubik simultaneously throw the avalanche over on, I believe it was Tiny there. But yeah, that fight was basically hinging on them being able to kill Leshrac fast enough. And they didn't do it during the arena, but they did commit afterwards and just burst him down. That's possible for now. Question is, when BKB comes up on this Leshrac, will you be able to continue to burst him like that? Do you really have the tools to do so when living armor is available? I feel like the draft of the cut is soon gonna hit that stride where they have a massive lead.
Yeah, when they're already up 8,000, like having that BKB, having these item timings come out, make it so much more difficult for Penguin Squad to the point where is it, a deficit that's just not recoverable at that point. And like you were saying, they just can't burst him down. And that's when Leshracs do the most, right? When they get to sustain through these fights and not really feel pressured at all to put themselves in a horrible situations. Like sometimes we see Leshracs that are a bit behind and they blink to the back lines or something like that, or they force themselves in a precarious spots to output as much damage as possible. But if you can't kill them, then they're not going to really do that.
Yeah, it will become more and more difficult now. The BKB, of course, coming out and being finished up, but overall, they have a few tools to deal with him. They do have Mage Slayer completing soon on the Monkey King, which is a good way to mitigate the damage coming out from the Lesh. If you can drop the Wukong's command on him. Mars getting caught out, though.
Oh, boy. That's going to be another kill there, and that's exactly what you're talking about. With Leshrac just getting kills and continuing to push on out as now maybe looking for Rabish, but just don't have the reach to get him.
This is Roche time, surely. Now, getting a pick off and warding up the area, I think they could back up and just start thinking about taking either control of the Ancients here or just go straight Roche. To have Visage, the damage is decent.
He's got Greaves too, so the sustain is there.
Maybe they feel like they
Basher
need to keep
soon.
farming a little bit longer here.
Basher now flying out.
Yeah, soon has he has the Holy Trinity for Bloodseeker players. It's BKB, Maelstrom, and Basher. That's the 3 items you want. But he needs the Shard as well. That's the little extra that you add to this combination. But it is the peak Bloodseeker build. Smoke coming in here from P Squad. Dangerous high ground, though.
Yeah, if they lose this fight, this could be bad. It's right by Roche. Like, this would be awful for them. Ooh, Blink to the backlines, gets the arena around on 3. They've got the kisses to follow it up. And the damage onto the Treant will get the kill there, but they end up losing Satoshi. And with the right clicks coming in from this Bloodseeker, this is a problem. Yusei trying to fight, but he's not going to have the damage to get the kill. They'll get the kill on a Rabish as well. Now they'll look over at Crawler, cooking onto the high ground. On the other side of the fight, Save, though. He is going to be able to combine powers with Scourge McDuck to get the kill on a Snow. And Crawler is able to crawl through this jungle and get out, but this leaves Roche wide open.
Simple Roche here as they get 4 kills. I love the toss into the bash there on the Morphling for Bloodseeker, getting an easy pick off. And he does get a little courier snipe on the side of Crawler. He's sticking around, but he doesn't have his ulti available, so he can't really do too much to, mess with this Roche. He's just hanging around looking for couriers. He's gonna get another one, I think. Oh, it runs away.
Now it might be time to go, unless you're committing to dying. And
he has chosen
Avalanche, death. Blood right, death. It's nope, couldn't get it. Oh, maybe
Almost.
he got a Bloodseeker kill.
Yeah, would have been huge. Leshrac now getting the Aegis as well, and he's feeling pretty ready now with level 3 ulti as well.
Oh,
Getting
Rabish
level
is good
18
with that
this
too.
early on into the game.
Rabish happy. He'll take Pulse Nova, level 3.
Yeah, kind of dangerous for him to get close enough to make the most out of it in team fights, but
Yeah.
I think he would want the Lesh stun if he can get it this game. That would be awesome for him, but
certainly.
difficult to steal.
They're looking, they're searching, they're not going to find a Mars. He's already TP'd out. Em's got that shard. He's going into the Blink Dagger next. That's pretty standard for Treant Protectors.
Yeah, this is the build that he's been doing. He's played quite a few games of Tree. Definitely one of the most favorite heroes for the cut. And Treant overall has had great success here in the DPC. And a lot of it is because of his ability to just sit on a lane and keep pushing it out, keep your tower safe, and allow for your team to make more moves while you kind of stabilize the map.
He's just trying to find some open farm to get that nature's grass down, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, don't come to this lane. I'm farming. Yeah, you're the 5.
He could have used his shovel, though. I'm disappointed. This pos 5 tree, you can't have your shovel ready.
Yeah, you gotta.
There we go. Do
There
your
we
thing.
go. Gotta move the roots a little bit. Gotta
Exactly.
just get. It's hard to dig at the roots. I understand that, but just you find a spot. Deso next for Monkey King. At least that's the mindset. He disassembled the Echo Saber to go into the Mage Slayer and the BKB.
Probably the right choice. You don't want to go back for like a late Maelstrom. So if you're going to go for the BKB and Mage Slayer as your lead, then Deso is a pretty natural follow-up. And it does add a lot of damage into the BKBs that we see on the side of Leshrac and Bloodseeker. So it could be useful. Right now the game is kind of slowed down to a lull, but I suppose it benefits Penguin Squad a little bit if no fights are being forced during the Aegis. Here it is though. Bottom lane on the outpost.
Bottom lane, they want to go. Avalanche in, Ravish caught. Overgrowth even committed on this, that they'll look for the Snapfire, who's going to use that cookie to get down to the low ground and try to TP out, but they've got the root available thanks to the shard on M. They go to the other way. Satoshi, he's in the arena, and the kisses are coming through. Save is going to start to melt, but they've got the Guardian Greaves, still not enough to save him. So Save ends up dead. I mean, the Morphling TP's out, they kind of lose focus on some of these heroes that I think were caught and dead to rights on the side of Penguin Squad.
Yeah, Snapfire just kind of gets out of there. He's TP
And gets the
out.
ult.
Yeah, his TP out was cancelled by Treant just walking up and punching him, but then they leave him. Ultimately, a little bit awkward fight since they didn't bring over the Leshrac. Lesh was just farming during it. But at the end of the day, just support for support. Red 2 wants to make a solo play here.
Well, he'll try. Yeah, he got out of that last one. Not this one. That ain't gonna happen. So easy kill there for Red 2.
Yeah, feeling confident to make these plays. I love that you tried for that, because when you have Aegis and BKB as well, you might as well. There's not really much danger to it.
Yeah, the fact that your team's kind of like right here to help out, even if you do get low, is pretty
Satoshi?
confidence boosting. Satoshi tries to blink spear,
Yeah.
but
Tier 2
he'll
tower
be
is gonna
safe.
fall.
Still a minute 15. Like, this is a lot of time to work with this Aegis. They could continue to slow siege if they want. They have Diabolic Edict. Like, this is something that Leshracs love doing.
Yeah, they just crack up on the high ground here and begin chipping at it with the birds along with the Diabolic Edict, like you mentioned. But forcing the lift, now they're just gonna go back, stabilize lanes, TPing out to top with Leshrac. They have a very dominant grasp on the lane here, kind of choking out Penguin Squad from the map.
So Red 2, say will be here.
Oh, wow.
Whee!
That was close.
Yeah, that was quite the guess.
I mean, yeah, he very correctly read where the Monkey King was waiting. And the scan actually connects on the Monkey King, so you know he's still in the area. One thing Tiny can do is spam the toss. It actually checks even in Fog of War if there's someone there. So Tiny could go next to his trees and spam toss. And if Monkey is there, he's gonna toss him out of the trees.
That sounds not fair.
Yeah, it's the first time I saw that, I was like, wait, what? You can toss people that you don't even see from Fog of War? But
That's wild. That's new tech for me.
yeah, not
does-
everyone is familiar with it. A friend of mine who's a big Tiny spammer taught me that.
Yeah, I'm not a tiny spammer.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm a loss ancient apparition spammer.
Bottom lane, trying to go down here and punish. They have Invis on the Bloodseeker.
Avalanche misses. Blink the other way. Bloodright
Bash?
gonna try and maybe get a bash.
4
And
hits, no
doesn't
bash?
get it. Oh,
Wow.
Percentage is not working out. Crawler. Successful
that
in his
be?
TP out. Wow.
25% bash, 4 hits. That's 100%. How did he
Yeah.
not bash in B-Cup?
I was asking similar things earlier today with my spins as Axe. Percentages are a lie. I'm gonna tell you
it's
that
difficult.
right now.
You know what? Put your bash on the ground, destroy it, buy a new one.
Seriously, that one's faulty, broken.
Yeah.
You need something fresh.
Exactly.
A Basher 3000.
Reminds me of the time we saw Hector do that at a major, just dropping it on the ground and starting to auto-attack it as Juggernaut with like, I think it was Juggernaut with Butterfly, dropping it on the ground and cancel animation is auto-attacks on a Basher. That was the riskiest move. The highest risk, no reward play I've seen in a competitive game.
Literally no reward.
Literally no reward.
Negative reward.
Yeah, he tried to hit someone, they TP'd out, and he didn't get a bash, and then he put it on the ground and started threatening his Basher.
Reminds me of Happy Gilmore. yelling at the ball to go in the hole. It's like, what are you, too good to bash? Come on,
Exactly.
let's go.
Now with this Silver Edge, by the way, the Bloodseeker can be a lot more confident running up and taking the fights into the Monkey King. The fact that he has that complete allows him to kind of win the 1v1 engagement a lot harder.
And they're going to try and smoke here. This, not that maybe they do. If they lose this fight pretty one-sidedly,
It's a rough smoke. This is a rough smoke because of bottom lane, right? Look at bottom. There's double creep wave, 2 range creeps. This is telegraphing that the smoke is happening. And because of that, all of the side of the cut are going together, and they're actually counter-smoking. They're going together and smoking, saying, okay, if they're going to smoke, let's just do the same thing. Because the cut, they definitely know what's going on. Now they actually do see them bottom, so the jig is up, and they're going to go and take over the ancient area here.
Dire's middle tower.
I will say the one thing is that they're mirror moving, so they don't exactly find a lot of heroes on the side of Penguin Squad. But now, toss, nature's grass. They've got the spirit, lands on the tiny with the BKB pop by Satoshi, but they have the follow up with the overgrowth. So this is coming in, save again. He gets low, he'll end up dying here.
Monkey in trouble.
But they go to the rupture. Wukong's right clicks. Here he is trying to fight back, and again he's gonna lose that battle. So Issei dies with no buyback. Cookie on the other side, and they're gonna run down the Snapfire too. That is 2 kills easily for the side of the cut.
You know, I'm just not a big fan of this mid carry plus a carry. If you're gonna run mid carry plus a carry, just run like I don't know, Magnus carry or something, right? Do what Dogchamp did. Do some extreme non-carry carry like Queen of Pain, Magnus. Like go that route. Don't go Monkey King and Morphling. It looks so awkward in these fights because they don't have that big like tempo mid hero that's like scaled up and super farmed. If we look over the side of the cut, it just feels more natural what they're doing. Obviously, they've been outplaying them a lot and just taken more of the map, but a lot of it comes down to like clunky hero composition.
Yeah, it feels rough with this double carry kind of build. It just hasn't really been working. I agree. I want to see Magnus. Give me the carry Magnus. Do something different. Show me some. I'm always here for the hidden things that work during a patch that's been this long, right? Things you don't exactly expect, but do kind of have like business working.
Looks like we have a bit of a situation here as the stand-in is asking to have a little break for bathroom, but yeah, that's what you need to take care of before the game starts.
Heard the story before.
I feel like this is a story we saw on Twitter before. This should have already that story should have been a good PSA to anyone playing DPC games. No. Take care of your potty break before you go into a game. We're only 30 minutes into the game. If we were 2 hours into the game, I would be on his side, you know? I would say, in a 90-minute game, you deserve a potty break. But we're only 30 minutes in, man.
Yeah, also, you know, I feel like you could hold it. Do a little of the wiggle dance in your chair. I've done that before. Where you really can't pause because the other team's not going to give it to you. You just kind of wiggle.
I think he's just finding his handy bottle right now, you know?
Cut the camera. cut it.
That's special content. That's paywalled.
Yeah. On only Dotas.
Only
I'm gonna
mids.
watch. Yeah, only mids. Red 2. He's still sitting at his chair, so he doesn't have to go that bad. And he's not doing the wiggle dance.
No, he's not. Right now.
That's how you really know when somebody has to go.
Yeah, P Squad are saying go.
P Squad.
Yeah. And
Now, if they really wanted to play with if Red 2 really needs to go to the bathroom, you just all chat water facts for the rest of the game.
Yeah, true.
That's what I think would work. All of a sudden, starting to think about waterfalls and all that stuff.
Picture a rainy day. All right, so back into the game. 18,000 lead here for the cut, and P Squad just got picked off pretty heavily there in that fight. We saw the Monkey King struggle with Bloodseeker going up. Now on top lane, Bloodseeker again getting a find with the Silver Edge, with the bash, quickly disposes of this Mars.
Yep, and that's not going to feel good at all. So they're going to get the kill there, and now find the Monkey King. Oh boy, that's a stun, and that's looking like this could be a problem, but it has the telekinesis from the Rubik to help him out.
I love the animation of Rubik lifting his friend's back. It's just like, get out of there, stop feeding. But yeah, this is, again, the cut just exercising their control on the map, playing all 3 lanes and still accelerating the farm even more. Now Leshrac with the Tome as well as level 23, almost 24. He's getting dangerously close to level 25 talent.
That 25 talent is not going to be fun to deal with, that's for sure.
Yeah, Edict will push really, really hard here. And also going for a Blink Dagger next, so probably wanting that Blink initiation with Shiva, BKB. Everything they need now is one Roche for the Aegis, and then I think they have the green light to push high ground. P-Squad, you don't have so much time to remain in the game. What do they have going for them? It is going to be a Basher attempted to build by Monkey King, but still far away for that in gold. Mars trying to get Refresher, but also nowhere close to that.
And the items just aren't going to come out, and they kind of need to hope that they can maybe get the next Roche, but I don't even think that's really feasible here for them to take this fight. Like, that would be a desperation play that, even if it works, like, it buys you some time, but is it enough time being down by
Mars goes
20,000? Spear lands, but there's the toss with the Avalanche to follow it up, and the damage on the Satoshi is just too much for him to handle. Everybody was here for the cut.
Satoshi has not been synchronized with his team at all this game.
And there's the slowdown onto the Rubik. Bloodright doesn't land, but the chase is on from Red 2. They've slowed him down again. Toss towards the Bloodseeker. Now they found Snow, and he's dead, no buyback.
Yeah, no buyback, and this is just an opening. You can just go mid. They don't need to go Roche. They could, and it looks like they will, because they are respecting it. Of course, we know for sure they doesn't have buyback, but they are not playing with that guaranteed information. So they're going to play it safe, go back, take Roche, level 25 talent is up on the Leshrac as well. And this is going to be an Aegis coming out, probably putting that on him as well. Or maybe on the Bloodseeker, possibly. Both of them seem to be wanting it, making space in their inventory. It's going to be the Leshrac getting it at the end of the day.
Visage has his shard. Bloodseeker has his shard.
26,000 gold lead right now. Yeah, this is a rough one to turn around. The Assault Cuirass is completing here in 100 gold for Visage as well, so that's gonna add even more survivability for their team.
Look at how far ahead just Bloodseeker and Leshrac are. Honestly, just the two of them sticking together side by side at almost even net worths. Like, it's insane. Morphling nowhere close. When you're getting beat by 10k on the net worth like that, I just don't know what you expect to really accomplish against this team at the moment.
Yeah, they're basically at the point where they can just slap them with their net worth and say, hey, we won this game. Like, at this point, you don't need to outplay that much anymore. You've done the dirty work. You've done the difficult part. Now it's just about going in and finishing it up, because they are so far ahead.
So Glyph comes out, and they've got creeps coming in after this Glyph, which is perfect timing for them. Able will try to clean up some creeps. They go to a 4-man smoke. Can they make the dive in? Blink from save across, and I think he cut somebody's
Big wrap around.
Smoke
Mars looking for the angle. Arena has to go.
save. Avalanche, and that's going to be stolen, so they're going to try and throw the Avalanche back. They go to the Kisses. Satoshi trying to run in. They've got the Arena. Do they have the damage? It's at least going to get saved. They'll look over Red 2 and take the Aegis out of his hands, but that is just said Aegis on the Leshrac. You need to get everything. Avalanche, Scatterblast, a little far back. Bloodright lands. The damage is there. They get the kill on the Crawler. He doesn't have buyback, and now the bottom set of racks are going to be gone.
Yeah, they get one set and then backing out, resetting a little bit here on the side of the cut. Good fight, honestly. I mean, good execution. If they weren't so far behind in net worth there, I think that would have been a one fight for P-Squad, because they did initiate pretty nicely. They got a two-man spear into nice Snapfire Kisses. The Wukong's command dropped on top of that combo, but you were against Aegis and 30,000 gold lead. So you need like a miracle to turn that around. Now with cooldowns, I think the cut are ready to punish this. No Arena available, no Snapfire Kisses, and no Wukong's command either.
Yeah, I should be able to just step up on the high ground.
Flash
Red
goes in
2.
Hex's Rubik.
Yeah, that's the new Hex he just picked up, so Rubik's gonna die pretty easily. Spear's not gonna do anything. Red 2 with the Diabolic Edict just going off. Nobody can come towards him. And these Familiars are gonna take the base.
That is such a safe way to push. Honestly, just finishing it up with the Familiars here.
And they fall so quickly.
Yeah, I was impressed by the damage from the Familiars there. Looked like they had some form of buff, honestly. I guess maybe they used Blood Rage on them, I didn't see.
sure. I didn't see either. Just saw the damage coming out. I was like, oh, okay. Makes
They
sense.
do have the assault cuirass. It's pretty good for amping up the damage, the little bit of attack speed, minus armor. Here comes the smoke. This is the desperation smoke, the typical last minute smoke here. Can we do something? P-Squad, it's on the back of this Mars, leading the way.
Kind of feels like all their smokes have been this similar situation, and they'll find Chives, but
He turns
Chives
to
able
stone.
to turn himself to stone and make sure that he's not going to get hurt. The kisses come out afterwards. It's Toshi already taking a lot of damage. They'll look over at Chives and get the kill into the Visage, but they'll end up losing Ravage. And BKBs will run out eventually, and that will make this side of Penguin Squad very susceptible, as they're going to go after him with the right clicks coming out from Scourge McDuck. They get the kill to Crawler. They'll take out Issei. Now Snow's next on the list. They'll waveform away with the BKB and try to TP out. Bash this
Bash.
time? Yes, this time it will work out. He will get the bash, and they do take out Snow.
Yeah, they bought back, but now he gets caught mid. Gonna be fine as the stun misses, though.
The damage on a Satoshi. He's staying a little bit too close. God's Rebuke, Spear finally pushing away.
Radiant's top tower
Meanwhile, though, this Leshrac dropping items, stunting a little bit here. The stand-in for the cut here. Red 2 having a very nice performance in this best of one. This is tournament life, basically, or league life, I suppose, is the DPC. Whoever loses this, which looks like P-Squad, they have no way to turn it around. This is gonna be Megas. The loser gets eliminated.
Radiant's top barracks.
Yeah, looking like it's now going to be Mega Creeps, and Penguin Squad, unless they can pull something magical out, it is looking all but over as they kind of sit in their base and watch. And Morphling does have buyback, holding it for the next season.
He's holding it for the next season. It's fine.
Yeah, they'll just call GG, and it will be the Cut who eliminates Penguin Squad from the Division 2 relegation, I guess. They will be dropped from Division 2 while the Cut stay in Division 2 themselves.
Yeah, Penguin Squad, they get taken out here. Honestly, that was a pretty one-sided game. I think overall this was a strategic loss, more so than anything. The draft just didn't really function against what the Cut did. They never died on Bloodseeker. Lesh had a pretty free game, and Visage wasn't even really that bothered. So most of their cores were having good progress, whereas the Morphling, the Monkey King, the Mars, all of them had struggles to find what they were trying to do with this game.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough from Penguin Squad, and I think that kind of goes with the whole thing about the stand-in situation that they had and where they were putting their players in positions and all that. And at the end of the day, it's the Cut who wins and knocks out Penguin Squad. But to tell us more about this and to break it down, we've got the panel. We'll send it back over to Nat and the crew.
We'll definitely break this one down, but first I have to break my heart because poor Penguin Squad here, they're going to be relegated out of Division 2. It is absolute pain for them and all the fans, especially because they were making such a good comeback when it came to this final week of DPC. They were looking to be on track, but unfortunately they couldn't close it out here, Breaky. There just wasn't that potential in their lineup, especially with such a rough start.
Yeah, well, I mean, we were definitely hinting at it in the draft as well, and unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I don't think they did themselves any favors of making the game much easier with the draft, and we kind of saw that progress throughout the game. Yes, the Cut played very clean, as they needed to, certainly, but Penguin Squad, unfortunately, coming up short, and we'll have to regain that chance to come back to Division 2. But, you know, with that said, something tells me we'll see what the roster situation, what they end up doing. You know, maybe we will see them again. I wouldn't be surprised, but for now, they are eliminated.
Yeah, there is so much potential in this Penguin Squad. All the different iterations that we saw, all the different subs throughout this DPC, and it makes me excited to see when they, do go for those open qualifiers again, how far they will achieve. But for this game, the Cut, the stand-in for them gods, it worked wonders, picking up this Lesh. They all had a phenomenal performance, but my gosh, they showed up when it really mattered for themselves.
Yeah, you just bring in a stand-in who you can kind of get this pick and draft around is amazing. Obviously, he's a veteran player and someone who's been around the NA scene for a while. They had a lot of confidence in him. And yeah, it just completely changed the whole dynamic of the team. I think especially with teams figuring out how to play and draft against Scourge McDuck, as well as Shaggy. I think both those two players were a bit limited by their hero pool, which is partly why the Cut were in this tiebreaker, despite being one of the teams, on paper that should be a top 2, top 3 team. They kind of struggled this season. So, bringing in a fresh face, somebody that Penguin squad probably weren't, they were probably looking at the cut coming today like, oh, these guys don't play Lesh. And all of a sudden there's a first phase Lesh with the stand-in.
Yeah, you get a little bit blindsided there when there is a stand-in, but either way, the whole team worked together. Was there any point though, Gods, that you were like, oh, hold on, maybe Penguins could come back into this. Maybe there is a little bit of a silver lining for them.
There are a few fights, but nothing like crazy.
You can be blunt. You can just say no.
There was like the back of my mind. It was more the early game where I'm like, okay, Snow's Morph. This is a good Morphling game. I'm kind of like, maybe Snow can do it. One last, carry job. But then the side lanes were struggling. Like, once I saw Satoshi struggling on his Mars, kind of feeding a bit. East didn't play terrible, but he's not a carry player as much these days. Even though he is still pretty high MMR and sometimes plays carry in his pubs. It just never really came together. And I think once the cut got off to a good early game lead, there was no looking back.
Yeah, I mean, the Monkey King wasn't set up for success. Satoshi CN088. It was a really rough game all around for Penguin Squad. Hopefully they are still at least a little bit happy with what they achieved in the later part of this Div 2 NA DPC. But the cut, our MVP for this game, the game that kept them in Division 2 is Red. That stand-in there on the Leshrac breaky.
I wonder how Sadman is feeling right now. Yeah, that's it's interesting. No,
Don't
again, we don't.
Lesh.
Yeah, we don't know exactly the situation there, so I don't want to speculate on that too much. But yeah, Red stepping in just fine, to say the least, and clearly a very comfortable hero Gods is hinting at. He certainly has history playing it, and in general playing in competitive scenes. So he showed up absolutely. This was a great stand-in that they were able to have provided to them, and certainly a big reason for their success here in this one and only game, as those stats just speak for themselves.
Yeah, 100%. And going all the way back to when we came into this game, you didn't know what to do, like what you to expect, Gods. You were just like, I don't even know. One team showing up, one not. If there's a stand-in and then the other team doesn't, like, we just really didn't know. And now when you see the cut and the form that they're in, what are you looking towards when it comes to next to is Division 2 NADPC for them? Like, what are some of your wise words of wisdom?
I think generally the draft was one of their biggest weaknesses this tour. They need to expand their hero pool and be able to play just more meta stuff. Like, I think it's always good to have your own playstyle, your own picks and comfort, but you still have to address what is meta. Like, the fact they're first phasing Bristle and they're limited by both their carry and their mid laner's hero pool was definitely a weakness at various points. I think their supports and chives, for the most part, were playing meta heroes, but you kind of have cores who are not comfortable playing, your standard meta heroes.
Yeah. But look, that was actually a very nice words of wisdom. I liked what you had to say there, Gods. And look, now that we know who is being relegated, it doesn't mean our day is over. There are 4 games to be played because every position, every slot in the ladder needs to be figured out, and we still have our winners. Fight Studios and C-Dub, they won the first games that they played here today in this 4-way best of 1 tiebreaker. But to find out who really is the best, who is sitting out just above the other 3 teams, we have to play another game. So that is the 2 teams for our final series, Fart Studios versus C-Dub. Before we get to a break, Breaky, I want to ask you any words for Penguin Squad departing out of NA Div 2 DPC here.
I mean, I genuinely mean it. They were the first series that I got the chance to cast to start the season in the whole first place. They played Eternity, I believe it was. They beat Eternity 2-0. They came out swinging. We didn't really know much about that team at the beginning, other than Ifrit. But now we know a lot more about them. Yes, they have their ups and downs, as any of these teams, really most of these teams absolutely do. But I truly believe that this is a team, as long as they stick together, that we will continue to see more of and continue to progress.
There's always potential. We love having to learn about Penguin Squad along the way over the last 3 weeks. But like I said, still one more game to come up. Fight Studios versus C-Dub right after the break. Fart Studios versus C-Dub. It's our final game here of Div 2 NA DPC Winter Tour. And this is for a difference of, was it $2,000, Breaky? 641?
We were trying to figure that out. Yeah, it looks like it's $2,000. See, that's a good money on the line.
All right, I'm glad we've narrowed that one down. But also to say that you were victorious in a 4-way best of one tiebreaker. Yeah. I mean, that's more than money could ever say. Am I right, Gods?
Absolutely. I think no Dota player likes losing too. It's always fun to get, those bragging rights over each other. All these players know each other. They're pubbing against each other every day. So I'm sure, they'll all love to win. And, you finish in the upper half. You finish 4th place, that means you're in the top half of the teams.
Yeah, exactly. You get to feel a little bit more confident about yourself going into next tour because, as we do know, Fart Studios and C-Dub did win their opening games here in the tiebreakers, so both of them are very much secured. And we do know it's Penguin Squad that will unfortunately be relegated alongside Eternity, but Fart Studios, C-Dub, what can we expect from this game? Because now both of them know they're safe. There isn't that pressure, Breaky. He is gone, so I'm going to ask God.
He's got the sleepy eyes look that he's just frozen on.
Great answer, Breaky. Do you agree, God?
Yeah. This game going to be a bit of a snooze. No, I think the opposite. This game's going to be a lot of fun, I feel like, now that both teams are safe. Like, yeah, there's, $2,000, so they're definitely going to take it seriously and try and win. But I still feel like we're going to see some fun picks. I mean, for teams like Fart Studios, fun picks is picking Monkey's Brewmaster. Like, he loves playing it, and he'll pick it any chance he gets. But it's an interesting matchup because, like, both offlaners play the Broodmother. So this is where, like, first pick can have a lot of importance and a big impact on the draft as well as the game. So I'm curious to see what gets kind of prioritized as a result of that.
I'm so excited for this. I really am hoping... Look, this might sound weird, but I'm hoping for nothing too try hard. I really want to see these two teams just have fun, just enjoy. I want to end this on like a super high note for Div 2 DVC. So they just profit band out. We'll see if they're going to let Lena in the pool, if Brood's going to be in the pool. Like, how many meta heroes do you still let through, knowing that there is only this mild difference? It's more just about bragging rights than anything else.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you want to play a fun game, you maybe want to ban out those heroes, the meta heroes.
That's true too.
Like, do you really want to play, like, if you're going to do something fun, are you going to want to play against Lena, against Broodmother? No, you want to ban those heroes out. So, despite having Monkeys, Fart Studios have to ban the Brood because first pick is on the C-Dub side, and Isla is a beast on those Zoo heroes as well, which, of course, the Beastmaster is something he may look to get his hands on, depending on, how seriously they want to take this one. We could be in for a bit of a clown game. We could be in for something a bit more serious. So maybe these teams want to wrap it up quick and go and watch the major, for example.
What? There's a major? No, I thought any tiebreakers were the only thing people would want to watch.
I mean, that's all I want to watch right now. So I'm hoping for a long, entertaining game. Fart SJ is a very entertaining player to watch. He's had some hit or miss games. He's definitely been on the receiving end of a few flames from the panel at times, but he's delivered as well.
Yeah, very much so. I'm looking forward to a lot of smiles here. Rubik being picked up, pretty meta. That one staying in the pool, but Fart Studios, come on. Please, let's pull something wild out. Please.
What's it going to be? Do they just first phase the Brewmaster? I like that C-Dub pick Rubik. Like, okay, you guys want a Brewmaster? We're going to have a Rubik and try and steal that Primal Split, make your life a little bit more difficult, perhaps.
Yeah.
But this is usually where a lot of teams, second pick, they'll pick Treant +1 as being Fart Studios. Usually it's being Treant plus Rubik. So Rubik getting taken away means Nusha may play like a Hoodwink or a Skyrath Mage. I would expect that spellcasty for position, especially if you're picking with a Treant. You want to have like that range support that does damage, because that's what you kind of fill in the gap that what Treant doesn't have. Something with some disables, so maybe the Hoodwink's a little better. He's looked amazing on Hoodwink. But hey, there go Ember. I did not see this coming.
Ember Ricky. Okay, all right. I'm liking this.
The fact they just first phase Ember and like let their opponents counterpick them is, to me, suggesting that Fart Studios are not taking this draft as seriously. because first phase Ember has looked a little questionable at times, and that's when it's being first phased by the team with first pick, who get to then ban to protect it. This is just like, go ahead, pick
Straight
a
up.
Husker if you like. Yeah. Like,
Come
they're
on,
just
do it.
Unafraid.
Let's see some cheese. Let's see some fun. Slam that Husker down.
Yep. What else would it be? I mean, Mark, he's played Coddle the last series looked great. He goes Leshrac. So
Ooh.
Lesh Ember, not like a super one-sided matchup either way. Lesh is just a good hero, and now they can kind of protect it with some of these bans. They actually banned Coddle. I'm wondering if Fart Seers have something weird planned with this Ember. The fact they first phase it makes
I
me
hope
think,
so.
yeah, like offlane support.
Yes,
who
offlane is
knows?
where I was thinking. Okay, you and I obviously were both on the same page. What am I talking about? We covered SEA
Yeah,
last
yeah.
year. Like, we've seen this offlane Raging Potato Ember Spirit before. Like, come on, I want to see the offlane NA Monkeys Forever Ember. Please. That would be just phenomenal to see.
Yep, I'm on board for that. That sounds like a lot of fun.
But could you
yeah.
imagine an Ember Ricky lane?
That sounds so bad.
That's awful.
How does that lane work? What do they do? They just feed.
Yeah, literally. Like, what, you're just trying to run out a safe lane? That sounds
yeah.
difficult.
Yep. I'm not sure how it works, but it does sound definitely entertaining. I could see Ember swapping up different lanes. Probably the Ricky's support, whether it's 4 or 5, we'll have to wait and see. It does seem like something that Sonic might want. Pudge!
Yo,
right.
let's go.
Let's go indeed. Last time I
Okay.
think Sonic played it when they picked it right. I wasn't covering
Yes,
that
they
game,
did.
but okay.
And no, you weren't, right? Because I remember
No.
this so vividly. It was Sheep and Fear on the panel with me, and we pulled out, the Pudge came out, and they're like, oh, it could be mid, and it could be, and I was like, guys, what if it's a pos 5 Pudge? And they're like, oh, that's
They
so
flame you.
stupid. It's not gonna be 5. They flamed me so hard. I'm like, guys, I was just joking. I was just having some fun,
Yeah.
relax. And then Sonic picked it. I was like, just kidding. I was 100% real about that one.
Genius.
I knew. I was mega 5-head.
No. Yeah, I mean, Fart Seers has kind of been one of their iconic heroes. Like, Jenkins has been, like, his fun meme hero. He's not playing here today. C-Dub, they're not having fun. They're picking Mars here. A different approach, though, not the jungle offlaners, which have mostly been banned out. These are heroes that look really good against what Fart Studio has picked, though. So, Undying against 3 melee heroes. Whoever Undying lanes, I feel like that's a 1 lane. Mars playing against melee heroes. Also just the team fight around, like Mars with Leshrac, Rubik, Undying. Fart Studios have no team fight. The draft is big steam and pile of crap right now, but I'm hoping they could fix it because I want to see it work.
Yeah, there's 2 more picks. They could
Yeah,
put
yeah.
team fight all in that. I mean, look, it's a potential 5 Pudge for Ricky, and then mid lane Ember if we were to be a little serious about it at least. And they're still out flexing the Pudge, so maybe they pick an offlaner here. Someone with team fight for Monkeys Forever.
Yeah, they can't. It's weird because like they can't pick anything. They need to pick some stronger laners, like some ranged heroes to go with these. I mean, I say that they pick another melee hero. Why not? Lifesteal is a good pick though. It's a Mars counter, something in lane that does well, something in the game that should have a pretty good time. You can always rage and just hit the tombstone. You can shrug off a lot of the Lesh damage. I guess it's like a life sealer plus. I mean, life sealer's got a either 5 position Pudge or Ricky as a support, or even a 5 Ember, which does not sound particularly
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I'm also trying to think like who you really comboed the lifesteal with. Like I feel maybe the potential for the Ricky or the Ember, but it just doesn't feel natural
Yeah.
when it comes to like team fights and later in the game. I meant sorry, not the laning phase.
I guess you can kind of like infest bomb in the Ember and just jump on people to start a fight. Try and blow somebody up with like Ember remnanting in
Yeah.
and using all his remnants plus life sealer popping out.
And the chains, try and look them down a little bit. That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, and Ricky is always a good setup for a lot of things too. Like you've got these melee heroes, but you can get on top of them with the sleep darts. So I don't think it's a terrible approach. Like as far as having an all melee draft, like they've got ways to make it work. I like that C-Dub's banning Darkseer. Like what other melee hero could they round this draft out that would be good? Iron Shell on all these melee heroes sounds pretty potent. But
Yeah, that does.
yeah, it's hard to really think or analyze too much of this Fart Studio draft or what they may pick here. I'm anticipating it's just Ember mid. As far as making their draft work in the best way possible, I think Ember needs to go mid. Lifesteal is obviously the carry. I think they last picked Monkey's hero and do.
Yeah. I think Pudge has to be with. Really? I thought
maybe
Pudge with Lifestealer. I feel like there's
That's
this.
true.
If he can land his hooks, pull him towards Lifestealer. I forgot the thingy that slows the heroes from Lifestealer. I forgot its name.
The open wounds.
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So maybe there's something to be said about a potential death lane with those two. That's all I can think of about Studios. That's the only way I see it being quote unquote normal.
Yeah. No, I'm in agreement too. I think it's something that
10 seconds remaining.
could pan out. Not sure it's gonna like against the seed up draft. It just looks very uphill though. They picked Marcy. I mean, there's you want to get on top of Marcy if she's got Unleash up. Like, good luck trying to fight through her. I think it's also great. Single target physical damage is what a carry Marcy brings to the table, and that's exactly what Lifestealer hates playing into. Carry Marcy's
also-
been on the up and up.
They're all melee, right? So they have to be in her punching facility to also hit her. So we've seen her obliterate ranged carries to be able to jump on top of them with her mobility. So the fact now that Fight Studios heroes literally have to walk towards her just gives her more of an advantage. Like, there's less that you have to do as Marcy to just punch down and wipe out the enemy team heroes.
That's very true. Usually Marcy, you're gonna like try and time your jump or get that blink dagger to get on top of people. And against this drop, maybe not even so much. I mean, you probably still see the blink, but it's a tricky position to be in. They picked Wind Ranger. That would have been like down in the bottom 20 heroes I would have expected them to pick just because it's not even hasn't been on our radar at all. It's a ranged hero though. I like that they picked a ranged hero. That's the extent of my analysis there, maybe.
Yeah, but now you lane into a double King Marcy, and I keep saying this over and over again, but we hear so many pro players when we interview them about why this rise in Marcy is because they pick it up against the Lina, because they like it against ranged carries or ranged cores. Like, they just enjoy that, and now you're literally giving her that lane. So I'm not too sure. I just like that Fight Studios are drafting what they want to.
Yeah, they're here to have some fun in their final game. I think Wind Ranger does better than stuff like Lina because Wind Ranger can get away when you get jumped on.
True,
Like, you've got the win run, you've got the evasion, so it does better than the Lina in the Marcy matchup. But just their draft as a whole is just super wacky, and I would favor C-Dub based on them. It looks like C-Dub are tryharding, Good. I mean, which no disrespect, that's what you should do as a new upcoming team.
Let's go. C-Dub's got the favor in draft, but Fight Studios have my favor in entertainment, so let's meld them together. Let's have our final game here in Div 2 NA DPC with B-Cup and Waga.
Thank you very much, Nat. Waga, I heard her. She was saying Lacoste. It felt like it was B-Cop and Lil Waga. I heard it, I swear.
I mean, he's gone. Lacoste, who? Did he
never
even
coming
work
back.
this? I don't know,
No.
man. He's somewhere else
Never
right
was
now.
here.
No idea where he is, though.
Yeah, he's back maybe eventually, who knows. But not in time for this tour of Div 2, where we're going to see this last game between Fart Studios and C-Dub. And are the beans prepped? Are the farts ready to go? Do you think this draft has enough?
I mean, it has to be. This is the last game, right, of the DPC
Of all time.
here. This is the final. And I believe this is a $2,000 best of one here as the teams are playing. There are no eliminations at stake here, but still money on the line. And we see both teams smoking out here. Deep smoke by C-Dub playing up towards the tier 1 tower. We might see an engagement here.
Ooh, if they can wrap behind, this could be
Maybe.
a $2,000 first blood.
Could be.
I feel like I just want to emphasize every play with that.
Everything is a $2,000, It's like... If you were a TI, then you get $1 million things. Here you get the $2,000 first blood. That's still a good payment for a first blood, dude.
30 seconds.
Yeah, $2,000 first blood minus taxes and fees.
Hey, if I got $2,000 for every first blood I was a part of, especially the ones where I died, I would be rich.
If it's only ones that I got, I don't think I'd have any.
They smoke again. Second smoke here, and that's actually breaking because they've messed up. BSJ walked into vision there. Yeah, they attempted to go for the Quelling Blade cut and smoking through, but it's a very specific path that you have to take when you do this. So they get spotted. Bit awkward. 2 smokes used for them, and not really gonna get anything for it.
2 bounty runes. Definitely value.
2,000 bounty runes.
Oh, hook. Sonic lands it. Duster. Get a 2-man decay, but the shackle connects, and they are around this Undying. They should get first blood and will.
Monkeys Forever gets it, and he's playing as a Windrunner.
Yeah, I was just seeing that.
Monkeys? This doesn't feel like Monkeys to me. Not playing at a disgusting micro hero.
This seems like one of those combos that gets found at the end of the patch, right? Like Sleeping Dart into Shackle Shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of neat, but Monkeys is also a silver tier on this hero. This is not his main proficiency here, so we'll see how well he can perform. But that first blood is going to help him a bit.
See, now, how much... I need to know for sure. How much does that really matter? The tier of what level hero you are? Because I've heard that there are ways to spoof it.
There are, but not for silver tier. So if you're bronze tier, then that could just mean that you're like a mega spammer, but you never bought Dota Plus. Then bronze is the highest you can get, right? So bronze tier could be as scary as a grandmaster. But a silver, I'm never scared if I see a silver tier, man. That means that player has not played that hero that much.
Damn. All right. Well, I need to start working on some heroes.
Or just unsubscribe Dota Plus. And
that might help more. Does that do my heroes go back down from like whatever they are?
Please don't fire me, Gabe.
Well, only losing my subscription, even though I have mine forever, pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Gotta keep it for that Dota Plus.
Gotta go for those yearly resubs, you know, cheaper.
I keep it just for the percentages in these games, so I get to see the win percentage. Isn't that a Dota Plus only thing?
Yeah, I think so. Or
Yeah, so.
is it? Yeah.
So I have to keep it.
Actually, I don't know when you're spectating, is it? Spectating, I think you always see it.
Oh. Well, that might not be great. That's the only reason I'm keeping my subscription.
Are you paying for nothing? I don't know.
Maybe. I'm paying so I can have platinum on one hero. That's what I'm really paying for. And it's Ancient Apparition again. So, Double King, by the way, on this Marcy. We've seen Marcy's kind of go off, especially once they hit that Unleash moment. Makes me worry about these heroes on the side of Fart Studios, but how deadly is this Marcy going to be against this lineup?
I think quite deadly. I think it's a pretty nice pick here. Overall, the C-Dub lineup looks disgusting to teamfight into later on as well. I think they have so many combos that they can set up. Whereas the side of Fart Studios, it's a bit trickier. You're running 4 melee heroes and a Windrunner. Windrunner not really known to be great in the current patch as well. I think there will come a point where just Arena gets dropped down, Marcy jumps in, Lesh goes in, and you gotta be very creative with how you respond to that.
I'm trying to think about what the build is here for an off-lane Windrunner. Good telekinesis into the spear. Sonic in some trouble and will die.
Gonna get brought down. We saw the combo, the Rubik and the Mars, the lift, the spear back, the God's Rebuke to slow him down, as well as the Fade Bolt for extra damage there.
Yeah, just easy kills on this 5 Pudge. I'm a big fan of 1 Pudge. 1 Pudge, man.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh.
He goes mid. Gonna miss out on the hook though. Gets a tip
and
from
get
Mark.
tipped. That's my guy Mark right there, giving those tips out.
Yeah, important play. Meanwhile, Monkeys gets a Curse Knight bottom, gonna pay with his life for it as Double King connects with his rebound off the Undying.
Yeah, that's not feeling great. Right now, they do have a little bit of a net worth lead. Meanwhile, Ewa getting chased by Sonic, but I don't know if he really wants to be there anymore on this Pudge. Not really accomplishing much at the moment. It's like, oh, okay, I threw a hook, that's it. Like FSJ, he's just trying to farm, that's it.
I feel like this can quickly go into the average pub Pudge experience, like just walking around looking for hooks here and there, but, you know, I'm not a fan of support Pudge, I have to admit.
It's not the best.
It will be good when he gets to the point of having Shard, if he can get that. He's got to connect a nice hook here onto Sanctified, though.
Feels like it's just telekinesis, throw at the lifestealer, and then walk away, right?
Yeah, he can still just walk away. The hook was nice, though. I was trying to give some credit here.
Hook percentages, he's keeping them up.
Well, yeah, he's recovering, I would say, on that one.
Rebound and silence with the dispose on a Monkeys Forever. Soul Rip used by Duster drops down the tombstone. And looking for the shackle shot, the power shot, and the kill, but won't get it on a Duster. So now it's just Newsham just trying to get a tombstone and probably run away.
And that's a second death with very little time in between there for Windrunner as well. She will have TP ready when she comes back. She left just enough time between the feeds for that, but that's pretty painful. The Marcy is pretty much free farming down here, and meanwhile, looking at the CS for Windrunner, 9-0 versus 26-9 on the Marcy. This lane is not going well.
And it's not even just that. It's also 21-3 for Ela on the Mars. Like, he's getting farm in his off lane. Like, that feels great for him.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of issues here for Fart Studios in this game so far.
So Annihilate, he's got one level in the Searing Chains. Stun lands onto this Pudge, and they'll have the power shot. They'll get the kill. They'll take out Mark. It forces two heroes here, and one of them is not a support.
I like the move by Monkeys Forever. He's recognizing bottom lane is terrible. Let's just try and make a move mid before I go back bottom. So goes mid, gets that shackle, helps out get the kill, and, you know, at least having some positive impact. I mean, we'll see Pudge running at Sanctified, but he has boots. And maybe he's going to go down, actually. Ember comes
get
close.
This kill. He's got the Remnant forward. Like, he is level 6, so Sanctified will fall to Annihilate, and that's finally really a Hook making the play happen. That kill over mid wasn't really the Hook's doing, but overall, getting that kill, again, it's moving Annihilate further and further up the chart.
Yeah, that was a little bit Sanctified, just getting a bit cocky there on Rubik. He stuck around longer than he needed to after he lifted the Pudge. He had a lot of time to just run away, but stuck around and got punished for it. Top there, getting some damage to the tower. Lifestealer was tanking for a long time, holding the catapult alive here.
So, if you're Fart Studios, like, there's going to become a point where Double King hits 6, and you kind of got to fear this Marcy.
It's very, very soon as well. She is just about to get that pop. But you have Windrun at least on this lane for Windrunner, so she can stay safe. Question is if Ricky is not in danger, though. Level 6 is coming up in one.
Theoretically could Blink Strike.
He's one experience away.
There it is. So there's the Unleash. I wonder if he goes to any other lanes to kind of unleash on these heroes, because I don't know if Windrunner and Ricky are the easiest two to get.
He's going to stay down here. He's going to sit here and he's going to farm. He wants to go Battle Fury, so he's just going to stay here and farm similarly to what we saw him do in the Wraith King game, is what I'm expecting. He's playing very aggressively now, though, and he's 1v2.
Trying to be aggressive. Meanwhile, top lane, they were infested for a long time in that creep. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and nothing doing.
Nice
Hook lands,
connecting.
and they catch the Shrek for a second, but there's no follow-up to that.
Undying,
Searing
though.
Chains, Undying, Duster, getting run down, Fade Bolt, Telekinesis, and a Remnant the other way. He needs to get out of this one because the Leshrac was doing some damage and Tricks of the Trade onto the low ground.
The zombies are chasing. Look at them, they're so fast.
Chasing, and right-clicking as eventually he'll fall to Sanctified.
Oh, nice hook this time, and he's
Now
low enough
landing, and
HP.
Duster, can he finally die? No, stun lands on Sonic. Oh, God. The hooks just aren't getting kills, and there's Arena bottom to kill off Monkeys Forever.
Yeah, Arena, very good for catching and killing off that Windrunner. That is no way out, I'm afraid, for him. And gonna be a little bit of a boost to Ela's farm here as well. He didn't really want to stay top because of the Lifestealer, but the move he made bottom means the top is being pressured now by Far SJ.
And he's still doing well in the net worth, and so is I Annihilate, but Monkeys Forever has no game at the moment, and I guess Newsham kind of does. Like, that's not the worst thing in the world for him to have a little bit more farm, especially when you want to get that shard ASAP.
Yeah. One thing I want to point out, by the way, is that this Sonic Pudge that we see walking around everywhere looking for hooks, He's playing on 131 ping. Because
Jesus.
he's not playing from the US. He's playing from Russia, right? I believe. So it's not really the best thing in the world to be playing on that high ping mid. Oh,
Jump in bottom, and Shackle doesn't connect on anything.
Annihilate going for a solo kill mid. Almost gets it.
Oh, gosh.
Almost gets killed as well.
Yeah, he was almost dead as they had the Mars ready to go.
But he farmed the tombstone. Killed the tombstone, got a lot of gold for that. So pushing himself to a limit, forcing 2 heroes to come there, and he ended up getting the bounty from the tombstone and getting out. So nice play by him. Meanwhile, Fart SJ again working on that top tower as a lot of distractions are happening bottom.
Dispose, blink strike into silence as Marcy's trying to get a kill here. Doesn't activate the unleash, but now sidekick, unleash, tricks of the trade, gets away. That's what makes this difficult, but when he's able to rebound, that works out for him. So
Monkeys.
double
in danger.
king, hook.
the hook.
Oh, the hook might save him. He was safe already, but the hook definitely gets him away enough and under the tower.
Yeah, Annihilate can get out of that situation as well. Nice use of a Sleight of Fist and then sending the Remnant while he's Sleight of Fisting to get out even quicker there, keeping himself safe. Mars getting out as well before Newsham shows up with his blink strikes.
So he's going to need 900 more gold to get to this shard, and he's got some time.
And finally, top tower looks like it's gonna go down. Most likely, as Forrester is getting a little bit scared though, backing out now, not feeling confident to stick around. So maybe the tower can be saved, disposing it back. Stop catapult.
Oh,
I
one
can't
more.
stop it.
Oh, yeah, they got the tower after all that work.
Yeah, they ping it out. Good job, catapult.
And they're going to smoke, so they want to go for the Marcy.
She TP'd top, so she has no way out. All they need to do is just get up there, and they know that she can't get away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, rebound's always one of those weird spells, but Sleight of Fist Searing Chains with the silence should mean the Marcy is dead. And they will get double king. That's the biggest kill to get on the map at the moment for the side of Fart
coming
Studios.
from Monkeys. He's gonna get out fine though, I think.
Oh,
Dire's middle
it's always the one in the back.
Yeah, the guy in the back's fault when you get shackled. Somehow when I play with Sing Sing, he started saying that it's the guy in the front's fault when, you know, he was the one in the back. I don't know how that works. I believe he was the one starting the whole guy in the back thing, and then he switcherooed on me when it was the other way around.
Is that where that originated? My friends say that. I guess they did also
think so.
watch Sing Sing.
I think so, yeah. He started. I mean, Sing Sing is the originator for a lot of these random things.
It is always the one in the back, though. I still get that yelled at me from time to time.
I mean,
When Windrunner's more played, especially.
it really feels like that, at least. Invis rune on Lesh here means they can go in and maybe find initiation.
Splitting well, but he's going to be under a sentry if he walks up any further.
He's not spotted yet. Leshra could maybe stun this Lifestealer. But Undying is being seen right now. He's standing under a ward, so this is really awkward. It's telegraphing what's going on.
Yeah, that's what's kind of ruining it.
The guy in
This
the
is
back's fault.
allowing FSJ to get a lot of farm. And meanwhile, Double King over mid, he popped the... He did pop Unleash recently.
Yeah, they're just trying to fight. It's mostly Annihilate, just creating
Dispose?
space here.
Level 10, Searing Chain, Sidekick, Sleight of Fist. Annihilate's doing some damage, but he needs to get out of dodge. Especially with Sanctified coming around.
This is very reminiscent of watching like RCY and how he played his Pango and his Ember, just really going in deep, being super annoying, and then last second just getting out. It forces so much reaction, and you win a lot of space and time for your team. So I'm really a big fan of the moves that Annihilate is doing right there.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Arm whip back into the Midas for Fart SJ.
Radiant's
Always
middle
Midas.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, the Midas is... I mean,
Duster,
it's a bit on
Tombstone.
the greedier side.
And Double King coming over. Annihilate. This might be a problem. Into the rebound with the telekinesis. Oh, gosh. Annihilate. How?
Still gonna
How
be
has
safe.
he done this?
But his friend Newsham, who
Yeah.
bailed him out, is not
He's
gonna have
very
the same
dead.
fortune.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, this haste rune on Lesh. Monkey's
Oh,
just dead.
rebound. Annihilate. Gotta watch out as they get the kill on the Monkeys forever. But another remnant away.
Yeah, he's gonna stay fine, but we saw that haste run on Lesh and how impactful it can be. Very difficult to stay alive against that. Windrun, you kind of rely on being the fastest player on the field, and when you're no longer the fastest, then you kind of just die.
There's that Midas for Fart SJ.
He's farming up a storm right now. Like Midas, face boots, armlets, 600 gold at minute 15. He is gonna be massive this game. And if he gets enough farm, then he could get to the point where Marcy can't actually man-fight him. Marcy still doesn't have her Battle Fury, which is just her farming item. It will take her a while before she gets to the point of winning man-fights against Lifestealer. And he's queuing up a Radiance? Are we going Radiance here?
Interesting. I'm here for it.
It's not bad. It's not bad. You actually get some nice, mischance and evasion against Marcy. It's also something you could disassemble later on to get the nullifier in the late game.
By the way, Shard is flying out. Silence, and they've got the Tombstone. Mark's going to have to try and make something happen, but here is the Sweeping Dart picked up, and Mark's going to fall. They bring over Sanctify. They've got Elo with the Blink as well as the Arena. They land the Spirits on FSJ, and they should be able to get the kill, so it ends up being a trade 2-for-1. If that Sweeping Dart was there just a little bit sooner, maybe they were able to get more out of that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
Shackle
nice
lands, and they get the kill on a Double King. The damage from Monkeys Forever is enough, and they've got the Sweeping Dart with the silence onto this Undying, so Duster, he'll fall too.
Yeah, they're coming in mid, but they don't have Arena. They do have Blink Spear, but kind of dangerous to fight into this now when you lost 3 heroes already.
This is double Maelstrom, by the way, for the side of Fart Studios, both the Ember and the Windrunner.
Yeah, a lot of damage.
Sweeping Dart.
Into Hook.
Into Hook. He does not have Arena, and they will dust up Nusham. Oh, Spear. On the banister or the steps. Stolen Power Shot. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, just level 3 power shot, but it's already so much damage on level 3. It's not a lot of nukes that are 350 damage on level 3 already. It sounds more like a level 4 spell at that point. So definitely a nice steal for him to have on Sanctified.
Yeah, I love picking that up on the Rubik. Yeah, it feels like it does so much damage, especially once it's level 4 and that just got that boost coming in.
Yeah, you already have
Arcane
20
Supremacy.
Yeah, I already have 22% spell amp, so I mean, that's a very potent nuke. Sitting back, ready to protect as Leshrac is pushing.
Tombstone committed. This
One
tower.
more Edict should bring down this tower.
There's the Edict, and the tower's in trouble. They don't have a glyph, but they do have the Blink in the Arena, and they're going to go right after this Windrunner. And Monkeys Forever able to get out, but I don't know if Nusham's going to be so fortunate. He's already dusted, but gets away from the stun.
Yeah, doing a good job just playing around here, and they have a hook onto the Mars here.
Have the hook. Do they have the damage? With the Dismember, they've got the control, so they get the kill on the Elo, and now they're going to look over at Duster. He's silenced thanks to the smoke screen of Nusham, and that's without the level 10 talent. Like, that looked big, that smoke screen, as it's going to only get bigger when he picks up the extra 60 radius.
Oh,
another sleep, and does this mean another hook? Yes, it does, and that means another kill.
I see. This is the solution. If you have 140 ping on your Pudge, then all you gotta have is the constant spam of Sleep Dart, and it doesn't matter what ping you have. You can just connect. In all honesty, though, that was nice hook, because he didn't really connect it during the Sleep Dart. He connected it right after by hooking above him, so he is doing a good job as well. But that was a big outplay by Fart Studios. They kind of just 3v5'd that for a long time, and then later on brought in the Lifestealer as well. And C-Dub losing a bit of grounds here.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's a 4,000 net worth lead, and Fartus J with that Midas, he's built into the Deso. He is super duper farmed.
Yeah, he's probably going to be happy to just infest bomb now. He has so many good vehicles in his team. He can infest into the Ember, the Ricky. Oh, Ember. Gonna go down top, I think.
Yeah, gets caught out as this is a smoke move from C-Dub. But is it one that Fart Studios is going to respond with by going top 2? I don't think so.
Feels like they're just gonna farm. They want that BKB on the Windrunner. Maybe they will go top, because they are really farmed, but losing the Ember makes it a bit difficult to go there.
And that tower went down fast too.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to take the fights. And you can see the value of that sidekick, by the way, on Marcy. When she sidekicks the Mars, then the God's Rebuke does a lot of damage.
Marcy with the Battle Fury going into the BKB, so we'll have a little bit more freedom.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Newsham, look at where he's standing right now. He is just being a pain in the ass. And does he have a ward? No, he doesn't. I think the idea was he kind of wants to put one down on the high ground.
Yeah, he's just providing a lot of vision and you know, doing what Ricky's do, just being obnoxious and forcing out a lot of sentries randomly placed.
Not really a lot on their side of the map, though. Like, there's a lot of sentries on the Dire side of the map,
Yeah, very forward.
but there's no sentries on their side of the map.
Yeah, so they kind of need to stay aggressive. Ela trying to jump and find something there, but Ember is not going to go close to that. He is going to go close to the Undying, though.
Yeah, and get a kill on a Duster for free.
Oh my god. Duster dies so fast to Ember.
Sweeping dart that's on the high ground onto the Marcy. Sonic hit with the telekinesis, though, so they've stolen the rot. The silence is onto the Marcy once again, so Double King needs to be careful. And again, this is like, hey, we need sentries on our side of the map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, any of these sleep darts could lead into a hook if he's close enough. We're going to see
Bottom
another
lane.
one right there. This one will connect.
They've got a hook mid while bottom lane, Monkeys Forever is in trouble. He's going to try and escape from the damage, but they've got more than enough with Ela. And while that's happening, Sanctified's going to die to Sonic. They'll bring in Duster, but again, asleep on a Double King.
This Ricky's doing so much work.
Fortis J is right here.
Yeah, he's looking for a chance to take the fight here for SJ. He's going for the Halberd, by the way, after the Deso now. Super good item against Marcy. Definitely an ideal
Bailed on the
pickup.
Radiance. I'm sad.
Yeah, maybe another time. Next game.
This is the last game of the tour. Why, don't lie to me. This is the
He'll be there
last
next
game.
game, B-Cup. Don't
This
worry.
isn't
I
infinite
promise.
tiebreakers. This was 4 teams tiebreaking.
Yeah,
We've already
I'm
went through that
disappointed.
once.
There's no real risk. Why not go for it? But he's going for a very, very ideal build. I approve it. It's efficient for this game. And he's going to scale really hard. He's going to go Assault Cuirass after he finishes the Halberd. And he'll be an unstoppable force.
Ela?
Ela going to get slept, perhaps?
Yeah, he thought about walking forward and potentially going to that Blink Arena. However, it's on Annihilate. Like, you got to assume that he's got a Remnant to go back to.
Yeah. It's always rough to jump onto someone who can just press one button and react to get out again.
And there's that Remnant sitting behind him. Blink Dagger for the Pudge. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Oh, Spear missing. Ela's going to be in trouble because now he's slept up. BKB, Popeye, Annihilate. 4 heroes are going to be here. Mark's over to the side with the Tombstone down. And they don't have Fortis J, so doing this damage, or at least trying to, is a bit of an issue as they'll rebound on top of Newsham, and he was just out of the range of that sentry. So that
So
BKB
close.
usage doesn't really get them anything from Annihilate.
I was extremely close to getting Mars, but
Hook.
does not get him. Duster, though.
He is gonna die eventually here, or at least you would assume so, as he gets swept up with the rebound. All right, as he pops out of the Infest, they'll get Newsham, so no more Sleeping Dart. Duster does die, but at the end of the day, that kind of worked for C-Dub with how hesitant Fart Studios were.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty good fight for them, especially the reaction to go there when the combo was used on the Undying. You don't want to just wait and say, oh, we lost one hero, sit back and do nothing. No, use the fact the Sleep Dart was just committed and the hook. These spells were wasted, so they go in, take the fight, and they punish. The Ricky died super fast. You can see the damage of this carry Marcy. She is a hero that, for the amount of items that she has, she does insane damage during the ulti. Oh no, Lesh. Mark.
Yeah, there's that new Blink, there's the Dismember, and the damage to get the kill there. Mark getting caught out.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage coming in from the Focus Fire as well as the Desolator Lifestealer, and this could be a chance to go Roche with Lesh dead for 40.
Scan
Thinking
connects.
about it.
Sweeping Dart, Hook, and Duster is going to be hooked into a Silence, so
dirty.
can't even drop a Tombstone or anything.
This
That's not fair.
1-2 support combo is doing so much work.
It's already got 7 stacks on the Flesh Heap as well, and it's only level 1.
Dire's bottom tower
And with that second kill, that solidifies that they're going to get the Roche. And C-Dub, they are smoking over. I don't think they're in time, though. This Desolator is pretty good at taking down Roche quickly.
You gotta hope that they're not in time, because I think going for this 3v5 is a bit ambitious. Now they're actually really close to where this smoke comes off from the side of Fart Studios. Telekinesis, Spear, it connects, but do they have enough? No, the hook's going to get him away. The arena's going to be placed down, but it's not going to be enough with the BKBB pop by Monkeys Forever. So Sanctified drops. The Rubik gone. These heroes on the side of C-Dub are already low. They'll take out Ewa. The Unleash not doing enough damage. They have it disposed, but into the Sleight of Fist. Duster falls. Monkeys Forever does die to Mark, but Mark will die at the end, and so will Double King. It's a full team wipe for Fart Studios.
That was so much damage done by the Ember in that fight. He just popped off. Did 6,100 damage. If you look at the numbers over on the side of C-Dub, you can tell that nobody really was allowed to play Dota there. 100 damage, 300 damage, 500 damage. They just could not click the buttons. And a lot of it comes back to the Magic community. You got that BKB ready on the Windrunner, Rage ready on the Lifestealer, and they just take the fight very quickly with that. As of course the BKB on the Ember as well. So just every single core is Magic immune. That makes Leshrac look very, very useless, honestly, in that fight.
Saving Nusham there with the hook. And these heroes are just, they're in their arena from their own teammate, but it feels like they're so close that things are starting to really rack up on them in terms of damage, especially coming out from Annihilate.
Yeah, nice hook to finish off the Leshrac there at the end as well. But after this, they took the top tower. Top tier 2 towers taken by Fart SJ, and the Ancients area is now controlled fully by Fart Studios. 13,000 gold lead and building. C-Dub kind of struggling to get back into this game. Their draft looked nice, but this support combo has really been the story of the game, dominating the game so hard around that Ricky shard. And it makes me wonder, why have we not seen more Ricky in NADPC? In EU, I feel like Ricky is really highly rated and very popular of a hero. That shard is always looking so busted. But here in NADPC, is this like one of the only games that I've seen the Ricky, I think?
Yeah, it hasn't really shown up much, but I know at the end of Division 1, I want to say that when teams were picking Ricky, they were starting to find ways to deal with it with like Legion as well as Abaddon, or even the Oracle. So I wonder if like NADV2 saw that and was like, all right, well, let's put this hero on the back burner. Just because like it can be beat, that combination with the Sleeping Dart and just being able to wake up these heroes. But I'm not really sure. Like this combo still feels very strong.
Yeah, you don't have to pick it like first phase Ricky, like first pick as well. It's just when you see the enemy supports, you leave very few options for the enemy to react. You can't really pick that support Abaddon or Oracle if you already committed to a lot of these popular Treant or Rubik's or whatever.
Yeah, 3 picks, 3 wins.
Yeah, there we go. Undefeated.
So smoke's going to be broken as they're coming up the steps, but they've got the Rage. The Tombstone's down, and there's the Sleeping Dart to start.
They're going to infest. So biggest commitment there was the Tombstone, then a disengage, infest, now possibly a wraparound. They're going back to where they have vision. Look at their vision on this triangle. Man, this is like overkill. They have some insane sentries, 3 observer wards. This is like, they have a full-on security system on this.
Yeah, meanwhile, Annihilate, he's got Ags coming out. You've got Fortis J, who's got just about 20k net worth. And C-Dub are going to sit in the other triangle, too.
Yeah, and the rotation here by Ember, just diving into everything.
Yeah, into everybody. Telekinesis, BKB, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, that's going to be out of the Rubik. He's going to steal the Remnant, but he's not able to survive. Remnant forward once again. This is the spear landing. And Annihilate, you played with the enemy team and you end up paying for it. They're going to try and get Double King out, but Hook, BKB, Dismember, they will find themselves this Mars with the ulti pop by Monkeys Forever, as well as the BKB, the TP attempt out, and he is free to leave. Okay.
Yeah, Leshrac running away. Is he gonna get away from this chase? He goes under vision. Sleep Dart gets him.
Oh no! First hit bash out of the sleep.
That doesn't really matter. If he gets hit once, then he is gonna be slowed down by the frenzy, 40%. So
insult to injury, though.
Yeah, the moment he got under that ward, that was death. But talk about the balls of steel and the Ember just jumping in there.
To everybody. Hook. Duster. Ooh, Spear lands. Sonic. might not be tanky enough, but he has that Ogre Seal Totem to jump away. They
Gets
take the
out.
Tombstone, 200 gold going for Fart SJ. It's always the tree in the back, and it will be a kill and a duster.
Radiant's
Tree in the back's fault.
under attack.
Yeah, always. And now for the tier 2 mid.
Honestly, I'm impressed that Sonic hasn't accidentally given away more hooks in this game, considering that he's playing on such high ping as well. That eventually maybe a Rubik's gets a steal on it, but Sanctified, he's just running around with that level 4 rot, useless as ever. You can't do anything with that as Rubik.
Yeah, not fun. I feel like you almost want to stop even trying for the hook.
Yeah,
There
if
isn't
you get
much here that you want in this game anyway as a Rubik.
Yeah, there's a lot of good spells, I would say, this game. Especially
In terms of
if he gets-
control, though?
Yeah, if he gets the shard, then there's potentially something like stealing the dismember would be huge.
Okay.
That's game-winning. Ember going in again.
Ooh, Arena, Spear, Ember, again, dead.
Okay.
Unleashes a spell that I feel like he needs to remember.
Yep, for sure. Double King is just destroying him right now, and now the entire team is scrambling to get out. The chase isn't the best on the side of C-Dub. They don't have that disruptor or, some crazy catch, so ultimately Fart Studios can kind of just run away with the Invis of Ricky, the speed of Lifestealer, speed of the Windrunner as well, but Annihilate, he's making some YOLO moves right now that are looking a little bit throwy. He didn't really have his team close enough there. Nice 2-hero shackle by Monkeys Forever on his Windrunner, but even then, the Ember just goes down.
Yeah. And Ember dying means the fight's kind of out of their hands. And speaking of spells that Rubik does want to steal, Searing Chains is definitely one of them.
Yeah, that's a decent one to have. I mean, you kind of need to get fairly close, but anything that locks down is useful here. And when Windrunner runs in or something after the BKB is over, useful to have any form of disable. I think the biggest stuff he could steal this game is the Sleep Dart from Ricky.
Yeah.
If he gets a chance to get that, Rubik with Sleep Dart will make Ricky with Sleep Dart look like nothing.
Well, he's forever dying, and every time they use this Unleash, it is turning into kills for them.
These core kills are massive. Ember dying earlier was like 1,100 gold. This kill, 1,000 gold. These core heroes dying on Fart Studios when you're this far ahead in net worth are very, very pricey. Big bounty for C-Dub.
Dire's
Now they've got the Basher on the Marcy, so that's going to be even more control for them on the side of C-Dub, and they might be able to pull this one back. Like, 13k doesn't feel that gone if Double King can survive. The second he's gone, I feel like things get a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, they cannot catch the Ricky. They smoked into him, but he just sleep darts and starts running away. They didn't connect with the dust onto him there.
Also, FSJ, he's got an Abyssal Blade. We have not seen, like, this Infest Bomb yet.
He hasn't really done too many Infest Bombs this game overall. I feel like if he Infest Bomb into Annihilate when it makes these crazy dives on Ember, then that would kill anything. So really, they just need to meet up and infest into him so they could jump in together. Because these dives, they look as though he was bringing a lifestealer with him, but he isn't. Bottom, Ember.
Oh boy, again. Avoiding the stun, this time going back to the triangle. Roche up in a minute 40.
Yeah, I guess he would have been fine anyway to just a Rubik, Lesh, and Undying. It's not the scariest. He would survive the bursts from those heroes.
He's got Ags, he's got Shard. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Ember is thinking about a Hex next item. We often see Embers in this position go for something like Gleipnir for more control. Hex is another alternative to add some more.
I'm really surprised at just the lack of wanting to fight too. I guess Roche is kind of soon if you've got the timer in your head, but like Fortescue hasn't exactly been a part of a lot of fights. He's just happened to be there in some of these fights, I would say.
I mean, he's one of the very, very farm happy carry players in this Div 2. I mean, when I think about BSJ and how he plays, is mostly just efficiency and farming quickly and smooth farming patterns, but doesn't necessarily very often go off the beaten path of farming and join his team to make those moves. He does want to go late game. He does want to get all those 6 items as soon as possible. He actually sells off the Midas there, gets himself a BKB.
Finally getting rid of the Midas efficiency, though.
Yeah, why not backpack it? Keep it,
Yeah.
farm even more.
Come on.
Our scanner.
It should
Swap
be,
it in.
right? Exactly. That's not efficient. Selling it, you only get half your money back.
Yeah, you got scammed, boy.
Did not have the receipt ready for that one. There's Roche. Back up.
Yeah, and that's a pretty fast Roche again, but the smoke this time is in time, I think. They could get a connection here. This is looking promising for C-Dub, maybe. They just need to go in.
Blink Arena would be big. They've got a Remnant now
Oh,
going
they
the other
can't
way.
blink now.
Remnant's on the high ground, and Shard's going to be picked up for Monkeys Forever. He's the only one on the team who doesn't have a Shard at this point, and Aegis for Fortis J.
Yeah, that's going to be a big advantage there for Forest J. The Ember Shard dealing damage, right, when he throws it out means that you cannot jump in. And in fact, it starts dealing damage in the AoE the moment you throw it out, not the moment it arrives at the destination that you targeted. So even though you throw it really far away with the Aghanims, the damage over time begins immediately. So Blink Dagger got cancelled.
That sounds like my favorite segment, bug or intended.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Like, that
yes.
doesn't feel like it
My
should
answer
be
will
intended.
yes.
That is a cop-out answer.
It is a bug
B
or
cop-out
intended.
answer.
Dota is the peak bug and intended game.
Radiant's bottom
Tier
I
2
would love
tower.
to make that an actual game show. Is it a bug or is it intended?
is under attack.
There's so many of those too.
There are infinite interactions in Dota, pretty much. This is a high ground crack right now, though. BKB, Aegis.
Oh, I like this ward, but immediately stopped. Well,
Yeah,
that's
you
unfortunate.
liked
It was
it for
good
2 seconds.
mindset. Hook. Oh, short of Duster. And back onto the high ground for this tier 3 tower.
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom
they get to tier 3 tower, back out, reset a little bit with a smoke use as well here.
Yeah, this new shard, thanks to the Roche, Gale Force, and stealing Smokescreen. That's not a bad one to steal.
Yeah, that's really nice. That's one of the better spells to get, especially when you're playing against Ember Spirit, even against Pudge. You know, after BKB, possibly against Lifestealer, you can shut him down. So this is a spell you could easily hold on to for the entire duration. Question is, though, 16,000 gold difference. Are they going to be able to execute this in a nice enough way? Smoke going around. Refresher BKB on Mars. A lot of weight on Ela's shoulders.
bottom barracks are under attack.
And these remnants make it so hard for him to blink in.
Yeah, they don't see anyone except for Lifestealer. They want to jump, but everyone else is so far back. The word not catching them. They're right outside the vision. All of them.
Here they go. BKB as well as the Spirit's going to be on Annihilate. They'll get the
Ember's
kill on
down.
the Ember with no buyback, and they've got themselves Lifestealer by himself who will pop the BKB. Needs to find a target to get away in. And
Marcy's
there's the
destroying
smoke
him.
screen down. Marcy was destroying Fortis J, but if he's able to escape, Hook hits on a Anushum, and now the right clicks come through. They've got the sweep on a Duster with the mech being activated. Blink Strike, Mark going to the back lines. They've got the Refresher, another Arena. That's going to be a Spear on a Anushum to get the kill onto the Ricky and take the Aegis out of the hands of this Lifestealer. So the high ground siege not going well. Shackle shot connects, but it doesn't hit the Marcy. They have the disarm with the Heaven's Halberd that was built by Fortis J. Sonic coming in, looking for the Dismember. The right click damage on a Double King. They get the kill to the Marcy. Now he's gone, and he'll BKB TP out. Gale Force pushing these heroes as well as a Shackle shot. Monkeys Forever is going to be able to leave, but that was a costly high ground siege, and they got themselves the ranged racks.
Fantastic. I mean, I said there was a lot of weight on Ela's shoulder, and he delivered right there. He got a nice connection, catching the Ember Spirit, who didn't have a way to rejoin the fight. He didn't go for travels in this game, so even if he did have buyback, he wouldn't be able to buy back his situation into that. I don't know. Maybe he had a Remnant on, but, you know, no buyback gold was saved by him committing for the full Scythe of Vice purchase. There we see that jump, getting him. And after that, the fight was pretty straightforward. You deleted one of the most farmed heroes in the entire game, and then they just kind of won it by having number superiority.
Yeah, that's not exactly the first or second time that he's been caught like that either.
Yeah, Annihilate, some of his deaths have been a little bit questionable in this game. This time, though, it wasn't really him going in. He just got jumped, so to his credit, this wasn't really a balls deep dive or something.
See the end of this fight. They do just get double king.
Yeah,
And that's Monkeys Forever doing a lot of damage there.
Yeah, it was a nice turnaround by Forest J and Monkey for turning around, getting double king, and then TPing out and wind running away. So not the biggest loss ever for Fart Studios, but they lost a lot of grounds to it, and they were not able to take the melee racks. And even though 16,000 gold disadvantage, C-Dub executed a very nice fight.
And again, it feels like, Fart Studios never using this Infest Bomb. Like, it wasn't used in that fight either.
Yeah, still. I feel like it's a big tool that they have not a single time attempted. Even with the Aghanims and Hex on Ember Spirit and Abyssal on Lifestealer. If you jump anyone, they have Abyssal, Nullifier, and Hex, that person is going to die. But yeah, they haven't used any of these nice vehicles I was talking about. There we go. Get in the limousine.
Yeah. Ooh, Timeless Relic. Pick that up. Also finish off the MKB. So buybacks are going to be in a questionable spot for the side of Fart Studios, because all they have it is on Sonic.
Yeah, the damage increase on Windrunner from last fight, getting Witchbane and getting MKB completed. He hits so hard now. This Windrunner can destroy the Leshrac, especially, who has such a big mana pool.
And then Annihilate was passed over the Spell Prism. So they're going to cut across, maybe find themselves Ila. And all these heroes are together. They've got a Hex now on Mark.
They're sitting under an Ob Sword by times out.
Annihilate, Hex, Infest, Pop, going forward. They've got the sweep. They'll look for the damage coming in from Monks Forever. He was going to get the arena down with the spear. Missing, though. They'll take it to Mars. He doesn't have buyback. Duster, as well as Sanctified, looking like they're both going to drop. They'll go to the rebound. It's not going to land onto the Ember. Annihilate on the back lines, looking to destroy these supports as they've got the Hex. It's on to Double King. He gets that BKB off, but the Abyssal, the right click to kill. Taking out the Marcy, looking over at Duster. Now Mark trying to fight back. They've got the Hex. It's on to Monkeys Forever, as well as Mark using that Nihilism. But with the Hex again, the silence, and the damage, it's a full team wipe here for Fart Studios.
Yeah, such a clean fight. Having Arcane Rune on the Ember there and getting the Mars walking up the ramp right there. Unfortunate timing for Mars. They walked right into the smoke when going up the ramp there. But the Hex with extra duration from Timeless Relic, he just got bursted, and then we saw Ember pop off, as he kind of does with the Shard and Aghanims combo.
Radiant structures are
This is looking like it could be Megas. Should be Megas.
Yeah, I don't see a way to hold. You still have 55 seconds and 35 seconds on your course. Mega creeps are going up, and I don't think they're going to stop at that either. They could just keep going here. Full HP on Lifestealer and his entire team with him. You can just go and try to close out the game. Of course, C-Dub, this is a best of one. You have no reason not to try to stay in the game. It's looking dire, though.
This
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
okay. Just looking at sweeping dart activating Rubik's aesthetics cap.
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
is under attack.
They're going in now with Double King. They have to fight before Lesh.
They're going with VKB. They've got the arena down, but it's not going to be around anybody. They should be able to get the kill on a Sanctified. They'll take the Rubik. They'll look over at Double King, who's trying to right-click and get the kill on a FSJ. Here's the second arena. Gale Force making this very difficult to run away from. They have the sweep. It's on to Duster, as well as the Searing Chains to get the kill on a Double King. They'll take the Marcy. Down goes Duster. Double King for Annihilate. Still looking for more. The Nihilism not popped yet, but Mark moving forward. They've got, well, the help coming through from the Pudge. Dismember to eat him up. Mark now going back towards his throne, but the Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and the Infest pop. That was 3 heroes in 1. They've got the Hex onto the Leshrac. They should have the damage to get this kill. They've got the Silence. The Gale Force down once again. Mark's going to fall. Silence Shackle doesn't connect to anybody but the Blink Strike. They'll get the kill out onto Ela, and they'll call GG, as it'll be another full team wipe for Fart Studios in the victory in this final tiebreaker.
Nice try there, last fight. They did everything they could. Sanctified stealing the Sleeping Dart there on Rubik, trying to keep people locked down, but there's just too much, too many heroes that are way too farmed at this point, and it's gonna be a Fart Studios victory here. So they get that little bit of a dub towards the end of the season as well, and gonna increase their winnings a little bit more as well.
Yeah, it's a good game for them. I think towards the end of the season, you could feel the confidence coming through once they have Monkeys Forever, and I think that's hinting towards potentially what could be coming when Div 2 rolls around next tour. But maybe, Monkeys Forever, he proves himself and takes his talents elsewhere. Who knows? Like, this is it was good from Fart Studios. I really enjoyed watching this game from them. It felt very fluid, except for maybe a couple deaths on Annihilate. But other than that, everything really worked out for Fart Studios, right?
Yeah, I would say so. That was definitely really well done. And yeah, Monkeys Forever, he's a fantastic player, and the team definitely looks stronger with him.
Yeah. So Monkeys Forever doing really well. And honestly, I thought he brought a new light to the team. I'm surprised with how well Sonic played. Maybe I doubted him a little bit too early, considering the fact that like he was coming back in as the main player, was the stand-in. What's the issue here? And it was just he played really well. I thought that Pudge gameplay early, we thought it might be a problem, but he found some good hooks and some good space.
Yeah, I mean, he and Newsham, they worked well together. They roamed around a lot, and they created a lot of distractions in the early game, and also got a lot of kills that you wouldn't have expected in the early part of the game. And you could really see the potential there. And winning with Pudge on 136, I think, was his ping, milliseconds, has to be a little achievement unlock in a pro game right there.
Yeah, hitting those hooks, keeping that percentage high, all with the help of Newsham going with the sweeping dart. Everything works out at the end of the day for them, and I thought it was a really good game from Fart Studios. They end up getting the victory over C-Dub, and to break it down further, we've got the panel, so we'll throw it over to them. Take it away.
Thank you so much, B-Cop and Waga. What a game. What an enjoyable way for us to close out Div 2 and a DPC Gods. I mean, let's just say it straight up. Pudge, Ricky support duo. I want to see this stuff more often. That was dirty. That was filthy. That was exciting.
They were just, going all over the place. You got the setup for the hooks. They're just having some fun. And I'm glad that, we get to end things with a Fart Studios game with Newsham just absolutely popping off as this playmaker. Because he's been carrying Fart Studios all tour long. And the whole team, it just felt like they were playing really well. Super aggressive Dota. Some hiccups along the way, but it was great content.
Yeah, I think that's what I enjoyed the most, is that Fart Studios was willing to just run it and keep running. It just never really held up, and C-Dub, there were moments for them to, be able to come back in just with a few kills here and there, but ultimately, with the way Fart SJ farms, the way that he likes to play carry, there just wasn't really too much they could have done in the late game, no gods.
Yeah, and he's on a hero that's really good for sieging high ground, so anytime they, the kind of playmakers were getting this lead and getting this map control, and then Fart SJ's able to get himself an Aegis and then just siege high ground super safe. You pop rage, you hit the buildings. He did his job really well. He did 21k building damage by the end of the game. He also did decent hero damage, so it wasn't like he was just AFK while his team carried him as well. We saw Annihilate running around making plays. He kind of overextended and died a couple of times, but all in all, it was just, I think, a good team performance where everybody kind of had their moments where they were either making plays or having an impact on the game. Yeah,
and it once again proves that literally anything can work in Dota. I mean, you look at this lineup, some of the heroes in meta, some, very questionable, like that Wind Ranger. We don't really see her. Normally there's a reason why, but I'm all like, Monkeys Forever, pull that Wind Ranger out more often. And I mean, 12-1-8 for Fart SJ, 12-4-15 for Annihilate. Everyone just had a fantastic game here. It does secure them in 4th place as well with this win. They won both of their games in the 4-way best-of-1 tiebreakers. Our MVP for Fart Studios in this game is Fart SJ, Fart Slammer Jammer. His full name there, deserves it with his absolute phenomenal lifesteal performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've been critical of him at times. At least I have throughout the season.
You're always more critical of your friends.
It's true. I mean, I actually, I'll be fair to him. I think if you want to flame someone on the Fart Studios teams, I think Jenkins being the weak link. There's no surprise they win today. He's not there. I don't know what's up with that, Jenkins.
The maths is mathing.
Yeah. He's in trouble for next tour. We'll see what happens with the roster. Even though I think he's like one of the people who kind of made the team, but no, jokes aside, I mean, I think good showing from Fart SJ. As far as MVP goes, I think that's totally fine to give him the MVP for this game.
Yeah, I think so too. And very briefly, let's touch on C-Dub here, just sort of how they played in that game and where you see them when it does come to Div 2 next tour, gods.
C-Dub's been a team that I didn't really know much about coming in. They played through that closed qualifier. We end up with the 2 qualifier teams actually playing here. And even right from the get-go, they were this team that felt strategically very sound, were playing a lot of good meta stuff, started to get figured out, but then showed that they could still win games even once teams adapted to them, which I think you can't say the same for Penguins Squad. They won their first series, and then after that, they just kind of fell off a bit. I think C-Dub's a team that they made this recent roster change, but I would expect them to kind of be a staple team in Div 2. I'm not sure they have what it takes to make it to Div 1 next tour, but if they keep improving, sticking out, maybe make a few tweaks to how they play, a lot of these teams make roster changes. You never really know what to expect. They could get better, they could get worse. But they're a team I'm glad that we're going to get to see more of, because they seem to be putting in the work, and they're a fun team to watch.
Yeah, taking it one step at a time. Being a staple in Div 2 is still an amazing feat. So congratulations, C-Dub, they're staying. Fart Studios taking it out here in the BO1 four-way tiebreakers. We're going to look at our final leaderboard, because now we know where all of the teams sit. We already knew coming into today that Dog Champ was taking number 1, Felt Studios at number 2, and they'll be moving up to Division 1 in Tour 2. It'll be great to see how they compete against all the other Div 1 teams. Then it is Ant, who just missed out with 4 wins, 3 losses, and Fart Studios coming out on top of the tiebreakers, followed by C-Dub, then the Cut, and unfortunately Penguin Squad. They lost both of their games today. It does mean they are relegated, despite a great performance nearing the end of their DPC run, and Eternity, we already knew coming into today would be relegated, but now alongside Penguin Squad. So I look forward to seeing those two hopefully come through the open qualifiers, what they're going to bring forth for the next little bit. Open qualifiers start really soon too. They start 6 days, I believe, after the major ends, maybe 5 days after the major ends. So they only have this time across the major to really be pulling rosters together, scrimming, working all their stuff out if they are going to be coming up through that. And yeah, that's it. That kind of closes out where we are. I do want to do one last shout out though to our sponsor, esportsbet.io. You guys have the chance to win 100 USDT worth of crypto back if you lose your first bet, an exclusive $100 risk-free bet. So if you guys want to start betting on some DPC teams, you can head on over to esportsbet.io and you can join the Discord for more details. The Discord link is below in the PGL Twitch channel panels. For gods, let's close this one out. What are your final words and thoughts about NA Div 2 DPC Winter Tour?
It was a lot of fun. I think the level of Dota was higher than I expected. I think especially with some of those top teams. The fact that there was a 4-way tie and somebody who won 3 games. Penguin Squad won 3 series and they're getting eliminated. It's kind of sad to see. Like, that's pretty unheard of. You win almost half your series in your bottom 2. But definitely, I want to give one last mention myself for Dog Champ. I can't wait to watch them in Div 1. I think they're going to do well. Obviously not, I don't think they're going to the major or anything, but I think they're going to be like a middle of the pack team there who can be very competitive. So excited to see them in the future.
I fully agree with you. Dog Champ going 14-0 here in Div 2. I have so much faith in them pulling upsets. You're right, maybe not a major team just yet, but upsets are definitely within their wheelhouse. Same for Felt. It's going to be so competitive next to it, both in Div 1 and Div 2. But thank you guys so much for joining us for the past 3 weeks. I've had a blast. Everyone else here has had a blast. Thank you so much to PGL as well. And we will see you guys after the major for the return of DPC Tour 2.